a partner. Sometimes I feel like my only friend is the city I live in, the city of angels. Lonely as I am, together we cry. I drive on the streets 'cause she's my companion. I walk through the hills 'cause she knows who I am. She sees my good deeds and she kisses me windy. I never worry, now that is a lie. I don't ever wanna feel like I did that day. Take me to the place I love. Take me all the way. I don't ever wanna feel like I did that day. Take me to the place I love. Take me all the way. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's hard to believe that there's nobody out there. It's hard to believe that I'm all alone. At least I have her love. The city, she loves me. Lonely as I am, together we cry. I don't ever wanna feel like I did that day. Take me to the place I love. Take me all the way. I don't ever wanna feel like I did that day. Take me to the place I love. Take me all the way. Yeah, yeah. Oh, no, no, no. Yeah, yeah. Love me, I say, yeah, yeah. One time. Is where I drew some blood. I could not get enough. Forgot about my love. I gave my life away. Where I stay.
We gotta go get something to eat, man. I'm hungry in the motherfucker.
Hey, yo, man. Damn, what's taking homie so long, son?
Freaking calm down. When you coming? Hold on.
Many men wish death upon me. Blood in my eye, dog, and I can't see. I'm trying to be what I'm destined to be. And niggas trying to take my life away. I put a hole in a nigga for fucking with me. My back on the wall, now you gon' see. Better watch how you talk when you talk about me. Cause I'll come and take your life away. Many men, many men wish death on me, dawg. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on me. These pussy niggas put money on my head. Gone, get your reefer, motherfucker, I ain't dead. I'm the diamond in the dirt that ain't been found. I'm the underground king, and I ain't been crowned. When I rhyme, something special happen every time. I'm the greatest, something like Ali in his prime. I walk the block with the bundles, I've been knocked on the humble. Swing the ox when I rumble, show your ass with my gun. Gotta tip a nigga, go ahead, lose your head. Turn your back on me, get clapped and lose your legs. I walk around, gun on my waist, chip on my shoulder, top bust a clip in your face. Post to this beef ain't over. Many men, many men wish death upon me, Lord. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on me, have mercy on my soul. Somewhere my heart turned cold. Have mercy on many men, many men. Wish death sunny days wouldn't be special if it wasn't for rain. Joy wouldn't feel so good if it wasn't for pain. Death gotta be easy, cause life is hard. It'll leave you physically, mentally, and emotionally scarred. This is for my niggas on the block, twisting trees and cigars. For the niggas on lock, doing life behind bars. I don't see only God can judge me, cause I see things clear. Quick, these crackers will give my black ass 100 years. I'm like Paulie and Goodfellas, you can call me the Don. Like Malcolm by any means, with my gun in my palm. Slim switch sides on me, let niggas ride on me. I thought we was cool, why you want me to die, homie? Many men, many men wish death upon me, Lord. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on me, have mercy on my soul. Somewhere my heart turned cold. Have mercy on many men, many men wish death upon every night. I talk to God, but he don't say nothing back. I know he protected me, but I still stay with my gat and my nightmares. Niggas keep pulling checks on me. Cypher said some bitch done put a hex on me. The feds didn't know much when Pop got shot. I got a kite from the pins that told me Tuck got knocked. I ain't gon' spell it out for you motherfuckers all the time. Are you illiterate nigga? You can't read between the lines. In the Bible it says, what goes around comes around. Mama shot me, 3 weeks later he got shot down. Now it's clear that I'm here for a real reason. Cause he got hit like I got hit, but he ain't fucking breathing. Many men, many men wish death upon me, Lord. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on me, have mercy on my soul. Somewhere my heart turned cold. Have mercy on many men, many men wish death upon me.
To drive to work to pay for this car. Buy this car to drive to work.
Welcome to YellBRo. I am Jordan, and tonight we are doing what we feel like usual. Right, maybe some UFC, you never know. But before I get started, don't forget to share, support, hopefully donate to Devon's Journey to Recovery, to helping victims of Africom, to helping out Cohen Daly, the Australian kid. Also, help out some content creators, like Stevie, a.k.a. Redneckonomics. Check her out. You can donate to her in the description box. Also, donate to Sleepy J, a.k.a. Sleepy Josh, a.k.a. Mona and my boy toy. He's ours. And last but not least, we have a new addition to the YellBRo donation circle. That's right. It is the snail herself, straight from Chicago. And Miami? Is it both? Is it Chicago and Miami? Her feet are in Chicago, but her heart is in Miami. Check out, support Ali Alexandra. Her donation thingies are all in the description box. Donate to all of them. Share them all. Need to help each other out. This is how we do it. The way to fix humanity is to go to YellBRo's description box and donate. Just close your eyes and start donating everywhere. Then you got it. All right, let me see who's here. Lucky Burrito, what's up, Lucky? See, this is why I hide in the corner, Lucky. I don't want to be handsome. I want to be ugly and mysterious. That's what I look. That's how I look at myself. That's the way it's gonna be, all right? No sus. No pause. Cannabis, what's up, Cannabis? Hey guys, Cannabis has a fucking YouTube channel. Go check him out.
Make it rain. Make it rain, baby.
It fucking yeah. It plays 4 different clips from that video. I was like, what the fuck is that? I'm not used to it yet, so that's why I'm like, that's why I was like, what the fuck? Oh yeah. Well, I rigged that shit up, like, I just rigged it up, like, real quick. I didn't, like, fucking go crazy. Thank you, Ed, for the $7. $7 as usual. DJ Elf7, aka Ed. Also, check out his channel. All activists, check out DJL7.com to build with an activist street champ. Hey. Hey, if you want someone who got 20 years in the game, Ed's your man. Check him out, everybody. Who else is here? Emblem Fate, what's up? Basketball American. Yellow Brick Toes. Matt Hunter, what's up? Oh, I gotta open my channel up so I can. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Make it rain, baby.
What the fuck? Shadowban, what's up? And thank you for the you fucking devil worshippers. This is the second 666 donation. Goddamn devil worshippers. Make it rain, baby. What? The fuck is that? I just don't know. I have no idea what that is.
For those videos, you're like, what the fuck is that all about?
Thank you, Shadow.
I don't know.
Guys, don't forget to donate to the links in the description box for other content creators or also charities, things you want to, where we help other people out. All right, let me see. Give me 1 second, Matt Hunter. I will get your video. Prop live? Prop is live, isn't it? Little shit. We playing Jackbox? Oh, more J-Tay. Our rulers never learn with Jared Taylor. I wonder what he means by that. Ed, got some links here. Let's see. YellBRo Adventure merch? I don't know about that. Just give me a fake Jordan video. Fake Jordan Sheridan. He looks concerned. Sniffing his own fingers.
What's going on, everyone? Jeremy.
Oh, what was I gonna say? Wow, this is from Ed too. Thought that'd be like Emblem Fate or something. It's his favorite fucking content creator, the quartering. What was I gonna say? Oh, James might do something in the future, right? With t-shirts or something. Or people ask for like a thing they want to see on a shirt, you just draw it. Yeah, it's sus. Super sus. Imagine all the dicks you'll be drawing, bro. Feel bad for you.
So today I am live here with Larry Sharp.
Okay, and this is the like entrepreneur guy that we watched before. All right. We'll try our best to get. I got 3 videos already lined up from the Discord. Some woo woo shit. I can't wait to watch. YellBRo is a Nico House bootlegger. Ain't Nico House just dreamy? Freak you. Oz, what's up, Oz? Everybody? ICU, what's up, ICU? Prop, you silly fuck. Go back to jackboxing. A lot of credit card down his ass. That one's never mind. Never mind about the credit card one. You may or may not see it in the future. Alright, I want to go right into videos, man. I got 3 lined up already. I'm ready to go. Got some woo-woo here. Got some, I guess, political stuff, ethics. That's woo-woo. Fuck it. Alright, I'm going to turn the speed up on this. Hopefully it doesn't fuck up the audio at all. You got a video, Az? Let me see. Let me see. You know, my favorite part of streams is kind of like the ending of last one, where it's just sitting around talking about shit, about ideas. Probably my favorite thing to do. Why is that a pause? Alright, so this lady I've heard of before. Her name's Teal Swan. And I think I've heard of her from these guys called Spirit Science, right? And a little weird. Obviously woo-woo, new agey type stuff. Which I don't mind. I mean, I don't mind content like that. It's just how far do they go? And what could possibly be left out? Who knows? Sorry, guys, allergies. Penal Club post up? What? Alright, so let's get into this video. Healing the Millennial Wound, Helping Generation Y. From Teal Swan. So I guess this is like a new agey. I don't know if it's self-help or if it's a guru type stuff, but we'll find out. Here we go. Make it rain.
The millennial generation is a game changer generation. But for the rules of the game to be changed, those rules have to have proved to be detrimental. The trauma of experiencing those detrimental aspects of the rules of a game have led the millennial generation to a crossroads. The crossroads is either we invest our energy in changing.
You sound so Canadian, by the way. Don't ask me why.
The trauma of experiencing those detrimental aspects of the rules of a game have led the millennial generation to a crossroads. The crossroads is either we invest our energy in changing this whole damn thing and breaking those rules so that we can make new ones, or we pull our energy out of the game entirely. Just give up on it. Many members of the millennial generation are on a fast track to destruction because of what has happened and what is currently happening in the world. But a different road can be taken. A different option is available to us in any moment. I could write an entire book on all the elements that could be involved in healing the millennial generation. Probably many books. But my intention for this episode is to put down the key highlights so that you can understand how to heal the millennial wound. This is how I'm going to do this. I'm going to go through the rest of this episode talking directly to millennials, hoping that any of you who are not
I never
part of the
watched
millennial
Jersey
generation
Shore. Jesus.
can observe what I'm saying and ascertain from it how to and how not to deal with millennials. If you
Soft
haven't done
spot
so
for the
already,
new agey
I ask
stuff.
that you stop this
I
video
like the new
and
agey
watch the
stuff.
video that I did called "What is
Because
Wrong with Millennials" before you resume.
How
The first
far
thing I'm
will
going to
they
say to
go?
this is that as a millennial,
That's
the
the
first
question.
thing or the first response you're going to have to this entire video is angry. Why? Because of how deeply unfair it feels to be painted as the problem that needs to be fixed. Now, while some of you feel that deep down inside you there probably is something wrong with you, the rest of you, and even those of you who feel like there's something wrong with you deep down, know
Over the years,
that what this
I've done
is
many
a
different
gaslight.
videos talking about.
This is a
Looking at
video
your
we gotta
life,
get to from
you
last
may
time.
find that members of the previous generations first messed you up and set you up to fail, and then made you the problem for being messed up or failing. For this reason, I want you to understand that when I say that there has to be healing to the millennial generation, what I mean is that the millennial
Heal
generation
me.
has to experience the opposite.
I think she's a
of what
millennial,
caused their
right?
trauma
She's
in
probably
the
like
first
my
place.
age.
For that to happen, you're going to have to alter your perspective in some of the things that you're doing. I have no interest in participating in making you a scapegoat for previous generations. What I do want to do is to set before you a kind of toolbox from which you can pull these tools to create a life that's more like a life you want to live, that can improve the situation that you find yourself in, rather than leave you stuck. Let's just jump into it, shall we? Point number 1. To heal is to experience the opposite. Now, if you keep that idea in mind, your smart
What
is
was
to
that?
rather than leave you stuck. Let's just jump into it, shall we? Point number 1. To heal is to experience the opposite. Now, if
Heal is to experience the opposite. Okay, that makes sense. Meaning, in order to heal something, you have to be damaged in the first place, right? Here we go.
you keep that idea in mind, you're smart enough to kind of figure out, based off of the crap you experience, what you need to experience instead. To understand this concept fully, I want you to watch my video titled "What is Healing?" You've experienced things like working hard for a pot at the end of a rainbow that was never there in the first place, feeling like you have to and are expected to put up with things that hurt you, disillusionment, disappointment, powerlessness, the feeling of being enslaved, etc. To heal from these painful experiences is simply to experience the opposite of them. Things like reaching your goals, feeling free, developing empowerment, successfully creating something that is better rather than putting up with what doesn't work. I want you to keep this in mind in your life because it'll give you a better picture and therefore point you in the right direction of what it is that you are wanting and needing to choose and do. Part of doing this is to experience and face those deep wounds or this trauma that exists within you. Now, I know that most people shame you about the way that you are, and so they don't really open you up to understanding that you are traumatized in the first place. But I've created a process for doing this, meaning facing those deep wounds that are creating a lot of the behavior issues that people point at you and accuse you
Wait,
for.
what happened?
So this process that I created is called
Hey. Amy Klobuchar is the only boots I'll lick. And I'll like it. For not being a jerk to Nico on Franco's stream. That's a wonderful Huh? No, he's joking. Or is he joking? James, get him. Yeah. Throw a hammer at that Viking-looking motherfucker. You're right at the end of Gen X, and Steve is on the other end? Ah. Sounds like you guys should touch tips. Bring it all together. How to bring things together. Touch tips. Anyways, here we go.
the completion process. If you want to learn this process and how to do it, you can pick up a copy of my book that is quite literally titled The Completion Process. Alternatively, you can go to completionprocess.com and find a practitioner to lead you through it. Doing so will reveal what you need to do in the here and now to experience the opposite.
Oh, and I wrecked
Two,
Nico's Marvel argument.
You
before
need
the-
to own and caretake
We talked before the
your
stream started.
anger, rage, resentment, and grief. You need to let yourself grieve the life letdown and disillusionment that you've experienced. This is not going to happen if you keep listening to the world that keeps telling you that you
yeah.
have no reason to feel that way. That's the dominant problem that I see, actually, when it comes to dealing with the millennial generation, is that the majority of people who are pointing out these shadows that exist in the millennials have an attitude of like, oh my god, I don't understand how you could end up this way. You were given everything, and still you are like this. That is not happening.
Hey, I would have been an
It
asshole.
doesn't
Just
happen
it didn't,
that a being
you know,
ends
come
up
up.
totally messed up
Pause.
if something didn't happen to them. You
I'm
need
like
to make
missing this
room
whole
for your
video
own
that I'm
pain.
actually interested in. Rewind a bit. But yeah. With things like that, everyone's on the table at all moments. Pause. I wish you could just see James like either stare or nod his head in approval. Like what? Good, better. All right, coach. But yeah. With this type of work, these ideas, these concepts, the whole point of like why people talk about these things, right? That means that everyone has to be on the table in that realm, 100%. Now, if we're talking about a particular topic, several particular topics, then I talk about those topics. It's kind of simple. Now, if Nico was saying this about what we were talking about, the FDA, the Pfizer FDA approval thing, but I caught wind that like, oh, he's bullshitting about that, then I'm gonna fucking call it out. Point blank, period. It is what it is. Or whatever. You know, he secretly works for the CIA and he's trying to get everyone to do mushrooms. And yeah, I'm gonna go in on that. I don't know, it seems like basic to me. Pause. Seems kind of basic to me. What's up, Amy? Oh, my #1 fan. My only #1 fan. Oh wait. Amy, can I say you're my only fans now? Or you're my only fan now? Can I say that? If they're like getting rid of all the sex shit, right? No pause, Lucky. Her cure is only $99.99 buy now. Healing trauma she's endured either. I'm sure she's dude. As Nas once said, "Hey man, we're all in the shit." That's right, we're all eating shit. Now, psychologically speaking, we might deem certain suffering bigger than other suffering or types of suffering, but nonetheless we're all in the shit. And that one little grain of suffering you can relate to others with. That's it. Like, there is no barrier on this thing we call morality. Like, it's there with open arms. Gotta dive in. Amy, pause. You want God to bless? Come on. God does weird shit like that. I'm just playing. Hey, I'm the drama king, Shadow. You'll find out soon enough. You wait. So I get my wait till I rewatch. Wait till the news thing of Game of Thrones comes in. Drama Central here, and I should just get delayed and delayed and delayed. I'm your best fan. You can never say OnlyFans. That name is trashed. OnlyFans, they're getting rid of the sexual stuff, right? They're getting rid of that, right? So that means I can now call you a member of the OnlyFans club. I'm just like OnlyFans. What do you got here, Amy? As my only fan, I will play you a video. What is this? Vaccine. LA fire captain refuses the vaccine in epic speech. I picked a different thumbnail though. A little weird, a little cringy, right? Cringy though. Talking to you, Motley Cruz. It has that look. Maybe you watched Monday night. Oh fuck! I almost forgot about that. For sure. I don't know. I plan on doing. I want to do it a fantasy football league with you assholes. Anyone who wants to play. I don't know. I think it'd be fun. A little banter, a little gambling. No gambling. No gambling. Allegedly. You want to make personal bets? That's fine. Just don't tell me. What's up, Grey Walker? YellBRo, your pauses have different tones. Therefore, your pauses are very versatile and communicate very well. I think OF changed their minds. What are you talking about? OF? I'm lost. You're in cannabis? Just gonna pick the whole fucking Patriots roster. That's not fantasy football. That's you being a fucking fanboy. Alright, let's play more Teal Swan.
For. So this process that I created is called the completion process. If you want to learn this process and how to do it, you can pick up a copy of my book. It is quite literally titled The Completion Process. Alternatively, you can go to completionprocess.com and find a practitioner to lead you through it. Doing so will reveal what you need to do in the here and now to experience the opposite. 2. You need to own and caretake your anger, rage, resentment, and grief. You need to let yourself grieve the life letdown and disillusionment that you've experienced. This is not going to happen if you keep listening to the world that keeps telling you that you have no reason to feel that way. That's the dominant problem that I see, actually, when it comes to dealing with the millennial generation, is that the majority of people who are pointing out these shadows that exist in the millennials have an attitude of oh my god, I don't understand how you could end up this way. You were given everything, and still you are like this. That does not happen, okay? It doesn't happen that a being ends up totally messed up if something didn't happen to them. You need to make room.
Now, that on an individual basis, obviously everything's individual by individual, right? Everyone has their own particular things that led them to this or that, or they are a certain way, or whatever. But in general, not the worst idea to, well, it depends. I would say there's a learning curve. Some people just some people need increments of dealing with, shitty things about the world, shitty things about themselves, or, things they feel about themselves that are shitty. Any type of suffering, right? Some people are better with increments, and some people are more I'd say that's as far as me, I'm more of the just fucking set up a tent and just sit in that shit. Sit in the fucking suffering. Sit in the things I don't like about myself, or at least, perceive that I don't like about myself, and just sit in them. That's more of my thing. There's a learning curve with that, but either way, you have to deal with the suffering if you want to mature, advance, whatever words you want to put on it. I don't mean advance to the aliens in the sky, planet Zuzu, or you're going to heaven. I think it's more of a like, oh, you recognize yourself as a better version of yourself based on your own standards. That's the true evolution to me. The only problem I have with the way she's going about it is she's putting it into these generational things, which walks away from the individual aspect because everyone's different. I believe there's people that lean towards particular archetypes from all generations, and just because the cultural conditioning of that time period is this way, doesn't mean that that's what this generation's going through. Like, no. I mean, it could be an influencer from that generation, or someone who's influential in that time period for that generation, right? You could say like a fucking whatever, a Kurt Cobain, or a famous person, right? Now, does that mean like this generation that love Kurt Cobain, like they're all of a sudden this is their shadow, or is it something like, oh, this guy Kurt Cobain has this particular psychological thing happening, or this type of he's projecting this type of archetype, and he happens to make good music or popular music or whatever, becomes super famous, and then all of a sudden like this is what the generation's going through. Meanwhile, it's just people latching on to a cultural icon. Just throwing that out there. This is an hour-long commercial for this for her book. Why can't you see that? Less than 10 minutes in, and she's promoted her book 3 times already. Doesn't bother me. I'm here for ideas, bro. We watch Jared all the fucking time. What's up, Just JC? Speaking your language? Hey, I try to do. I try to talk to everybody. Did you explain what OF is, Greywalker? Did I miss it? Whatever. Alright, here we go. There's more teals.
For your own pain relative to the things that you're facing as a result of the previous generation and what they're doing or not doing. So what hurts about being a millennial? What hurts about being part of your generation? Other people are constantly minimizing and invalidating and shaming you. Don't do this to yourself. I want you to do an expression process.
The Xers had
relative
it
to
worse
being a
than
millennial.
boomers and
To learn how to do this
millennials.
process, watch my video titled "How to Express Your Emotion."
Individual by individual. I'm gonna go with
So
that
many
every time.
millennials, and you might be one of them, are in a place of, what's the point? You've learned.
Like, there's things that they experienced back then that would be considered suffering now, but they didn't recognize it as suffering back then because, that was the best thing to have, or whatever, right? Like, back then it'd be like, oh man, I have a refrigerator. And today it's like, or you send people back in time and it's like all they have is, the only thing that's special in their surroundings is a refrigerator. You're like, this is fucking weak. Granted, right, that's not the starving kid in Africa thing, but it's still like some form of like, this sucks, which is suffering. 100% it is. Sorry, we can't deny that. That is suffering. Truly, it is. So it's like, again, individual by individual. What's up, Jesse? Can't please everybody. Pause. Ended daft. What's up? What is with you and strip poker, Shadow? Jesus. I don't know. See that look on your face? That's my mind right now. Why? Like, what is going on here? So it follows, if I was twice the man, I'd be 3 times the asshole. OnlyFans. Like Amy. Amy Smith is my... Alright, here we go. What's up, Dubster? Screw the suffering, go get yours. That is the suffering, isn't it? That's you accepting your probably preconditioned notion of what you do with suffering. Maybe, maybe not. Could be an organic, just 100% organic forms of like rebelliousness because it's being hurt. For sure. I mean, it's the best thing to do. That can be argued. All right, here we go.
Nothing but futility and powerlessness. You learn that you have no impact. You've learned that it doesn't matter how hard you work.
JC, is she
or how many
Canadian?
things you try to do
Canadian,
right. You're not
right?
in control of any of it. They, others, can just
Them
make
in the,
a
like,
decision that makes you
spirit
totally
side
powerless
route?
to never being able
Alright,
to
man.
achieve something or powerless to it being taken away just like that. And actually, you have
Or
every
in
right
the
to feel that way.
spirits,
And to
spirit
think that
science
way.
guys.
You were
they're
born into a
Canadian.
fundamentally flawed system.
Sound Canadian.
Guess what? It's actually within your rights to give up.
I'm xenophobic. Forgive me.
You can choose to give up. And in fact, I want you to imagine doing exactly that. I want you to do a meditation where you imagine giving up. And I want you to play out giving up as far as you possibly can. Maybe when you do this meditation, you'll find yourself spending the rest of your life in bed. Maybe you'll do nothing but play video games. Maybe you'll throw your apartment keys away and go live on a beach under a coconut tree. Let yourself experience the relief and the eventual dead
I
end
just
of
want to
doing
get
this.
clicks. Freak you.
I want you to do this meditation before you continue the rest of this video.
It's Jordan.
Now that
by
you have
the
done
way.
this exercise, what did you learn? What was your takeaway? There is incredible relief involved in getting off of the hamster wheel, in stopping trying to beat down a door
That's
that
why
will never
I
open.
asked her, Shadow. She has.
But
See,
what
Canadians
happens
have
if
a
you
sixth sense for
Get off of that
other
wheel
Canadians.
forever
They'll
and you
just
just
know.
stop moving. What happens if you never
What's up,
try to
Chip?
find any other door? It's 100% guarantee that you're not going to get the life you want if you do that. That's what I mean by a dead end. A giving up is a dead end. And it is definitely within your rights to decide to choose that dead end. There's not even anything quote-unquote wrong with it. But it definitely isn't the same as creating a life you want. You are trying to self-preserve by not investing or committing in things. And anyone would do this.
Like a dirty.
I mean, if it
Canuck.
never ever pans out, then it hurts you less if you just never ever commit in the first place. You're remaining detached. But living your life trying to avoid disappointment is not life. Throw away what your parents tried to teach you. It isn't actually about hard work. It is simply a universal truth that only focused energy creates anything. To commit is to put your energy into something. This means you cannot create a life that feels good if you're not committed to life. For there to be something on the canvas, you must put your paintbrush to the paint and onto the canvas.
It's not wrong, I would say. But, I mean, I think there's so much. I mean, I get this. I get the. I guess I don't mean this in a disparaging way, but like the self-help angle. I get it. But, I don't know. For someone like the way I feel about myself or what I want to experience, like there's so much more than just me bettering me. And in fact, I think there's just perspective-wise, all these things that, let's say, have nothing to do with that, or, you know, seemingly have nothing to do with that, are actual helping me things. Right? Like you almost try to like something like suffering, right? Like if you dive deep into suffering, I'm not even talking about like your own suffering, but like trying to understand the idea itself to alleviate it. Like, oh, that's part of something I want to experience. Or this whole notion of like, obviously I love my fucking comic book hero, or, you know, not even comic book, just like, you know, film and TV shows and all that shit. Like the idea of heroes and stuff like that. Like fuck, I want to kind of live that. Is there a way to live that? But then you with that one little aspect, right? You're bringing in all these other faculties. One of the faculties is obviously like, you know, fixing yourself. But I don't know. I feel like they all have to work in tandem with each other. I think that's the most fulfilling life, if you ask me. It's almost like instead of, I can't even say this word, compartmentalizing like all these aspects of yourself, they're kind of walking in unison, right? Kind of like Neo in the Matrix when he's in the architect room right? And it's all these disparaging all these different fucking thoughts and all these shits like running through his mind and all that. But then the one question of like, which door will you go through? The one to save Zion or the one to save Trinity? Symbolism. And all of the TV screens and him all walk towards the door to save Trinity. Oh, yeah, all of me wants this. So it's like, I don't know, it's like teammates. I don't know if that made any sense. Rambling. I'm sexy and I know it. Thank you and Owen for that. Another Canadian. You had a family like mine, you'd realize that suffering is relative. Oh yeah, agreed. I think we'd want it that way. I think people would want to experience suffering. Now, that doesn't mean people want to be fucking tortured or fucking murdered or whatever, any shit like that, or people they love being killed or harmed or anything. I think just like a taste of suffering for the sake of the endless spectrum of something pleasurable, right? And I don't just mean sex. So yeah, you kind of want it to be relative. You want it because of the other side of the coin, which is pleasure, right? Pain and pleasure. You want your pleasure spectrum to continuously go on. Like, you want infinite degrees of good things happening that you can, right? You want to go as far as you can, and it would be infinite in my mind. So yeah, you want an aspect of suffering to be around. You want to miss that last shot so you can make the next one, or whatever. You want to experience some form of loneliness in order to experience, whatever, togetherness. Wait, what? Force the ego states to. Well, yeah, you definitely want one full ego. That's for sure. But it's almost like all your archetypes, all your internal archetypes having ego representatives, right? Or having their own reflection, their true reflection, their true image being represented within the ego and all moving in unison, hopefully. And also being separate at times too. But this could all get very complicated, right? Sometimes you want to experience them separately, just perspective-wise. Even though they're working in the background, you still want, this one thing to be at the forefront at different moments of time. But the best experiences we have is when they're all walking in one unison and walk. Like, it's almost like when you nail an answer on something. Or if you hear a song and you're like, oh fuck, they fucking nailed it. Or anything where it's like, fuck, my mind is stimulated, my heart is stimulated, my soul is stimulated. The things I'm not even paying attention to are also stimulated. All of it's just like, oh fuck, this is like an awesome moment. Well, let's continue. Here we go.
So work with the part of you that is committed to creating a life that you want, and the part that wants to give up on trying. To learn how to do this, watch my video
85
titled
isn't a
Parts Work.
millennial?
What is parts work and how to do it? I have to warn you that if you choose not to commit to figuring out life and what you want society to look like as if you were in charge of both, this universe is likely to put you in a situation where you will have to figure it out by necessity. What do you stand for? This is not about what your parents stand for or what anyone else in your life stands for. What do you stand for? What are you going to live your life for? What do you value and find to be the most important? What matters so much to you that you would die for it? What do you really want? You are the
Those are good questions. I mean, look, I get the eyesore of someone saying, hey, buy my book here. And, give me money here or whatever the fuck. It's definitely an eyesore. Also, it's an eyesore for sure. But at the same time, if the information or the idea is interesting, like, I'm gonna roll with the idea until I'm always going to roll with the idea that I think is correct, unless it's like surpassed by something else. But I'm gonna roll with the idea that I think is correct. And if she sucks, then it's like, okay, bye. But the idea stays. You could stay, idea. You leave. So, yeah, that's where I'm at. And I don't know enough about her to be thinking anything other than, okay, these are interesting ideas. Okay. Remember spirit science stuff? Okay. A little weird, but also okay. It is what it is. But yeah, I like giving the ideas a lot more credence right now, at least right now. If something else pops up, I will definitely question the character very heavily. All right, here we go.
generation that is meant to bring in the truth, the full truth of purpose. And the full truth of purpose is not just about your goal, it's about the process. With genuine purpose, it's not about working hard at what you don't really like so that you can attain something you do want in the future. It's not about that at all, in fact.
It's about both. That I consider incorrect. You want both. Not only do you want to hit the game-winning shot, you want to go through all the grueling work that led to that. To say, that's when everything forms together, like I was just talking about. All your faculties are like, I fucking did it. And I watched myself do it at the same time. Like, I did the thing that led to the thing that was being observed by the other thing. All of it being me, but all of it moving in unison for this one fucking experience. And it just fucking lights it on, like, fucking laces it with gold. That's what laces life with fucking gold. Now, it's a little more complicated than that because I use a silly sports reference. But it can be there too. But usually, a lot of times with sports, people turn off other aspects of expression for the sake of that goal of hitting the game-winning shot, right? They'll work, whatever hours a day or a week to master their craft. But they absolutely ignore when someone's like, hey, man, hey, do you have any money to spare? Like a homeless guy holding, do you have any money to spare? Just fucking ignore them now. Like, how the fuck did that happen? Oh, it's almost like one faculty was like, you have to have some sort of reaction to it. Can't just be, listen, don't do that. And then give me something. What's up, Brian Aguilar? All right, here we go.
Instead, the goal exists as an intention. I say intention because you will continue to go in the direction of that goal. But if it were certain that you would never achieve that goal, purpose means that you would still go in that direction anyway. Because it is in the doing of that thing that you find your purpose, your fulfillment, and your joy. You know you have found this when there is nothing else for you.
Once again, it's both. If I sat someone down who's like trying really, like, let's bring up the sports reference, someone who's working their ass off to be in the NBA, and I take them like a magical portal and they can just view their future, like, you don't make it, man. You end up doing this instead. Like, all of a sudden, all that training and shit is just like, oh, just an adrenaline dump. Like, oh, why the fuck am I doing this then? It's not going to go anywhere. The only thing that would reinvigorate them into in pursuit of that goal would be like, what if that vision was bullshit though, huh? What if it was all in my head? It was all made up. It was all a dream. It was all a dream. Whatever. Then that would be, then it would just be them looking for that goal again. Like, hey, hope or faith or something that'll lead to that goal. So I disagree with her on that. It's the journey and it's the end goal. I think you want both. Just saying. Here we go.
Except for that path. That is living for you. This is
Prop,
the exact
you
opposite
silly-
of going for something and then
Silly
somebody telling
Billy?
you you're never
Can I
going to
go with
achieve
that?
it actually being true, and you deciding to give up on it because that's the case. For example, if a person lives for surfing,
Oh, here's a
then
sports
life is
reference.
about paddling out. Even if he or she never makes it into the Hall of Fame, life is about communion with the ocean. He or she stands for that dance between human and element.
Okay. I understand her reference, but it's still... Okay, maybe she explained it in a way that I didn't understand, or I just didn't understand it or something. But if the goal is to surf, and he's surfing, then he's reached his goal. Now, if his goal was to be in the Hall of Fame, and someone told him, hey, you're never going to be in the Hall of Fame, then it's like, oh, I'm not going to pursue the Hall of Fame then. Maybe I'll pursue surfing still. I still enjoy surfing, but, you know, the whole point was to be in the Hall of Fame. Or, you know, my main goal was the Hall of Fame. And I know I'm not going to make it. I'm just going to have fun with this. That's what it seems like it would be. I think there would be an actual adrenaline dump. What the fuck is it?
Make it rain, baby.
Who the fuck donated? Thank you, Cannabis. I'm not gonna lie, I flinch every time I hear it, like, what the fuck is that? I'm not used to it yet. Thanks, Cannabis. YellBRo is spitting fire in bars today. Always is. Thank you, Cannabis. Guys, don't forget to check out Cannabis. This little fuck has been hiding a channel behind our backs. We should be subscribing in masses to fuck his days up. Hey, if you want weed legal in your state, like if it's not legal yet in your state and you want that shit legal, you definitely check out Cannabis Sativa. Check out his channel. And also the actual weed actual weed sativa. I'm not an expert, but I heard it exists. Make it rain, baby! Yeah! Damn, those merchants of tune. Alright. Here we go.
5. It's time to stop coping. What you
Coping.
have done, because you've been on a hamster wheel for so damn long, is you've decided to cope with it. You gotta quit. Why? Because what is coping? Coping is to make an alteration so as to adapt to something. It is the exact opposite of changing something. In other words, it implies futility relative to the stressor itself. You are a game changer generation. You did not come here to adapt to the current game. You came to replace the game. If you're coping, you're not doing this.
It's not a bad point, but once again, I don't... The part I don't agree with is, once again, the generational thing. Now, maybe you could see a trend based on the conditioning that's happening in the society, and also not only environmental conditioning, meaning like, here's the world that was, but also biological conditioning and interfamily psychological conditioning, right? Because you have parents, right? And you are in their lives after they've already developed whatever cultural fucking thing, right? Most likely. And then the child reaches an age where they're like, I need to say fuck you, dad, and fuck you, mom. It doesn't always have to be like that. It could also be like, I love my parents, but I gotta be myself, right? And they gotta go discover themselves, coming of age, that type of thing. To where it's like, now they make something new culturally. kind of in spite of the parents. That seems like a typical natural process. What's up, Alice? I'm checking out some sativa right now. Dirty potheads. But yeah, and also like things like hormones and all that shit. That's the biological conditioning. What I mean by that is like the body and the environment, the society, your parents, all that shit is playing a role on the mind. Right? You just being tall plays a role on your mind, or you being short, or you being looking like whatever is playing a role on the mind. You being born with a disease or something like that whatever, that gives you like sharp pains is playing a role on the mind. You being born with something that makes you like you're, I don't know, exceptionally, just naturally like physically fit, like, or athletic or something like that. Like that's playing a role on the mind. 100%. That's what I mean by biological conditioning. I don't mean your genetics are dictating your behavior. I mean your genetics, your body are kind of like environmental factors on the mind itself. They can be until you break that conditioning, but until then, when you're still in that kind of coddled stage, nature's coddled stage, where like nature and is trying to raise you, it will play that role on your psyche. But yeah, I don't think it's. I probably wouldn't do the thing where I go with generational thinking the way she's kind of doing that, right? I would say these things are like individuals can go through these things to where they latch on to whatever environmental thing that's it, whatever wave is happening, or non-wave, right? There's people who try to do the exact opposite of the actual wave, still latching on to that wave. You can see older people from a different generation latching on to the newer generation because I don't want to be stale. I don't want to be played out. Hear me, bros? I'm the bomb. Nah. Hey there, cool kids. But I'm just saying. I say go about it individual by individual until you fucking know. And if you do know, then you're probably godlike. If you can say, it's like, oh, these guys go through this because of this. It's kind of godlike. On a mass scale like that, I think it'd be better to just go like person by person, try to read them individually. But first you got to do that. You got to do it to yourself first. That's where you can actually know. Egotistically speaking, right? Your ego, that's where it can fucking know. Out here, you're kind of guessing. Every single one, the promotional links and channels you promote in your description box. Lean, not just left, but extreme left. Explained. Devon's journey to recovery. Someone asked me to do it. Victims of Africom. Someone asked me to do it. Cohen Daly. Someone asked me to do it. Stevie. She's someone I talked to, and someone. I'm not going to spill our business, but I like Stevie. That's why. Sleepy J. Someone asked me to do it, and Allie. Someone asked me to do it. Next question. Actually, kind of Stevie kind of asked too. Right, prop, you little bitch ass Canadian. Collective consciousness. That is a hefty topic, and in fact, just add in collective unconscious to that as well. But I think, in order to actually understand, like fully understand collective conscious, which is like kind of on the surface understanding of the world around us and us included in it and all that stuff, you kind of got to know the collective unconscious. That's the deep reservoir of because that's really knowing someone. if you know the deep internal things of someone, then the on the surface stuff is fucking, that's a cakewalk. But dealing with something like collective conscious, I would say the thing that measures that I call, well, others, kind of a stolen term from Carl Jung, to some degree, maybe Freud, I don't know, whoever came up with it. Is this idea called the superego, which is, I always describe it as like when you're looking in the mirror, like picking an outfit out, and you're like, people will like this, that thing right there, where you're saying like, oh, people will like this, right? Or like, okay, people will most likely like this outfit. That's you like reading the minds of others. That's your superego. Oh, what's the world going through? What's the world thinking? But yeah. Tony, what's up, Tony? Name the YouTube channels that are anti-abortion, pro-death penalty, etc. that you have promoted. Anti-abortion. I don't even have any pro-abortion. What's the other one? Pro-death penalty. I don't even have any anti-death penalty. Like people that talk about those topics, I don't really have any of those. Better that you have promoted. You mean typical Republican things? Actually, in fact, that's kind of old style Republican, right? Probably changing. I smell peaches. Have to go present in the real world for a bit. This is the real world. What are you talking about? So I have to unplug, but I will hook back into the YellBRo matrix a little later. All right, Amy. Now we know what Jordan says to himself when he puts on his Adidas hoodie and looks in the mirror. I've broken that conditioning, but I still like it. I still like it. That's the weird thing. I've broken this notion of like, okay, what's everyone gonna? That, you know, kind of like teenage boy shit or teenage girl, anyone, right? But at the same time, I like the notion of like, hey, everyone, a lot of people really like this thing. I like the idea of pop. Pause. But the problem is when it's weird, what's the word? Commodities, something. It is like commercialized for the sake of money. It's empty and not organic. It's not like some kid did some cool shit and then all of a sudden it goes viral and then like, yeah, everybody likes this thing. Everybody's doing this. Everyone's wearing these type of glasses now because that one guy did it, right? Or it's something cool like that. Like, oh, pop culture. I dig it. Cool. I just don't like the manufactured version. That's the one I'm like, ew. So you would promote a YouTube channel that argued in favor of the death penalty? Probably. If I talk to him. If I talk to him. I mean, if you see the channels I promote, it's basically people I talk to. Unless it's like, oh, this guy, I think this guy understands this idea very well. And if he made a compelling argument for the death penalty, that'd be, well, first of all, that'd be against like my thinking of it. But if he made an argument like, hey guys, if you're against the death penalty and you want to be able to be like, this is straight up like my argument is correct, go study this guy. Like he's very good at arguing for the death penalty. Doesn't mean he's correct about it. It just means look at the techniques, look at ideas he's bringing up. Can you stand up to that? On and so forth. That's kind of what you do here, Andre, to be real. I should stream the Twitch. Maybe. Maybe someday. Someday. Nature raises all of us. That's what reality is about. Without the external environment and the ups and downs it offers, cannot grow or experience. Well, the thing that's I think is growing in experience is the ego. It's like it's that fine line, right? You kind of want to be you eternally. At the same time, you want some sort of just noticeable difference to say, I'm experiencing this. Now I'm experiencing this. Now I'm experiencing this. Like you want them in events. You want events to happen as opposed to straight up like, bleh. Like you're, I don't know what the word would be, but it's like you're just experiencing infinity simultaneously. You're just like, bleh. That's what it would look like. Bleh. Rather than, I went to the store, then I drove here, then I talked to this person, then I like that ego thing is quite valuable as far as like, for fun, for experience and all. What channels do you promote that are in favor of the death penalty? Promote as in, okay, you mean promote as in positive? Probably none. Probably none. Sorry. Alright, let's keep this going. Oh shit, my stream dropped. My stream dead. And say I'm dead. Keep it going. Alright, let's keep it going. I swear Matt Hunter's like life goal is to make me look like a hypocrite on something, and he's just still struggling with it. What do you mean you say what you mean? No! Alright, here we go.
And if you manage to cope with this game, you can put a gold star on your back for becoming as comfortable as possible in a game that's hurting you. At this point, what do you really have to lose? Either this game has always prevented you from getting what you want or has just taken it away. So honestly, what do you have to lose? Stop coping. To know how to do this.
What do you have to... I'll never like that attitude towards anything. Yeah, fuck it, why not? I'll say that facetiously, but I put much value into anything I do, any experience I have, even when I fuck up. Like, ah, shit. Getting a nice big wood spoon and just eating dog shit. Fuck. And it's like, never do that again, so you don't have to eat shit again. And I don't mean karma. Or some sort of nature redemption thing where I do something bad and nature's like, right, it strikes me with lightning or something because I did something bad. I mean, like, keeping your moral sensors on so that you feel guilty when you feel like you fucked up. That is an awesomely bad pain. Not feel good at all, but it kind of feels good too. But you don't, like, right? It kind of feels good, but you never want to do it again. An admission of bias. I don't understand that. You want me to, you're basically telling me to favor the death penalty, even though I don't favor the death penalty. Right? Like, I'm a Braves fan. Let me go watch the Phillies. Like, what? What? Trust me, you don't make sense, Matt Hunter. You really don't. Good, you deleted your comment. Good job. I think you thought about it. It was like, oh, okay. Pause shadow. You want that maple goodness, bro? Weirdo. Anyways, here's more Teal Swan.
Watch my video titled How to Let Go of a Coping Mechanism. 6. You need to feel as if you have gotten somewhere or are getting somewhere. To do this, you can adopt a simple exercise. You have got how to do this. Watch my video titled How to Let Go of a Coping Mechanism. 6. You need to feel as if you have gotten somewhere or are getting somewhere. To do this, you can adopt a simple exercise of on a daily basis.
Once again, I disagree. You don't need to feel it, you need to do it. Point blank. I think Actually, Shadow, I think I've heard you bring this up in regard like the Jordan Peterson clean your room shit, right? Like that is doing something. Granted, it depends on what your quote unquote goal is, right? For me, I think even having a goal that comes from a like my mind a loving place, like really from a loving place, whether it's the love for something or the love to be something or whatever the fuck, like just starting there is like you're doing something to me, which is why I don't mind like a society where like, hey man, you don't have to actually, work. Hey, a robot will do it for you. I know that's scary as far as the world we live in now, but I meant like, kind of like Peter Joseph's fucking, or not. It's not his, but like that Zeitgeist movement, fucking Venus Project, that type of shit. At least like the idea on paper of like, oh, certain things are just taken care of, so we don't need everyone to be, slaving away at work somewhere. Like, oh, okay. I don't mind the fucking starving artist. And it's just not starving, but just the artist who just wants to paint all day and shit like that. Doesn't want to fucking contribute to society, even though I consider that contributing. Like, oh, I would fucking love that. I would appreciate that. Even if I never meet this person, like, that's fucking dope, man. Like, oh, you're doing some shit that, like, I don't care to do, but I don't find what you're doing to be some gross, ugly, terrible fucking thing. Right? Like a war crime or something like that. It's just you expressing yourself. I am the death penalty? Shh. Tits McGee. But you do favor the death penalty? I do. All living organisms do. We spend most of our existence trying to avoid it. What? Are you switching like the context of the social understanding of death penalty for the sake of what? See, look, I got you to admit you love the death penalty. Well, you changed the definition and you changed the context around. But yeah, I don't look at death as evil at all. It's just what would it take for a person to place that on another person, right? Now, there's a difference between someone in a fit of rage and someone like calculating how to just kill someone else. And then you have to ask that question, like, do they understand death? Do they know what happens when you die? Are they the moral arbiter of existence? Like, who steps on that fucking mantle to say, I know what happens when you die, and I am the highest moral truth teller ever? Imagine someone standing on that fucking pedestal, then look at them and be like, huh? Huh. Oh shit, I got confused for a second. Sorry. Love artists. And to Gulag. It's okay to paint after planting, eating, all that stuff. Like I said, the Zeitgeist Venus Project, like, there's fucking technology that just does that for us. I'm not saying I know anything scientifically about what isn't possible. I'm just saying, like, hypothetically speaking, if that's possible, then it's like, yeah, I don't mind them never fucking doing any type of hard labor ever. Just them painting or something. Although I think the best way, my opinion, not the best way, but part of the way would be like, oh, yeah, I'm gonna go do this one job once for an hour, fucking, or actually, yeah, my example, not even my example, because I was gonna say something like, oh, in order for me to get paint and an easel and canvas and all that shit, I gotta go do something to go get that. It's like, hey, I can see a world where there's someone who, within an economy, like, oh, I'm a whatever artist guy. I'm a famous artist. I'm fucking Banksy or some shit. I want to see more artists. So what I do is people go on my website and are like, hey, I need paint supplies or something. Like, hey, yeah, I'll get them for you. In a fucking the most efficient way that doesn't throw morals and principles out the fucking window. You ain't shit, Cheetah. More Bob Rosses, less Donald Trump's. Yeah. Unless Bob Ross was a fucking creep, then yes, I agree. All right. Well, I'll agree in this sense. More Bob Rosses and more healthy versions of a Donald Rumsfeld. I was about to say Donald Trump, but fuck him too. Yeah. Healthy Donald Trumps and healthy Donald Rumsfelds. And healthy Bob Rosses. That sounds brilliant. And Putin has a giant dick. Chip, what do you have against Bob Ross, bro? Something to you? Venus was silly. Zeitgeist is a good thought experiment. Greeks understood Prometheus. There you go. I mean, I think it's possible. Something's possible. Right, scientifically speaking, or for something for efficiency's sake, but we got to get over the human problem is right there. It's glaring. It gets more glaring as our technology increases, but people are still doing the same shitty things from ancient fucking times. Like, oh, kind of obvious what the problem is. How people behave. I would think. So if you deal with that humans behaving a certain way, that can somehow be dealt with. As far as far as changing towards something where like we're all healthy minded, and all we have to do from there is just argue out how to make things the most efficient. Then yeah, I could see something happening where it's like, oh, we can make this really work actually. How's Bob Ross a creep? I didn't say he was a creep. I said if he was. It was Chip who has a chip on his shoulder about Bob Ross for some reason. The guy went and got a fish from the fisherman every day. They asked him to come fish sometime. Never did, so they just killed him. Dark. People are douche canoes. They can be. I have been. I admit it. But there's a way out. All right, let's play more of this.
Marking down your achievements. This daily list of accomplishments can be small and it can be big. It can be things you've accomplished in the past or little things you're accomplishing in the now. It can be something as big as I got a PhD this year and as small as I made a loaf of banana bread that tasted pretty good today. So what I want you to do is I want you to make a list daily of achievements and accomplishments that you have made and are making.
I get that. All right, so she kind of is saying like the 12 rules for life. Clean your room. Right? But like, okay. How about like a ultimate goal too, right? Something where you're taking small steps towards that thing. That's valuable. Prometheus stole fire from the gods, chained him to a rock. Vulture ate his liver every day. That's how Technotopia works. Yeah, I think if you have an unhealthy society, then yeah, like mentally unhealthy society, yeah, that could happen. Whether it's apathy, right, lack of care for their own existence, or straight up corruption. Like fuck you, I'm saying without that. When's Forehead Model starting his own channel on the YellBRo network? I have a network now? Whenever he feels like. Like I said, the idea is, well, I don't know if he's going to start another channel. I don't know. I don't know if he's going to do that or not. Either way, I mean, he might. Because I already made it to the 1,000 thing threshold, so if he wants to be monetized from the get-go, it might make sense to do it. But either, yeah, I don't know. I'd have to ask him. All right, here we go.
I also need you to understand that if you have achieved something, even if you lose it, it doesn't take it away. It's still something you have achieved, and so you have that achievement. 7. You gotta stop playing zero-sum games and get out of your narcissistic bubble. I'm not saying this to insult you. If you watched my previous video, I understand why you're in a narcissistic bubble and why you play zero-sum games, because that's what everyone does. You are here to master the art of relationship instead. And what you learned growing up is that everybody's out for their own best interests. Against yours, in fact. It's a bit like realizing, or coming to the awareness of, being born into a shark pit. Nobody was actually going to be there for your best interests. What they were going to do is be there for their best interests. And you either had to fend for yourself or stay safe by somehow getting rid of yourself so that you're meeting their needs. So what did you do? You became one of them. You became a shark. That's what anybody would do in a situation where they were born into a shark pit. And by the way, if you're right now watching this video not really recognizing the sharky nature of human beings, then you're acclimatized to it. Notice the ways in which you are out for yourself only. Notice how instead of thinking of we, you think of I. Notice how you're concerned with your individual life and not with them. Notice yourself agreeing to disagree and not taking other people's best interests as a part of your own best interests. Notice how you separate yourself from others. Notice how you go for a win and don't care if your win means others in the situation will lose. What you and all millennials actually really want is a society that feels safe.
Now, see, I've had the exact opposite experience. As I'm telling you, as far as I can remember, even as a child, I was like kind of conditioned towards it, but I still felt the innate aspect of it. The innate thing was there, but what I attached to the innate thing, that's the conditioning. But yeah, I always loved the notion of the good guys beating up the bad guys. I was always into that. Straight up. Or trying to do good in the world. I was always like, I don't know, not obsessed, but like really into it until the world started beating the shit out of me. Like, that's not realistic. That's not realistic. You can't do that. Right? Where it's like the world started tricking me into believing that these aren't real concepts. Right? And then, the more your fucking dick is kicked into the dirt, it's like there's like for me, I experienced like this apathetic fucking thing where I'm like, fuck everybody and everything. Like, I don't care about any of you, that type of shit. And then, I recovered from that. I guess, well, here's one of the things that fucking definitely sparked, like, fuck, I wasn't just some stupid child. thinking the world was supposed to be better than the way it is, right? It's when I started. It's why I'm such a film fan. You can see it in artwork, in film. You could see that shit like, oh fuck, there's other people that believe. There's people out here who isn't just making, you know, this cartoonish, unrealistic, like, sorry for bringing up Batman again, but I'm gonna do it. It isn't just making Batman, right? He's a hero because he's a hero. He's good, see? We're just deeming him good. Like, no, these guys are explaining, like, this is why he separated from the rest of his world. Why he's a fucking good guy in his world. Oh, shit. But, and the way they explain it, like, it stands outside of, you know, just the film. Like, it reaches outside of the film. Kinda like, sorry, atheist, but the Jesus character reaches outside of the faithful followers, right? That's something I noticed big time, is like everyone has respect for that Jesus character. I truly think so. Like, it seems like that. The worst you hear is either he's not real or they turned him into a white guy. Like, those are usually the worst things you hear about Jesus, to be real. Like, from atheists to fucking other people from other religions to whatever. Those are usually the worst things you hear about. Like, I'm telling you, and like, a lot of people say Hollywood's evil, bunch of anti-religion, blah blah blah. Like, there's a lot of religious symbolism, all that shit. Jesus symbolism is probably the most overused for the hero's journey in artwork, film, in Hollywood. It's so blatant. The Christian iconography in fucking films is staggering how often that's used. How many times do you see the main character standing like this with the sun behind their head, like a halo type of imagery? Or how many times you need to see Superman floating underneath water in a fucking Jesus pose? Or Neo from the Matrix? Like, come on, guys. They're clearly like biblical references, or, you know, something like that. I will donate $500 to your channel if you can show where you have shown the same criticism for non-white skinned Democrats. What do you mean? What do you mean the same criticism? You're gonna end up like, if this means what you, if this question or whatever the fuck means what I think it means, you're gonna owe me $500, bro. Like, yeah, you're gonna end up owing me $500. You can show where you were shown the same criticism for non-white skinned Democrats. I'll have to do it. Go on your YouTube browser, type in YellBRo, type in Obama, and have fun. Type in YellBRo, Kamala Harris. Type in YellBRo, Cory Booker. Who else is a Democrat? Non-white. Type in YellBRo, AOC, Ilhan Omar, the whole squad. Type them all in. Who else? Does Jewish count as non-white? Like Bernie Sanders or something? Can I do that? What the fuck did she just say about self first? How would you even do well without selfish tongue? Eggplant. No Kramer. Racist. There's no I in Don Copter. Turn my cabbage and actually the wine thing, the wine thing with Jesus is probably one of my favorite symbols, metaphors, whatever. At least the way someone like Hollywood would take it and turn it into this, or even people who do like lectures about religious shit. That's probably one of my favorites. It made just perfect sense to me. Right? You get your daily bread. Right? What does it say? Like my body is the bread, right? And the bread, or wait. Bread is the body, and the body is the word, some shit like that, right? So it's like, oh, content. Here's the symbols. What are words? Words are symbols. Here's the symbol. Here's your bread. Here's your daily bread. Boom, boom, boom. Symbols and imagery and content, right? And what do you need with that? Intoxication, the wine, the blood of Christ that goes with it. So it's the symbol, and the feeling, like the actual emotional, spiritual fucking, like the intoxication is the best word. It's the perfect word for what I'm talking about. Oh, fuck. That feeling that's now attached to this symbol. I think that's fucking brilliant. Those fucking DC, AD, whatever the fuck motherfuckers came up with that. Brilliant. Genius to me. In realms of art. A psychologist, yeah. Oh, psychological analysis on Batman and Joker movie. Many things you said about Uncorruptible and Best Superhero. Huh. Oh, it's a, if you're a, what would the word be, like a moralist? I don't know. Someone who's into morality like that? Yeah, I'm sorry. Like, Dark Knight is just up there as a.
They're only as good as the world.
It's the guy you showed me before, who was reviewing Good Will Hunting. Same guy? Analysis by a therapist, the Joker and Batman. I haven't seen this. Baphomet is greater than Jesus. No, he's not. My comments are about the jump. Pyramid. What's up, Pyramid? How's everything, man? That's right. Jesus gets his drink on. Like, imagine watching your favorite movie, but you're not just sitting there just strictly just analyzing like a like scientifically analyzing it. Instead, you're like, not only are you analyzing it on an intellectual level, but you're also feeling it too. It's like, oh, this is fucking awesome. And I'm thinking, there's your bread, there's your wine. That's how I like it. You didn't read my previous comment. Why not? Which one didn't I read? Oh, I missed this. I missed that one. My bad, dude. Trump, Cheney, Bush, Rumsfeld. What are they? Wait. What are they your go-to when you wish to describe poor evil? I don't call people evil. What do those names have in common? Answer that question honestly. Trump, war criminal. Cheney, war criminal. Bush, war criminal. Rumsfeld, war criminal. They're also place themselves under the label of Republican, even though I don't consider them Republican. Just like I don't consider Obama a Democrat. And I want my $500. Where's my 500? Where is it? Pay up, bro. Come on, tablet. You can do it. All right, there we go. Oh, there you go, Chip. Yeah, I was like, oh, yeah, they're all criminals. It's just, oh, I don't really bring up Trump. I've brought up in regards to like how people work so hard to defend the guy. It seems like, and it's like, oh my God, you guys are missing it. That's why I bring up Trump. Like it's all about character. That's the context, Matt Hunter. But you never, I guess you just don't listen to him. Cheney and Bush, I'll bring them up because, come on, they're the most obvious villains that we've seen from a U.S. like president, vice president, like ever. Like maybe Hillary would have passed them, but come on, bro. Iraq War, not only the Iraq War, but how they did it. They're one of the most obvious criminals of all time. That's why I'm like, hey, do you really want a George Bush like secretly at the head of your fucking organization? It's like because I don't think quote unquote Republicans and quote unquote Democrats or straight up like mainstream people. I don't think any of them would look at George W. Bush and be like, that was a great president. He was good at that job. I don't think anyone's gonna say it. It may change the reasons around. Some may call him stupid, some may call him corrupt, but they all agree like, yeah, he's probably the worst president we've ever had. And they tried to sell that with Trump, but before Trump was like guaranteed Bush. Bush was the stereotype of either the stupid or corrupt or both president. And Dick Cheney was like the evil villain who's secretly controlling. But like these, come on, bro. Pay attention, bro. And I'd never bring up Rumsfeld. I think the time I brought up Rumsfeld was calling people out for cheering on his death. Where's my money, Matt Hunter? I swear, didn't I say he does this to where he's like looking for some sort of hypocritical thing from me? It's wrecked on every turn he goes. Have you gotten me on one thing, Matt Hunter? And it's like, here's the thing. It's like, I'm not even trying to like. I'm not thinking about you when I do things in the world. I'm just doing things. Like when I say I'm trying to be as honest as possible, that's because I'm trying to be as honest as possible. That's why there's no signs of hypocrisy. Fuck, you suck at this, Matt Hunter. Ordinary Pete. What's up? See, it's all Indian chiefs and no Indians in here? What do you mean? I am part Native American. We don't like being called Indians. Right. Alright, that's funny. W was buddies with Lee Atwater in Legend Political Game and learned political game from him. Fuck, I don't know how much game he fucking had. Politics. Praise Lucifer. A CIA agent warned Bush about 9/11 and flagged W down on vacation in Texas. Bush said, "You covered your ass now," and he went right back to fishing. Oh boy. I like the Catholic funeral. Catholic funeral ritual. I got it. I like the Catholic funeral ritual in the name of the Father and the Son and in the Holy Ghost. Jesus. I think ordinary P is Q-port. Really? I don't know about that. Anyone who was ever in a band understood what Trump was. A goddamn vocalist. All he brings to the gig is his big mouth and ego, and puts out his hand for most of the cash and the stupid groupies. That's not bad. Not bad. Let's get through this video. That's not bad, Oz. There's comedy and like, is there something to that? All right, here we go.
Here's the thing, though. You can't have a society that feels safe if people decide to stay a shark, and that includes you. If you are in this position where the only way to stay safe is to be a shark, then everyone else will be too, in response to you. You can't create a society that you want to live in if all you are concerned with is your own pleasure and your own individual life, because society implies that others exist. Now,
I hate that like misnomer of individuality and all you care about is yourself. Kind of have to be you to do any of these other things. You might as well understand you know, as you're trying to understand everything else. That's what I would say. But that's the difference between like existential, like self-meaning versus, you know, I'm gonna get mine. Everybody go fuck themselves. I'm getting mines. That's different. I would love that to be like fleshed out when we start using words like the individual. In fact, I think that's a lack of individuality. Some people who are like, I'm just gonna get mines. Who are you? Your point. Why? These questions that they never ask themselves. Strictly in feeding the most shallowest surface level shit of themselves. Like gluttony type shit. You're just feeding that thing. You know, I was like, well, what about the rest of you? Oh, you're almost like you're worse at individuality. Someone who's that greedy and narcissistic is worse at individuality than someone who's just trying to scramble around helping everyone. Yawn, you can't. A single non-white instigator of all this supposed pervasive violence. Only white boys are to blame. Prove me wrong. Yawn. Can't name a single non-white instigator of all this supposed pervasive. Dude, you should pay me. Be real. I'll take your money. Other people, I'd be like, don't fucking give me $500. But you, give me your $500. Give me that shit. See, in Matt's attempts to make me look like a hypocrite, he's uber hypocritical. Next level and shit. Like a black belt in it. Sorry for saying black belt. Why is black belt the highest? I'm not even sure it is, but isn't there like extra belts that are even higher than black belt? Or like a red black belt, shit like that. Why is the best gonna be black? Huh? Simpleton. Oh, you spelled my name wrong, Shadow. Jordan. The individual and collective are in a symbiotic relationship. Yes. Agreed. Read. Pompeo trumps. More ways than one. Here we go.
The universal truth is, that which is other is not really other. It is also you. But as a shark, you're failing to recognize this. To understand more about this, watch my video titled, How to Create a Safe Relationship. 8. Reestablish your sense of connection and contribution. Contribution and connection are both powerful needs within a physical human. They're needs which you're not particularly conscious of, and you're not going for directly. In other words, millennials have disowned the need for contribution. One of the most tragic things to witness in the millennial generation is how Almost every member of the millennial generation feels like it's them alone against the world. The millennial generation is a generation of islands. Many millennials hate millennials. It's a generation where its members are fragmented from one another. Essentially, millennials lack team spirit and tend to have a sense that there's nothing to be gained from gathering and collaboration. Many millennials feel that finding a meeting of minds is impossible. Because of this and many other factors, many report that being together makes them feel more alone. For this reason, you must ask yourself, why am I getting nothing out of coming together? I want you to look around and notice how many of you feel the exact same way. And if so many of you feel the exact same way, then it can't just be you alone against the world. How could you advocate for each other? What values do you share? Instead of looking at what makes you different and where you don't get along. Where do you get along? What values do you share? How could you come together to create or co-create this new world that you're envisioning? Now is the time for millennials to learn the vibration of rally. Now, millennials are suffering because of everything I have just described in the previous video and this one. They are suffering from loneliness and the feeling of separation and isolation to a degree that has never before been experienced by a physical human. Further into separation we go. For this reason, we've got to reverse this loneliness and come back into a sense of connection. If you want to find a way out of this loneliness and isolation back to a sense of connection, pick up a copy of my book titled The Anatomy of Loneliness, How to Find Your Way Back to Connection. 9. You have suffered...
See, those are like, this is why I always make these distinctions between quote unquote like morally good, morally bad. Because once you settle with what's meant by that, you start moving towards efficiency. Then it's no longer a question of, you know, doing the right thing or not, like as like your intention. You're not worried about that. All you're worried about is the efficiency. Thus, all avenues are open. And something like loneliness or collectivizing or any of that shit has nothing to do with, like, am I being purposely harmful or not? It's all about just what do I feel like doing? Or what do I think is the most efficient? Or what do I think is the best for me to do? So I would suspect that most people would want periods of lonely and periods of collectivizing. At the same time, someone wants to just isolate. Nothing wrong with that. Some people are going to, no offense, but I'm sure some people are going to be like, no, you'll end up turning bad. The isolation. But it's like, oh, if we dealt with that thing called bad, we dealt with that already, then, no. There is no evil loneliness or evil collectivizing. It's up to you. You kind of got to deal with your own bullshit first. Here we go.
So much from disempowerment that you need to find your power again. In other words, you need to take your power back. Here are some things I never want you to forget. Because you're an adult now, right? I know that it doesn't feel like it, because the previous generation sure as hell has not passed the baton relative to adulthood. But you're an adult. So never forget the following. Alexander the Great conquered countries at 18 years old. Mozart wrote his first symphony at 8. William Pitt became Prime Minister of England at 24 years old. Joan of Arc turned to war at 17 and was executed at 19. At age 28, Mark Zuckerberg floated Facebook on the stock market and became an instant billionaire.
That guy's not fucking
You have
crazy.
not been given a chance to take over society from the generation before you. And guess what?
You can't just tell by looks.
You're never going to be given that chance. Any more than any other game changer was given the chance by anyone who came before them. You need to take the reins instead. How can you take those reins? What is true freedom? Freedom is a deep desire within you. But what is true freedom? It is not fighting against oppression. That is nothing more than pushing against prison bars. It is not waiting for someone to grant you freedom. That is just more powerlessness. What does freedom really look like to you? How can you be in the state of freedom without demanding that someone else creates that freedom for you? Speaking of this feeling like other people have to create things for you, you've probably heard a lot of people call you entitled, right? But what if I told you that entitlement was nothing more than feeling so disempowered, powerless, and incapable that you didn't actually believe that you could bring about the things that you want. And so naturally, the things you want are in other people's hands. And so that's where the responsibility lies. What if you notice that you're putting the responsibility for what you want, desire, in someone else's hands? Can you see how disempowered that is? For this reason, I want you to watch 2 of my...
I've said that before in regards to in the realm of politics many times on whatever policy it is. We want Medicare for all. It's like you're gonna ask the people who do the most corrupt shit on the planet for your healthcare system. I get it. I get what they mean by that. I get what they mean by like we're gonna demand Medicare for all. We're gonna do this. Blah, blah, blah. Law will stop the bad guys from doing anything with these policies. But at the same time, it's like, are we begging the people we don't want to be in these positions of power just to use their position of power to get the thing we want? Like I said, I get it. It's just an eyesore. Right? Like the Jimmy Dore ranting, we need to hold their feet to the fire, to the foyer. Like, I thought you don't like them as, like, people. Like, you look at them as suspect people. Your real answer is you don't want them there, period. You kind of want your politician to just be doing the right thing instead of having to hold their feet to the fire. Hey, squad. We need to hold your feet to the fire to call out baby murder. Like what? Someone needs to call you out for you to call out baby murder. What? Come on, bro. Alexander the Great was one of the most assholes of all time. I don't know that motherfucker. Alright, she's gonna tell us to watch 2 of her videos.
Someone else's hands. Can you see how disempowered that is? For this reason, I want you to watch 2 of my videos. The first is entitlement. And the second is take your power back. 10, you have to create something new. And this was your intention before coming into this life. Remember? You came into a system that was so fundamentally flawed that you didn't even need to be the one to crash it. It fell of its own weight. But here's the thing. The boomers, one of the generations before you, the one who you've had the most trauma around, they're used to putting their energy into things and having it pan out. For example, I put my energy into creating a retirement and that retirement happens, or I put my energy into paying off a house and now I have a house. You have the opposite experience and the opposite trauma. You're used to putting your energy into things and then never panning out. For example, I put all my energy into doing everything I need to do to make enough money so that I can buy a house, and lo and behold, I can't buy a house, much less pay it off. You are in the opposite energy. Remember the pendulum swing? You're in the opposite energy from the boomer generation. I work my ass off and it never pays off. Instead of accept that this is where you are, because you haven't accepted you're part of a flawed system and something completely brand new needs to be created, you have sunk into a depression. Depression only happens when you're in resistance to a futility, instead of accepting that futility. To understand more about this, watch my video titled Depression, the truth about depression that no one sees or understands. What have you learned is futile? If you accept that futility, what would you do instead? How could you put yourself into a position of cause instead of staying in the position of being at the effect of others? How could you create what you want instead of being at the mercy of other people creating what you want for you? Reinvention and redefinition is quite literally all there is to do in your lifetime. You need to be at the position of causation instead of at the effect relative to the changes that you want to see happen on this planet. And the way you choose to do that is going to vary drastically based on your individual calling. 11. Embrace the disillusionment and let go of the cynicism.
I'd have to watch those videos.
You have been seriously disillusioned. Disappointment is an understatement. And as a result, you protect yourself by becoming cynical.
Party
you are
made
a
Boehner
seriously
cry.
distrustful person.
His name's Boner, okay?
And who could expect you to be trusting if you have experience that other people are going to screw you for their own best interests? To force yourself to just trust, it's a really bad idea. It's actually self-abusive. Because you haven't been given proof that you can rely on somebody else to consider your best interests. So I'm not asking you to become trusting. Screw that. Instead, I'm asking you to learn about trust and to learn how to achieve a state of trust. For more information about this, watch my video titled Trust, What is Trust, and How to Build Trust in Relationships. Now let's talk about embracing disillusionment, shall we? Disillusionment is better than ignorance. And your generations before you have actually been in a space of ignorance. You have broken out of ignorance and falsehood and discovered more of what is real, and you have seen the genuine problems in the world. This knowledge can give you power, in fact. After all, your only access of power is to be in reality. What have you become disillusioned
Why, yes,
with?
it is, Shro. What's up, Shro?
What is that disillusionment showing you that you do want? How could you put your energy into it and take action? Remember how I said there were positives and negatives inherent in each generation? There's a little bit of positive you need to extract from the boomer generation. It is the vibration of coming together and rallying and taking action towards what you want. In order to let go of your cynicism, you're going to have to see what you get out of it, how it serves you. Cynicism is a defense mechanism. You use it to stay safe. When you feel hurt and afraid and disappointed, but you can't face those emotions directly for whatever reason, you turn against the world and begin to push things in the world away. I want you to ask yourself this question. When did you experience a trauma in which your positive hopes or expectations were dashed? We use cynicism to make sure we never ever get our hopes up only to be let down again. Essentially, we disappoint ourselves or let ourselves down before the world can ever do it for us or to us. But cynicism paints the lens you see the world through dark, and it separates you from genuine awareness.
From personal experience, yes. Or can. Won't say yes, but can. As far as to where you're like, oh, this will never happen. And then, what is it, taking the black pills? Yeah, fuck it. Give up. This will never happen. And it's like, you know, it could definitely start usually. It could become like a self-fulfilling prophecy. You end up blocking out certain things from your own ego's reality, to where you might miss out on the thing that could lead to the thing that you say won't even happen. On and so forth. Still sounds like she makes people feel shitty. Then I can help fix it. If you read my book and videos. I'm not saying she doesn't help people, but she uses people's negativity to get there. I don't know enough. I really don't. But in my mind, certain ideas still stand. Others I disagree with as far as like effective wise of it. And if she's grifting, I don't know. I don't know. I had the facts of life talk with my son yesterday. Son, you can stay out there in the paddock munching grass. Wait, what? Or you can come into the farmhouse. What? You can stay out there in the paddock munching, or you can come into the farmhouse. I don't know. You think she means well? I don't know enough. I truly don't know enough. Maybe her, for others thinking it grift, maybe her sense of, or her moral sense of things is that it's not wrong to make money off of explaining these things to people, which could welcome its own healthy bundle of contradictions. For sure that can happen, but I'd have to see more of her work. You think she means all things on the table here. All right, let's finish this up. Like 3 minutes left.
A cynic. You may try to hide behind the idea that you just want to see
then I
things
gotta
as
get
they
more
are
food.
and say it as it is.
Fucking
but
my battery's
really,
going.
You're not really concerned with truth as much as you are concerned with buffering yourself
fine.
against pain and suffering.
Just
to
when
be
I
truly
express
aware
it, just
and
like
to be squarely in truth, you have to see that polarities exist in the universe itself. That means in any situation that you're in, positive and negative exist. This means that it's much more important to step into and consciousness than it is to see any negatives that could possibly be there.
Everything's providing valuable.
To understand more about this, watch my
Everything's
video
providing
titled
value
"And
to
Consciousness,
everything.
The modern day replacement for the middle way. What you really want is kindness.
A rock
But do you
can
understand
that.
how vulnerable of a place you have to be in to admit that that's what you
Think
want
she
and that's what you
means
want the world to look like?
money.
And to
I
be completely
mean,
honest with you,
well,
cynicism invites the exact opposite of kindness from the people around you. But this is this tiny little naughty secret that the millennial generation is holding. All millennials really want kindness. And that's the world they want to create. So the question I put before you is, what would that look like? What would a world that is based on kindness actually look like? And how would you act as part of that world? As a millennial, you have got to learn to take the damn lead. For once in your life, take the lead.
Real quick, kindness. Don't need kindness to be moral. It's not needed. You would want it. I'd be like, hey, I want kindness around, but not necessarily like Michael Jordan talking shit, crossing a guy over, dunking on him, putting his nuts in his face, and say, like, got you, bitch. Like, I fucking own you right now, you little bitch. Like, that's kind of mean, right? Yeah, I'm okay with that in my world. Now, if it's Michael Jordan doing that same thing, but like dunking on a country with a fucking nuke, little different, little different. The only question is like, okay, do those mean things lead to someone doing something, bomb the world stupid? Possibly. At the same, then it goes back to like, okay, so then what's the actual problem? Because a whole bunch of things are gonna throw shit at you because, in my mind, the suffering is guaranteed. You're going to suffer one way or another. So, to say like, oh, because you're suffering, you're now allowed to do this horrible thing in the world. It's like I'm sorry. Michael Jordan being mean should be like, that shouldn't be able to push anyone to do anything horrible. Really horrible. I'm just saying. Yeah, and there is no hiding anyone from the meanness of existence, of this reality, this existence. There's no shielding that away. So if Michael Jordan doesn't get him, a fucking girl that doesn't like him's gonna get him, right? Or a guy that doesn't like her is just gonna get him, or whatever, right? Can't make this girl like this guy. You can't do that. So that guy's gonna be fucking disappointed. Like, and that could lead to some horrible action in the world. Like, I think the perspectives on these type of things that I think, as far as what like seems to be like the on the surface, I don't know if it's consensus or if I don't know if that's the right word, but and on the surface, like agreement, like, yeah, this seems to be the case. So more kindness. We need more kindness then. I don't know that we all want kindness. Maybe fairness. No, I don't think that's it. Because someone made fucking dream of being better than Michael Jordan at basketball, or being as good as Michael Jordan at basketball, but they stay 5 foot tall and unathletic, and they can never fucking do it. Right? Like, oh man, that's not fair. Guy doesn't even fucking care about it as much. Michael Jordan's he was a perfect storm of wanting to be that good and also having these abilities at the same time. And it was a perfect storm. But yeah, there's people out there that are just naturally good at things that don't give a shit about it. Naturally good, but I think fair in another category is where that entered the moral question territory, right? Because if we're just acting organically and it's not fair, not quote unquote fair, then I could get that. But if it's some sort of, once you add in the moral aspect to it, and it's not fair, that means someone's being pushed down on purpose. And that's the thing you want to get rid of. Someone purposely pushing. Make it unfair. Look, I don't know if I can accept advice coming from a face so full of Botox. I don't think she's on Botox. My age. Maybe even younger. I mean, some of her stuff sounds okay, but it just seems to go nowhere. I think there's something there. There's some stuff there. And if she does mean well, then there's more than just some stuff. I don't hear many even entering this realm. Be appreciated by me. Being mean to others is one thing. Warmongering is another. Agreed. I would say any scenario that enters that moral type of thing, right? Once it enters there, that's when things get spooky. It doesn't have to be warmongering and a whole bunch of different categories. But yeah. Like if Michael Jordan truly believed that dunking on someone and calling them, "Got you, bitch," like doing shit like that, he truly believed, if Michael Jordan was like, in his own mind was like, I know this is the wrong thing to do, and I'm doing it. Then we're entering moral territory. But if he's just like, it's gamesmanship. It's how we play the game. We talk shit. We fuck. Okay. All right, that's different. Mean, but yeah. MJ talking shit to the Pistons versus doing the same to some high school. Nah, he does both. He does both. He'll do it to high school players. He did it to high school players, straight up. When he started running camps and shit like that, for sure he was doing that shit. There's kind of a gamesmanship. Like, I'm the best. I'm the best ever. No one's better than me. Point blank, period. In fact, I'm going to show you I'm the best. Lived in a tourist town once. Every morning, the buses drop off the tourists. At one end of the street, pick them up at the other end in the afternoon, minus their money. That town was such. All right, let's play more of those.
So the question I put before you is, what would that look like? What would a world that is based on kindness actually look like? And how would you act as part of that world? As a millennial, you have got to learn to take the damn lead. For once in your life, take the lead. Nobody's gonna know what kindness looks like if you don't show them. So how could you act kind so as to demonstrate what it looks like? So many millennials out there are asking the question, what's the point? And here's the thing. That's probably the single best question you will ever ask yourself in your lifetime. Not from an attitude of like a statement of there is no point to life, but from a genuine exploration as to what the hell life is for you. What is the meaning of your life? What is the point of your life? Now, what am I going to say? Meaning is something that you're going to have to derive and decide out of your life for yourself. You're the one that's going to decide what the point of your life is. No one else can give you what the point of your life is to you. After all, the last time you took someone's word for it, it didn't work out so well. Have a good week. If you liked this video,
Super woo-woo. Was determining for meaning. I'm with that. Just we have to again determine who the you is and like the whole bunch of questions. Follow all the statements because of how weird. Because of how weird the notion of any of this is in the first place. So questions will beg questions will beg questions. I don't mind. Right? I wish I could play this. And once again, the Neo, the last Matrix movie, Matrix Revolutions, I think is the name of it. That's why I'm caught between Revelations and Revolutions, but the third Matrix movie, to where like their fight scene almost symbolizes like like a debate, debating each other. Agent Smith and Neo. At the very end of the fight, Agent Smith is like asking these questions. Why do you do this? Why do you do that? Right? Even like the girl Neo loves is dead already. It's like, why do you even keep going? Like, oh, we already fucking destroyed your fucking city and all that shit. Like, why are you still going? Why do you keep fighting? Why, Mr. Anderson? And when all of that breaks down, yeah, like he basically has nothing other than I choose to do it, so I do it. And it's like there's no defense again. Like there's like what do you do with that? You've given me no thing to sit down and rationalize straight up. Like I choose to. Like someone could be some like religious guy saying all these weird ideas of the world and all that shit, right? And someone's like, you're wrong here, 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 here. I wrote a whole book about how you're wrong and blah blah blah. They're just like, yeah, I don't care. But you're wrong. Yeah, whatever. Like screw you. Or some shit. All right. What's up, Stevie? No, we're not watching Swaggy P. Unfortunately. Sure, I gotta get more food. See, I got caught up late wrecking some people in Jackbox, and then up too late. Also, Hook was on, and I couldn't avert my eyes. All right. I'll wait. All right. Hasta luego. Fuck this. What did I do? I know, it looks fine. Alright. Hey there, Marcus Rage. Friggin' Jack, what's up? Swaggy P is talking about me. He's calling me out. Oh boy. Was he live? King is the king. How dare peasants make a pits.
Homeless, it exposes the internal contradictions of the system.
Greenwald torched by...
A significant element about Greenwald's article is the fact that just 2 days after it appeared, two UK government officials told iNews, and I just did a whole video about this. I just did a freaking like 20-minute video about this. I have like 10 videos for you guys. That's one of them. Okay? Check this out. 2 UK government officials told iNews that the government of Prime Minister Boris Johnson will consider a cost-benefit analysis on both saving lives and effective deaths on the UK economy. The newspaper wrote, a cost-benefit analysis will have set the acceptable level of COVID-19 deaths before restrictions are reintroduced to around 1,000 deaths a week. 1,000 deaths a week. There are 65,000 people, 65 million people in the UK. About 55 million of them are in England. Then you got about 3 million in Wales. You know,
roll back a couple
2
minutes.
million or so in 3 million. A freaking like 20-minute video about this. I have like 10 videos for you guys. That's one of them. Okay, check this out. 2 UK government officials told iNews that the government...
3 minutes. There you go.
So check it out. It is entirely inappropriate in determining policy in response to the pandemic because you cannot place a monetary value.
I'm watching him talking
while covering themselves with references to the costs to children due to temporary school closures. The real concern of those within the ruling class promoting a cost-benefit analysis is the cost to profit of the corporations and the wealth of the ruling class. You see, transportation and resource costs. It is entirely inappropriate in determining policy in response to the pandemic because human life cannot be given a numerical value. There is a transcendent truth that you must accept, an intrinsic truth, an ancient truth, a sacred truth that is part of the international call for a moral revival. One of those things is that human life, the value of it is transcendent. Okay? Cannot assign a dollar value to it. You just can't do it. It doesn't make any sense. Cost benefit analysis. Who's YellBRo? Who's that frail guy? Who's that fake tough guy and wanna be wise guy? A fake tough guy and wanna be wise guy. Right? Oh, he would wipe the floor with me. Yeah, I'm sure. Okay. Look. It's not going to happen. It's make-believe. You're playing pretend. You can live in a freaking dream world if you want. It's a lot better down here. Earth to whoever that clown is. You know it. I know it. Line them up. I'll freaking lay them down, son. Don't just bring YellBRo. Don't just bring low IQ YellBRo. Line them up. I'll freaking lay them down. Make no doubt about it. I don't care if it's freaking Jimmy Dore, freaking Timmy Dore. I don't care if it's Savage Joy, freaking Marie Joy. I don't care. Brianna Joy.
Does he think I'm associated with these people?
Whoever. Doesn't matter to me. That stuff does not...
Bring them all.
You think a debate scares me? Are you kidding me right now? A master debater he is indeed. Line him up. Line him up. I'll lay him right freaking down for you, pal. Nico Outhouse, Nico Horse, whatever you want to call him, the freaking casting couch, convo couch, conspiracy couch. Line him up. I'll lay him down. So check it out. It is entirely inappropriate in determining policy in response to the pandemic because you cannot place
that they argue.
a monetary value on it. While covering themselves with references to the costs to children due to temporary school closures, the real concern of those within the ruling class promoting a cost-benefit analysis is the cost to profit of the corporations and the wealth of the ruling class. You see,
he's gonna smoke me.
If you were to do what we want to do, it would expose some more of the internal contradictions of the system.
Guy.
Paying people to stay home.
Acting and shit.
Wait a second. We can pay people to stay home, but we can't under any circumstances give them a universal basic income.
Like
we can't help the needy. We can't help the needy. We can't clothe the naked. We can't feed the hungry with a universal basic income.
Well, if you're doing
it exposes the internal contradictions of the system. It absolutely. We can pour money down the freaking throats of corporate America, transnational corporations. By the way, Jimmy Dore lied about AOC voting for the CARES Act and took that triple P money, son. All about the Benjamins, baby. In the meantime, people who were in the room were slamming her for voting against it. I just figured I'd point that out. So while we were giving money to people like him and his reactionary layer of society,
I was cheering for him to take over.
We were, and he's in a freaking $2 million home asking for apologies while freaking 2 million people are homeless. That's what this clown is up to. That's Jimmy Dore for you, okay? That's the sort of freaking low rent, lightweight you're dealing.
You told him I said some really bad stuff.
That's what you're dealing with. Call it like it is. We can give money to them, but we can't house the homeless. It exposes the internal contradictions of the system. A significant element about Greenwald's article is the fact that just 2 days after it appeared, 2 UK government officials told iNews, and I just did a whole video about this. I just did a freaking 20-minute video about this. I have 10 videos for you guys. That's one of them. Okay? Check this out. 2 UK government officials told iNews that the government of Prime Minister Boris Johnson will consider a cost-benefit analysis on both saving lives and effective deaths on the UK economy. The newspaper wrote, a cost-benefit analysis will have set the acceptable level of COVID-19 deaths before restrictions are reintroduced to around 1,000 deaths a week. 1,000 deaths a week. There are 65,000 people. 65 million people in the UK.
Let me look it up.
About 55 million of them are in England. Then you got about 3 million in Wales.
He doesn't have a description.
2 million or so in the north of Ireland, of course.
And this guy shit.
I call it the north of Ireland because it is part of Ireland. It is occupied territory. Keep that in mind. That is those counties, baby. That's occupied territory. All right, we're talking anti-imperialist action, son. Until the day we. It's been 800 years. They ain't stopping. I'm just letting you know they're not going to stop until the island is unified. By the way, the largest source of fresh water is in the north of Ireland, in the 6 counties.
It ain't about character, man. You know what's up.
Amazing. You got about 7 million people in Scotland. You get the deal. You'll fight. That's right. Stanley Johnson. One of the officials even... Okay, so check this out.
Let me fast forward to the future now.
As human as you. They have all the rights you have. Newsflash. They have every right to life you have, to the enjoyment of it that you have. And by the way,
I've been watching tape on this guy.
We know who the real parasites are. It's the oligarchs. It's the plutocratic class. It is those high priests of propaganda, those high priests of perversion.
I am curious.
That were well represented by the Nazi Party. It was those high priests of profiteering in plutocracy, ladies and gentlemen, that have seized our sacred temples.
Your point here, then?
They have. They have latched on like parasites. Overturn the tables. That's what I say. Overturn them. Overturn the system.
Might be a fan of me.
You carry the burden. It's okay. A person with a hereditary disease costs an average of 50,000 Reichsmarks until they reach the age of 60, and they have a freaking propaganda poster here. Under Nazi rule, tens of thousands of disabled people were murdered in secret in a program whose horror and corrupting influence was depicted in the German television series Charite at War.
But hey, if we're gonna shit.
How does the Hippocratic Oath square with an oath to the Fuhrer? Asked one of the characters upon learning of his colleague's involvement in the murder of disabled children, referring to the oath taken by doctors and nurses to abstain from all intentional wrongdoing and harm. Where do Greenwald's arguments lead? Why stop with rejecting measures to save lives in the COVID-19 pandemic? Why not apply this cost-benefit analysis to medical care and social welfare in general? Why should working people receive medical care past the age of retirement? Would society not benefit if they were allowed to die a natural death? Glenn Greenwald might say so.
Yeah, he was wrong on both of these takes.
Is grotesque, reactionary class might say so.
That
reactionary layer of society, make no doubt about it. Some of the most regressive,
that might be too
retrograde
now I'm shit talking
on the planet.
Let's see.
Why spend so much money on cancer and heart disease
the Nick guy from the Fred Hampton
After
leftists
all, these are diseases
talking about
that
black
predominantly
voters and
affect the
talking
elderly.
about how they're
Why
fucking up.
perform life-prolonging operations on people over 65? And what if children with developmental disorders, if the inherent value of human life is ignored,
as like an argument,
care for the disabled will cost society more and will benefit. In the midst of
and then when you stand on these sides
of the
argument,
society has become deeply polarized.
Yes,
Greenwald
if you stand on these sides of the argument, the way he seems to do it, like it comes off as
its
like grifter smelling
the financial oligarchy,
or like dishonest
embracing its homicidal policies and making lawyers race for the far right. But there is another.
There's particular people that are going after
all over the
Chelsea
world.
Manning.
The working class is entering into the struggle in defense of its own social interests, crucial among which is the eradication of COVID-19.
I wish I went to you instead of
broad sections of doctors, scientists, and
people got upset about that.
Will be profoundly influenced and strengthened by this renewed
and there's particular people who would be upset about
the working class. Make no doubt
about it. Who are those people? This guy seems to
against them.
Not like for some reason.
It is us against them. The mission statement of this channel is freaking
Who are these Fred Hampton leftists associated?
The thesis of this channel is very clear.
Is this your angle?
The international capitalist order.
Other than that, I haven't really said.
Which people like him represent.
Other than that, I haven't really said much
Fox
about
News, Jimmy Dore, all these other
pseudo-leftists. He's clearly acting.
The international capitalist order must be confronted by an international socialist movement. We do not accept that we don't work with workers across freaking borders. We don't accept across races. We don't accept across religions. We don't accept sex, gender orientation. We don't accept.
What's your key disagreement with this guy?
Accept. The same way that
I haven't been listening to this,
and
but
mega
those two topics
and corporations and these elites work across borders to crush your movements. That's the same way we are going to work together across borders to crush their ruling elites. And what better place to be? What better place to be in the imperial core? I want them within arm's reach. I want them within arm's reach. That's what I want. So that we can smash them. That's what we're going to do. We're not just unionizing Amazon. We talk about unionizing Amazon, unionizing Walmart, McDonald's, building power in essence outside of the institute. We're not just talking about the United States. We're talking about globally. Rank and file committees, worker co-ops globally, smashing the billionaire class globally, mega millionaires, transnational elites and their corporations globally, reining them in, nationalizing them, smashing them, breaking them up, turning them into whatever.
I don't even think he's reading your comment.
Medicare saves lives and money. You're right. You're right. That guy, are you serious right now? You scare me. Amazing. That is amazing. Look, I don't hop into the ring because I think I'm going to I know I'm going to win. I hop into the ring because I want to. You're a fake tough guy and a wannabe wise guy. That's all there is to it. You don't scare me. You don't scare any of these folks here. Guys, I know. That is amazing. Look, I don't hop into the ring because I think I'm going to I know I'm going to win. I hop into the ring because I want to. You're a fake tough guy and a wannabe wise guy. That's all there is to it. You don't scare me. You don't scare any of these folks here. The left is not going to be pushed around. You think the left won the Civil War by being a bunch of freaking pushovers? You think that one of the most politically activated armies ever, keep in mind, it wasn't North versus South. It wasn't. It was North, South, East, West versus the right-wing Confederacy. And they were one of the most politically active armies of all time. Politically motivated. Hundreds of thousands of Southerners came up here and fought against them. You don't know what you're talking about, bruh. You know, we are cut from their cloth. You're cut from the cloth of losers. You are cut from the cloth of losers. You guys lose every time. The reason you guys can't stop talking about a civil war is because you lost the last one. The reason you guys can't stop talking about a race war is because you lost the last one. The reason you guys can't stop talking about a world war is because the Axis got freaking wiped out. The right-wing Nazis, the right-wing freaking lunatics in Italy and Japan got smashed asunder. That's what will happen to you chumps again if you freaking get froggy. I guarantee it. You're not that tough. You fat, lazy, out-of-shape couch potatoes need to sit down and watch how real men and women get down. None of us are afraid of you. You're out of your mind.
Rob, did you send him someone else's channel and say, this is YellBRo?
How is winning, bro? I don't even know what you're talking about. That she wasn't around. She wasn't around. She wasn't around. She's like 45. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I don't even. He's
Look,
responding to Ed's response.
That's
comments, I think.
Demilitarize the police, remilitarize the workers. These right-wing lunatics, they're look at all the terrorist attacks they launch in the United States. Are you freaking kidding me? 100% of deaths from terrorist attacks in the United States for like 5 years running come from the right wing, shooting up synagogues. Okay, shooting up festivals, going to Walmarts and shooting people because they don't got the right freaking melanin. They don't got the right melanin count. You guys are a bunch of jokes. You're a bunch of clowns. You're gonna get freaking balled up again if you try it. Where we go one, we go all. Yeah, where you go one, you go all. To the freaking losers' place. That's where you go. Where are they at? Where are they corralled at? Where are these losers? All in the right-wing spaces. All in the right-wing spaces. You guys keep talking tough. How come every time there's a big civil war between the right wing and the left wing wins? The left wing wins. Even when freaking imperialists are help. What happened after World War I? What happened after World War I? The Reds versus the whites in Russia. Imperialist countries tried to step in and save your asses. I see you guys post stuff celebrating the czars. I know you guys like the czars. They were right-wing. They were as right-wing as they get. I get it. I get it. I know what you guys are into. They got smoked like rolled weed, son. They got smoked like freaking rolled weed twice.
Responding to it.
And by the way, it wasn't just that. After World War II, capitalists tried to help the fascists in China. The fascists in China who colluded with the fascists in Japan during World War II.
Then he brought up.
So you got smoked there. It didn't work out for you afterwards, and that's why you're relegated to Taiwan. That's why. How about some other civil wars they didn't win? What's another one other than ours? We already talked about ours. How about Vietnam? Vietnam, another civil war that the right wing lost. A massive Nicaragua, another. Cuba, another one. How about the Bolivarian Revolution? You guys are barking up the wrong tree. We are not liberals, okay? We're not moderates. We're not blue dog conservatives. We strap up. It's all good, pal. Trust me. And you know what? All you guys that run your mouth, all you right-wingers that run your mouth, all you right-wingers that run your mouth, I get your messages, by the way. I get your messages. You're not tough and you don't scare anyone. And we know you're not going to come find me. You're not going to come find me. You're not going to come find any of them. You know, imagine that. It's hard to find someone who you know has weapons. All of a sudden, when you can't gang up on people and you know they have weapons, it's hard to find them, pal. It's hard to find them. Set it up. Hey, sign the contract, pal. Sign the contract. Set it up. I'm not worried about you, you lightweight. I'm not worried about you. You are definitely not the freaking sharpest knife in the drawer. You are definitely not the finest tool in the shed. Your elevator ain't going to the top floor, pal. That wall over there, missing a couple bricks. Not the brightest bulb on the tree, no doubt about it. This guy over here, farting in the bathtub. That's what he's up to. Farting in the bathtub. Now, look.
What?
We're done clowning these guys. Like I said, I got about 10 different videos for you guys. I'm going to start releasing some of those now. All right, so I'll go do that. Remember these clowns that we have to deal with. Remember what they sound like. Remember who they are with. You will see them down in the pseudo left comment sections. You will. Imagine that. Pseudo leftists
what they're gonna do is
great relationship with right wingers in their comment sections. Not getting criticized, getting big up. But anytime they're here, they're running their little suck. They're running. Listen, you're opening your mouth and you're removing all doubt. That's all there is to it, guys. I'm gonna leave it at that. You know what's up.
What? If you watch the Jackbox games? You watch the Jackbox games? Half of it is dicks, the other half is YellBRo. Like, damn it, prop! It's a red tie. Coloration's probably off. Know what's up. Next, he's gonna be political Dr. Disrespect, bro. Wait till he gets the wig. Watching the guy in the orange, actually red, guy talk smack is not the most interesting, just saying. Said he was gonna, I don't know, I think he had no idea who I am, he just made. Dixon YellBRo. That upset? Oh, yeah. I don't know, I couldn't tell. Alright, I'll get us fucked. How do you guys want him to debate me? I don't get it. Thought me and King Swag were team. Why didn't you say, hey, I'm propaganda, I want to debate you? Why'd you say, hey, man, go debate YellBRo? Why don't you debate YellBRo? Red tie would be so much. Drop that. Alright. Back to my regularly scheduled program. Alright, this is from RT America. Ethics of Artificial Intelligence in Media. Wonderful. Here we go.
Welcome back. Artificial intelligence technology has really come a long way in recent years, and one area you may not have thought too much about is recreating the human voice. What if you were a famous actor or performer who lost your voice, and not just temporarily? That is exactly what happened to Val Kilmer, who lost his natural speaking voice after a surgery for throat cancer in 2015, which was largely brought to light in the recent Amazon documentary Val. In December of last year, Kilmer's representatives reached out to UK-based software company Sonantic, which works to replicate voices for actors in studios. Take a listen to the result released last week.
We all have the capacity to be creative. We're all driven to share our deepest dreams and ideas with the world. When we think of the most talented creative people, they speak to us in a unique way.
It's strikingly lifelike, but we should note the film was narrated by Kilmer's son, not using the AI. The idea has raised many ethical, legal, and even economic concerns. In fact, filmmaker Morgan Neville used an unidentified voice cloning software in a documentary about the late chef Anthony Bourdain recently. Neville was criticized by the famed chef's widow, who disputed giving authorization to recreate his voice using AI. So let's talk about some of these issues here with filmmaker and author Sean Stone. Sean, I want to start simply here. What are the ethical concerns and what concerns do you have when it comes to recreating someone's voice like this?
And that YellBRo wants to debate him live.
The Native Americans
never said that.
When you capture their image, remember, unless it's
never
a wives' tale, but if you capture their image on your camera, they worried it was taking
I'd have to know the topic.
Right?
I have too many questions about his character over topics themselves. But
it's a little bit with right?
Bring up character people don't normally want to talk
about. And for people like Kilmer, I think it's wonderful. It's a wonderful way that it's getting more and more authentic to his voice as a reflection of his actual voice.
Hey, we're gonna talk about
this topic with his permission. This is what AI should be used for, I would believe, right? Is to actually help us, especially when we have injuries or we need augmentation because of setbacks or things that happen in our lives. I don't see AI as a danger in that regard as technology. In this particular case, but obviously there's more. I know you have more questions there. So.
Always. And now, is there a difference between the situation with Kilmer, who is working with the company, giving his consent, and the situation with Bourdain, who has passed away and really has no say whether or not they use his voice?
Make yourself the hub, prop.
Especially with the Bourdain case, it's interesting that the widow disputes giving the permission, because this is really where it comes to ownership of life rights. Going back, actually, I was looking it up because I know about this technology for some time, but I didn't realize back in '99 there was a Marlene Dietrich AI, you could say. It was a digitization of her, a digital version of her that was presented. And I don't even know if you can find it online, because '99, this is like, pre-internet days or very early internet days. And the Marlene Dietrich grandchild had given the permission, right? Because it's supposed to be basically, it's like an estate, right? Carries on the rights to that person as a human being. So you have to get permission from the family in that regard. So I'm very surprised with the Bourdain story. If they're, I'm surprised that the widow, if she's genuine, she might have a case if she wants to go to court for it. But that's another issue if she does pursue that.
And now the same company that did Val Kilmer's voice has also worked with video game studios to have lifelike voices while they're working out dialogue for the stories they're doing. But they still hire real voice actors for the finished product. So is there some good there that can be used with this technology beyond, I mean, like you said, if for Kilmer it gives him his voice back or gives him an opportunity to at least write and be able to put that back out there?
Well, absolutely. I mean, the AI technology, so the voice is really just one aspect. What you're going to see a lot of here, and we saw it in recent years, we saw it in films like Gemini Man, where they took Will Smith's image and I heard of a lot of stars doing this, actually. They map the star's face, right, and even potentially the body. So, for example, if you're making a movie and the star would, unfortunately, let's say, tragically die, like Heath Ledger passed away during shooting, or Brandon Lee passed away during shooting, you could potentially have a digital recreation of the actor available. And we saw that in films, right? The Star Wars films with Peter Cushing, the Darth. What was his name?
Grand Moff Tarkin is his name. Grand Moff Tarkin.
Grand Moff Tarkin. There you go. Right. So again, you have this ability to recreate the actor, and again, with permission. It's very interesting to see what's going to come. There's an argument that in the future, because the box office stars of the modern age are really older. Let's be honest, right? There are no young stars. I keep arguing. There's no stars really under 40 or 45. I mean, it's like they're all the Tom Cruises, the Sandra Bullocks, the Julia Roberts, you name them, right? They're all getting older. So if you were to recreate them in 10 years, 20 years from now, have their digital image, you could still be making movies with Tom Cruise. But again, you'll have to legally get the permission of the organic being to create this technology.
And that's what I was going to ask. So do you think that we're going to see more of that in the future, where, say, an actor is going to have that written in his contract that if you pass away during filming of this movie, that we have the right to basically use your face and your voice, put it all together, and finish the film out?
Yes, and I believe that's already part of it. Again, I know.
I expect a continuation of getting people to question their own moral lines. just how much can we break them? Technically, it's not. it's not actually Julia Roberts. No, it's computer rendition. You don't have to feel bad. Quietly blurring lines. Yeah. Oh.
Know of actors that are doing digital recreations, but they're also, there's an argument that the actor should create their own digital replica so they can have that replica. See, this goes to me to the heart of many of these organic issues that, going back to the Angelina Jolie case, remember when she went to the court and it was trying to patent a gene, and the idea the court says was, no, you cannot patent nature. This is what we know from patent law. You cannot patent what is organic. You can only patent once it's been modified. Genetic modification of the human, right? Or let's say the genetic modification being some kind of artificial clone of the human, right? Who then owns that? The company? So there's a James Dean movie that people are talking about that's going to be made with James Dean because one of these studios actually owns his image, and so they're looking to recreate James Dean's image for this film because it's not the organic being anymore. You see, it's the image. So this is where we're going to get into very interesting constitutional issues, and again, the whole question of what is organic once you have your image on a screen, right? You've already distanced yourself one step.
My logic has been to question things anyway.
That is the I am.
Okay, now we've talked about all of these big name actors, but this
so even if we get this thing wrong, Gordon was never advocating for a death penalty or
on the work. I mean, once
prison with torture
and AI
type
voice
shit
technology get better, do you see some
no,
in the
they treat them
entertainment
still like
industry
humans.
attempting to replace
like, oh fuck,
human
man, we
voices
fucked up.
altogether?
Got to get you out of this mansion back into normal society
Again,
or some shit.
It's not just voices, right? I mean,
Captain Obvious, what's up?
Image. Do you want to replace the image? And again, if you look at big corporations, what are they really ultimately?
He's number 5.
About is ownership, right? They want the patents. They want the international.
Every time I see him, I feel like
intellectual property, right? You can argue
with
the Chinese
like
don't care much about patents, and they have their theft. But in America, in the Western world, we know the patents are the big issue. So certainly, it would seem to me
that's crazy.
That it's very much going to be a question of owning the patent on the, let's say, the image, and then a lot of actors and whatnot keeping, trying to guard that within their estates. With Robin Williams saying he doesn't want to have his image recreated for at least 25 years, but then thereafter, does it become like intellectual property? Like, a certain period of time it passes over to the public domain, right? This is going to be very interesting for this century.
Very interesting, and I appreciate this so much, Sean. And you lend a lot of insight and a lot of credibility, having worked in the film industry for pretty much your whole life. In fact,
Peaky Blinders
I was looking up on your IMDb page. It shows that you were in
season 1, I think,
with Val Kilmer. You played a young Jim Morrison. So thank you so much for joining us, actor and filmmaker Sean Stone. Thank you so much.
Scarecrow and Batman. Yes, I know. And 28 days later, yeah, Michael Cillian. Or Cillian Murphy. Fuck. Cillian Murphy. And Tom Hardy is a Jewish mob leader in England based on World War I. Tom Hardy is. What? The actor Tom Hardy? Probably not a mob. I'm lost. Yeah. How quickly will people use this tech to trade the against their will? I mean, I'd be like, this is dark and creepy. They won't. My guess is they won't, but they should be able to. Worried about is ask me. His last name. Might be actually like I'd look into that. Like that's weird. All in the family. Oh, it's an awesome fucking movie. Oh, you other side of the world, mother. Your toilet water spins the other way when you flush it. Learned that from The Simpsons. The captain is all sorts of. Welcome, Captain Up. Tell me if I get too obnoxious. Never. Misty did a good interview. Bevlin's on her podcast. Bevins. What are we talking about today? Oh, he's her. Tom Hardy and Peaky Blinders by season 3 is a Jewish mob leader in this. Oh, okay. Well, I told you I only got through season. I think I got through. Yeah, I did. Just wasn't that interesting. That time period, like that genre, might be another one of those like fairy wizards type thing, where I'm just like, no. I tried with Piggy. All right, The Prestige. That genre. All wanton. Modern Curse. Ginger. Ray Walker. Yeah. Tell us, Captain Obvious. It won't be. They won't, but someone definitely will get ready for YellBRo on Pornhub, whether you like it or not. Text spreads fast. I'm suing. Only because I need the money. By need, I mean I want. Fire. It's being drunk and still your finger type what your drunk brain is saying. Wobbled again. absolutely concussed right now. The way he's moving and throwing punches looks like a drunk guy. Saying things that your perception. You could be tired, but there's no way your perception is that far. Perception. I had to pay good money to learn that at Caltech about the toilet flush. Back in my days, you just got drunk and passed the fuck out. I think that still works today. A little bit. Pandemic and everything. Back in my days, drunk idiots like yours currently didn't even know how to type, much less do it all drunk. Evolving. Yeah, evolving. What's your drink of choice, Captain Obvious? That or fucking blood on his arm. Yeah. And we liked it. I am not happy with the YellBRo. Well, you're always raging, so pause. I was just letting you know where half of the cast of your favorite movie trilogy went. Both those guys are in Inception. They're both in Dark Knight Rises. Bane isn't in The Dark Knight. Be my favorite movie. You lost again. Cillian Murphy's like barely in the Dark Knight. You ever watched a movie called Captain Fantastic? Nope. Like a fighter or something, or is he wanted a little fucking... Oh. Viggo Mortensen? Like the hero guy? Viggo Mortensen. That's an actual movie? Is that what... That's what this is? Captain Fantastic? Is that what this is? It's new or something?
I have to watch that. What face is this place? Jordan is a tit. 1, 2, 3, 4. Jesse, there's no way that's actually Marcus. Just said. Alcohol goes straight to my fingers. I had to put a breath test on my Discord. Or does no wrench mean it is proud? It's probably proud. My guess. Amy's calling it a fun movie. Like, all right, they're. I'm like, either a cult or it's a comedy. Yeah. I'm gonna have to check that out. Told you about Free Guy, right? Ghostbusters. Our movie's back. Didn't like Bane. I liked Bane. Just you said it was my favorite movie. It's not. Tom Hardy. My drink of choice is whatever is the least expensive and going to get me the most fucked up. The Four Loko, then. Don't drink Four Loko, bro. Don't do it. My alcohol adventure is about exploration into shit I've never got drunk on before while not getting drunk. Mr. Terrific was cool. He's a homeschool dad trying to raise philosopher kings. I have to watch. Captain Fantastic. Hey, over here. What fan? Howard Cat. They go from Superbad? No? No, not Superbad. I think it. From WandaVision. 7.9 from IMDb. That's pretty fucking good. Was nominated for an Academy Award for Best Actor. Washington State Isolate. What year is this from? 16? Give it a fucking shot. Never heard of this. It's a Netflix film? What's the link? Your Batman fetish site again? What? Come on. Who told you about that? Wait, where I watch my free movies on? Try dosemovies.com. Wait, let me check. Let me make sure.
Now, I'm no fan of Trump. He's a little too boorish for me. Now, I'm no fan of Trump. He's a little too boorish for me.
Someone just donated. I'm still not used. Oh, fuck. Have the. Just give me 1 sec. Oh my god. Fuck you. Smooth.com. Bless you. I don't even see. Yellow Dick Chode. Last time I will not. What's up, Alfred? Thank you. Freak you. Proper Stevie, whatever one it is. Go freak yourself. How dare you? Yeah, it was, right? Hey, so you want to debate, buddy? Huh, buddy? No one told you about DuckDuckGo, Jordan. You're missing a lot of good hits that way. Yes, I know about DuckDuckGo. Gee, Mom, I know. Big tough guy in your sweatshirt. I swear to God. I swear to God, they sent them some other guy's channel and said, no, we call him YellBRo though. You have to tag him for a response. Oh yeah, if you want. Maybe. I don't know how long I'm gonna be fucking tired. Like the normal beginning of work, and I'll be so tired. I'll actually get. When are we gonna debate, you couch potato? Let's debate couch. Not enough swag to be legit. Exactly. Canadian swag. No way, that's him, Captain Obvious. Called you a couch potato. Go get your red tie. Just looking out for you. What mamas do. Well, thank you, Amy. I'm all drunk, but I'd like to see YellBRo debate. Oh, you know what when he said that statement, this is what made me initially think he watched one of my videos or whatever, or like Out reports or something. But like when he said, yeah, master debater, I debated a guy named Master Debater. I found that interesting. I'm like, yeah, but what is that? All American Socialist, Master Debate. Debated a guy arguing for the wall. Or remember that guy? Like, fuck, that's interesting. Oh, I should get back to videos. Shout out to my baby, Maddie. Maddie H. and our child's godfather, YellBRo, for bringing us together. Oh, geez. I'm unconvinced that he can debate, while I also know that live debate is really mean. I could debate if I wanted to. Trailer for Captain Fantastic. There's no way I'm not gonna play the trailer. I will check. I hope it's on Netflix. Make it a lot easier. Are we gonna debate or not? I was told you had 1,000 people watching. You are hardly worth my time anyways, even if you had more than 10. Yeah, he definitely has more live viewers. I wonder why. Wonder why. I'm gonna start. Did I do that? Listen, this idiot. To talk about information. Oh, that's the other thing I've said. Oh, you're saying it's bad because or net swag. Well, no, wouldn't matter. That's what. Oh shit! I just said I wasn't gonna play this. Click on it. Maybe I'll watch it after. Build the wall. Word. That guy got fucking roasted. Got wrecked in a very nice way. I wasn't even roasting him. I just pointed out the silly his logic was, and maybe it's the red tie. I don't give a fuck who can win. Debate and a live debate. It's always fun to watch. Exactly. Swaggy P has us as viewers. Really? That's where all you fuckers were? Freak you guys in. Nah. That exactly the progressive Mormon? Is that exactly the progressive? Nah, nah. Alright. Alright, let's moving on to this. Abraham Hicks, when it gets here, it will be now. Okay.
We've enjoyed our conversations, both verbal and vibrational. There's a lot more going on here than you are hearing with your ears. There is a resonating that is taking place within you. And so you are more aware of vibration than you were when you got here. Not just because of what you are interpreting and contemplating with your mind, but there is a visceral, vibrational improvement that has occurred. In other words, one way of saying it is you just feel better. You just feel better. Life seems more manageable. Part of the reason that we want life to feel more manageable to you is because you've been trying to manage the parts that are not yours to manage. There is only one thing for you to manage, and that's your relationship with that broader perspective. It's your relationship with the things that you've been asking for. And when you tend to that, and when you come into vibrational alignment with that, then the clarity comes that takes care of everything else. You know, when you're really on your game, when you're really tuned in, you watch the basketball players or the football players or the hockey players. You watch those people that display for you their alignment. And aren't you amazed at their abilities to do things on a consistent basis that most people cannot ever do? In other words, when you couple together your physicality, which is so delicious, with your mental acuity, which is your focus, with your aligned energy and awareness and perspective of your source energy, you're putting yourself in a position for a magnificent life, not just down the road when your ship comes in, not just down the road when you've won the lottery or when you've found your mate or when. You've put yourself in a place where you can be living happily ever after, moment by moment by moment by moment by moment. To be in sync with this energy that creates worlds, and to be lovingly, respectfully, meaning respecting yourself enough, anticipating that you get to own this energy and you get to flow it toward things that are important to you, and then you get to watch the cooperative universe agree with you. Then and only then are you living your life as you intended when you decided to come. Not one of you said, I'll go forth and fix a broken world. You knew it wasn't broken. Not one of you said, I'll go forth and climb the rungs of a ladder and be better after this lifetime than I was before. Not one of you said, I will redeem myself, or I will help others redeem themselves. Not one of you said, I'll go and participate for the purpose of uplifting others, singularly. What you said instead is, I'm a powerful creator, and I know it. And this is the leading edge of thought that I'm focusing toward. And this is the best balance of diversity that exists anywhere in the universe. And I'm going to eagerly dive into it and get my footing and make my choices, constantly making new choices. And I'm going to relax into my worthy power, and I'm going to create my own reality. And I'm going to have a lot of fun with a lot of others in the process. You knew that there was nothing at stake. You knew that it wasn't a test.
Pause, Ed. Pause.
It wasn't a challenge. You knew that it was an opportunity to experience joy. You knew that the basis of this environment was absolute freedom, and you knew that you were so free that you could choose bondage if you wanted. You knew that the result of the constant exposure to life would be expansion. And oh, you like the idea of that because you are an eternal being, and eternal is forever, and that means expansion must occur. But your dominant intention, your reason for coming, it wasn't to demand freedom. You knew that was a given. And it wasn't for growth or expansion because you knew that was a given. But you came to exercise your ability to focus joyfully because you knew that was your choice. You knew that you could focus in joy and deprive yourself of the clarity that is your legacy. You knew that you could focus in joy and allow yourself alignment with the energy that creates worlds. And you knew that there would be plenty of others in plenty of relationships, in plenty of different places along that emotional scale to make it incredibly interesting. So you said, I joyfully go forth into this physical body, understanding with great clarity my personal guidance system. You said, I know that I will be a physical human extension of source energy, and I know that source energy will always know me as I am. You further said, I know that source energy will not only know me as I am as I'm coming forth, I know that my source energy will keep up with me as I have my expanding experience in this physical body. Did you hear that? I know that my inner being will expand with the expansion that I experience, and will stand in my vortex of creation, holding steady the vibrational frequency of all that I've become. so that in every moment of every day, I will be able to feel my in-the-moment relationship with my own expansion. Not expansion assigned by someone else, not expansion that someone else expects for me, but expansion that I have personally carved out of this life experience. My inner being will stand there with the light on, beaming to me constantly, never ending that signal. And because my inner being will do that, I will always be able to feel where I stand in relationship to my furthermost expansion.
Now, if the self or something like that is expanding based on new experiences, that means it was like, where was it before experience? In order to be a self, you kind of have to be infinite. To some degree. Right? In order to truly have a self that has true agency, really require like almost like an infinite soul or self. I think. Expansion sort of implies that it was never there, and it had to start somewhere to start expanding further, kind of like the universe. Unless you're going with the idea of like kind of like the Big Bang Theory, expansion, contraction. How's it go? Is this contraction? When it all comes together to one point. What's up, Josh? Right? Expansion, then coming back to a fine point. And it's almost like inhale and exhale. Right? Self across time exists. Yes. I kind of look like there's this episode of Watchmen I thought was the most interesting one of that fucking and most interesting on TV. Not ever, but like one of those like type of concepts. And it's the one where Dr. Manhattan, he's like, "Yeah, you're going to marry me." Or no, she's like, "Where are you now?" It's like, "Well, we're getting married." He's like, "Yeah, sure." Right? He's experiencing his whole life simultaneously. Like there and there simultaneously. Past and present. They're all the present. Right? The self. Little piece of Ed don't give a fuck about Nico. Prove Nico has connect. Indicated Nico stink. Russia. Santa Claus has a better chance of being all true. Their idea that it started from nothing would have to be the explanation of the self as well. You're saying that it's ever expanding, but you don't have like a start point. You don't have a what was before that then? Magically appeared. It's like universe. This really the progressive prop again. I'm pretty sure it's prop, right? The dude's channel has like pink background. Regardless, that's just a guy in a suit. Forgive my born like. All right, let's keep playing. I don't know. I look at the idea like instead of like needing outward expansion, your own. Oh, we heard him. For your own like oh, your own like spiritual growth or whatever the fuck. Could just be like, I look at the physical universe resembling more of like the ego. And that's the thing that expands and has a finite point. Right? It doesn't come from nothing, it comes from self, endpoint of the self. It expands, right? It expands by concepts and all it was required was one observation of separation, and bam, the ego can now create an entire universe just based on acknowledging left versus right. Creates an entire universe from there, because left from right, but then how left or how right? Is there a mixture? If I go this way, why can't I go this way? On and on and on and on and on and so forth, and creation and creating concepts, where it's like ever expanding, and then ego dies. Whoop, comes back to that original point again, and collapses. Big Bang is a joke, an extrapolated guess. That's why, I don't know, it just fits so well with the ego. Or at least how I find, or what I consider the ego to be. Expansionary reflection, something subtextual, material type of nature. I'll say this again and again and again. The house is full that has fucking bird. I don't know him enough. Definitely some suspect things. Other things, I think he means well. I'll go there. There's other things that I have questions. Go suppressing real activists? Really? That would be, oh.
That would be something that's like outside of my critique of them, because that's a hefty claim. But that's something I don't know. I wouldn't know enough about. I'd be more of the Tulsi shit. Not Tim Black. Well, that video I point things out throughout that video. Watch enough. Kind of did for. Like so, there's like a rotation of. But when is this debate happening? You set up Discord. That's it. I almost did that thing where like, if it's him, then it's very sure. But regardless, yeah. Debate, meaning of life. Oh, regard. I should do. You think angry get you agreeing Madden's? You're talking about Madden football? About their loot boxes? Angry Joe. Oh, fuck yes. Fuck yes, I'm watching this. This first one was hilarious. He's like, it's the same fucking game. All those problems you have with MLB The Show. The guy who plays Madden's like, the same fucking game. Hey, like, Madden is next level, but like, they don't even hide it. That was the finale? Supposed to do that during like a coaches are supposed to fight this as yo, Jordan, holy fuck is this actually gonna? I don't think it's the actual game. Fucking chat is glitching. Nico House won't save me. Yeah. Oh, stop it. Nope, I'm not. By suppressing real activists means suppressing activists with at least 20 years in the game. Waggy.
YellBRo was live with Nico House the other day. Yep. What's up, Tender? I'm watching these fights. I just popped in to say who I thought won because it was a good fight. I'll probably be back. I'm gonna finish watching these fights and do some reading. All right, man. Wait, with the Ultimate Fighter shit we just watched. Yeah. He has ESPN. I think he does. Glad you agree. Live with folks who fucking find all the gay Madden BS fucking acceptable. It's gross as hell how brainwashed people are. Well, and to be real with you, 2K is leaps and bounds beyond Madden, like as far as quality. They're and MLB. They a lot more service for their gamers. Where even if they make their core game like whack, they did that. They still have all the options to fix the game to your liking, except for my career. My career is so fixed. I mean, you could pay to play to win. Oh, I'll buy 500,000. Grade my guy to like 90 something overall from the. Oh, that's fucking. They want you to do something, either beyond the game all in life, get the 99 overall, or just spend money, yourself close, really close to it. Grinding part. You go out. Yeah, the whole like response in the live stream we just watched, Swaggy B. It sounded like almost like one of those like celebrity things where you pay them to give them a name. That's what it kind of read. But all right, back to this. Here we go.
So that is all that your emotions are. They're only your indicator of where you are standing in this moment with these thoughts in relationship to who you really are and what you've really become. That's why when we say to you, your inner being, focusing on you, knowing you, trusting you, and loving you, undivided attention upon you, is the only reason that you could ever feel negative emotion. So next time you feel negative emotion, you can say, damn you, inner being, if you didn't love me so much, I couldn't feel this bad. If you weren't knowing what's possible for me, I wouldn't feel this bad in my own doubt. If you didn't know who I am and the favorable outcome of this and this and this and this and this, then I couldn't be feeling this discord, you see. So now you know.
I don't
now
think
you
that's
understand
the actual
things
guy.
that you
just
have
so you
not
know.
understood so clearly before. And it is
Throwing
our
punches
absolute
at
knowing
big
that as you move
shadows.
forward from this spot, we told a group last week, you know, there is no future, and they all sort of panicked for a moment. They thought we were telling them the room was going to cave in on them. But what we were saying to them is, there is no future, because when it gets here, it will be now. Now. Where you have one thing to do. When you're now, align with who you are, and live happily ever after. There is great love here for you. And as always, we remain stubbornly, eternally in your vortex.
Reminds me of the beginning of like.
How good is this? I love you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I thought it was always like one wake. They still should have the undercard. Hit the main guy at the guys are white. From Emblem last stream. Really watch any videos. Oh, okay. This one definitely watch. So disrespectful. Said.
Minute 10:40.
Put her live.
It's funny.
Marcus.
It says, "Sai, your mic is mad loud."
Yep.
Is it?
Actually, see if you can pull it up since your mic is so loud. I mean, hey, let's pull it up and see if we can hear it on yours.
Damn. Okay. I'll try not to talk so loud. I didn't realize I was that close to it.
That just means you got a good mic. Mine is shit. So if I can figure out how to actually hook my microphone up, then it'll work.
Oh, they just started. Okay.
I love that. I have all Marcus channels with alerts. Thank you. Good.
All right. Pause that so I can get to it. I want to get through something. Not like a task, but actually like. Curious about this. Questions with new reports that U.S. forces go down civilians. I heard this. Instead of people killed by bombs, some people are saying that a lot of people died. And killed. False flag effect. Okay, let's hear it. Let's hear it.
After new reports that U.S. forces gunned down civilians after Kabul blast. A new BBC report shows eyewitnesses at the scene of the deadly Kabul airport explosion on Thursday, saying that a significant number of the 170 Afghans killed in the attack actually
Of course it would.
civilians after Kabul blast. A new BBC report shows eyewitnesses at the scene of the deadly Kabul airport explosion on Thursday, saying that a significant number of the 170 Afghans killed in the attack actually died from gunfire by the U.S.-led alliance in the chaos following the blast. Many we spoke to, including eyewitnesses, said significant numbers of those killed were shot dead by U.S. forces in the panic after the blast, the BBC's Sekunder Kermani said on Twitter.
Now, they were saying there was bullet fire along with the explosions.
Here are some transcript excerpts courtesy of Moon of Alabama's write-up on this new report. Quote, "The correspondent talks to the brother of a London taxi driver who was in Kabul to fetch his family. Somehow I saw American soldiers, Turkish soldiers, and the fire was coming from the bridges, from the towers." "From the soldiers?" he has asked. "Yeah, from the soldiers." As a side note, some of the towers around the airport were reportedly manned by members of the CIA's Afghan death squads. Another witness. Narrator. Noor Mohammed had been deployed alongside American forces. A man holding up an identity card of a friend talks about his death in English.
Iran.
The guy had served U.S. Army for years, and the reason he lost his life, he wasn't killed by Taliban, he wasn't killed by ISIS, he was unintelligible. Question. But how can you be sure? Answer. Because of the bullet. The bullet went inside of his head, right here. And he points to the back of his head. He doesn't have any other injury. The Pentagon did not respond to the BBC's request for comments. End quote. There's another video going around from a popular channel called Kabul Lovers, which, as of this writing, has over 122,000 views. According to a translation posted by Sangar Pekyar of the podcast Afghan Eye, workers at an emergency hospital in Kabul are saying that most of the fatalities from the blast actually died by bullets fired from above, which would track with what the BBC witness said about gunfire coming from the towers where American and Turkish soldiers were.
Do what you do. Do what you do.
Some of the people had said that victims were shot from behind by Daesh, that's ISIS, said a man who said...
Now what's funny is I got into an argument with Opeth about this. Literally said it. Oh yeah, there's still extremist groups that are gonna keep. They easily could just keep the narrative about the area and the actual area and constant like a destabilized position, make it harder for someone like China or Russia or whoever to just go in there, make business deals, like Syria, right? Hard to strike deals when you're still worrying about, working military actions you're working on. When there's no stability.
Says he's a military officer.
I said Daesh,
as translated in the subtitles. However, none of them were shot from behind. All bullet holes came from above. Bullets came from this angle, and he says that, gesturing to indicate a downward trajectory, striking skulls, necks, and chests. No bullet holes from this area below, which means all these people were pressed against each other. There was no uncovered place for bullets to land from the chest above. They were all shot by Americans from that area, and again gesturing to show a downward trajectory. All victims were killed by American bullets except maybe 20 people out of 100, the man said. The Pentagon, which is refusing to answer BBC reporters' requests about these latest claims, had reported that there was fire from ISIS gunmen following detonations by 2 suicide bombers. Yet as of this...
That's the report I was talking about bullet fire happening after the explosions.
Writing, there don't appear to be any reports of any bodies of ISIS gunmen having been recovered since the attack. The attack on the Abbey Gate was followed by a number of ISIS gunmen who opened fire on civilian and military forces, CENTCOM's General Kenneth McKenzie told the press after the incident. It seems unlikely that ISIS could lead such a gunfire attack on such a heavily defended area and then get away without any of their members getting killed by return fire. Which means if there are no bodies of ISIS fighters, then the ISIS gunmen the Pentagon are reporting probably never existed. It was probably just military personnel from the US and or its allies spraying people with bullets in panic and confusion, after which someone made up a convenient story. Which is just ghastly to think about.
To say that.
We may or may not know more in the coming days as the notoriously secretive US military narrative manages the situation. But the idea that this deadly incident could have been a lot less deadly if people with powerful firearms in their hands had been better trained and thought more clearly is painful. As violent as Western police can get, it's hard to imagine even them freaking out after an explosion and opening fire into a crowd of people. The armed goon squads we unleash upon people in war zones are on a whole other level than the ones we have to deal with here at home. And the fewer of them we have deployed around the world, the better.
Record a video? Should I? Now my mind's running. Uh-oh. Might record a video out of this. Ah, you're fine. Wait. Why? I wasn't thinking about that tweet I tweeted. Here it is. So this was basically my immediate thought. Biden bombed and drone strike area, something where ISIS. Hey, just like that fast, like you guys. Your whole reason out there was to take on an extremist group. Were you looking for them before? You just happen to find them now? Never looking for them? Maybe that seemed like something important to keep an eye on in regards to the country. Your whole idea of it was to liberate them. Logic does not stand up. Same as the fucking Trump. Alright, we are going back into for a day, it was Pelosi overrid the stands outside of logic. All right.
Questions after new reports that U.S. forces gunned down civilians after Kabul blast. A new BBC report shows eyewitnesses at the scene of the deadly Kabul airport explosion on Thursday, saying that a significant number of the 170 Afghans killed in the attack actually died from gunfire by the U.S.-led alliance in the chaos following the blast. Many we spoke to, including eyewitnesses, said significant numbers of those killed were shot dead by U.S. forces in the panic after the blast, the BBC's Sekunder Karmani said on Twitter. Here are some transcript excerpts courtesy of Moon of Alabama's write-up on this new report.
Bombing, it seems
Quote,
going for the Afghan trap.
The correspondent talks to the brother of a London taxi driver who was in Kabul to fetch his family. Somehow I saw American soldiers, Turkish soldiers, and the fire was coming from the bridges, from the towers. From the soldiers, he has asked? Yeah, from the soldiers.
In the rubble,
as a side note, some of the towers around the airport were reportedly manned by members of the CIA's Afghan death squads. Another witness. Narrator. Noor Mohammed.
Well, let's not give the context that these guys are credible in the first place for that notion. Right? You're standing around people who are like well-meaning, right, actively well-meaning, then, I mean, there could still be room to where they fuck it up. But reporting first, like speculating first would make sense, right? But if you're dealing with dishonest people who are like, I'll take any excuse to go in there and drone strike, then it's a little different, a little bit. All right, fuck it. Let's record a video. Huh? No, I said. Damn it. Ah. All right, here we go. All right, so we are live, and we're doing a little live clip. That's right. Before I get started, don't forget to share, support, hopefully donate to Devon's Journey to Recovery, to helping victims of Africom, and helping out Cohen Daly, the Australian boy. All 3 GoFundMe links are in the description box. Also help out 3 content creators, 3 of your favorites. Stevie, a.k.a. Red Economics, Sleepy J, buy him a coffee, and also Ali Alexandra. All 3 of their links, well, more than 3 links. Those 3, you can help support them. All those links will be in the description box as well. Do it now. Share it, support it, donate. Do it. All right, so we all know about the hoopla happening with Afghanistan. Oh, he's going to choke him out. Sorry, UFC's on too. We all know about the crazy shit happening with Afghanistan, right? First, it's, 20 years of chaos and mayhem. U.S. versus the Taliban.
U.S. versus, Al Qaeda, Taliban versus Al Qaeda, the Taliban versus extremist groups, the U.S. versus extremist groups, Russia and China working their way in, also fighting extremist groups fighting back, all different names, all from different places, on and on and so forth, Pakistan, Turkey, on and so forth. Then U.S. wants to pull out of that area, strongly on the word allegedly, very strong on that word. On the surface, they say they want to get out. And then apparently Biden fucks the plan up and doesn't plan ahead. He leaves U.S. personnel in the country to be subject to the Taliban, who then takes the country over within a day, I think. Takes over like the major cities. Kabul has been the one of note. And the Afghan army, the one we backed, stands down. But then, a group, I guess, called ISIS-K, I think I've been calling them Daesh this whole time. I think they're the same group. They might be the same group. I called them they're basically ISIS, what I said in one of my past videos and other places. They did 2 suicide bombs in the Kabul airport, Hamid Karzai airport. One at an airport, one at a fucking hotel, I think, near the area. And killed 13 U.S. Marines, over 100 Afghan civilians. And the U.S. retaliated against this extremist group with some drone strikes. Now, let me read this from Glenn Greenwald. So the U.S. government knew so little about what was happening in Afghanistan that they had no idea the Afghan security forces would evaporate and the Taliban immediately take over. That's one, right? Clearly they fucking knew that would happen. If random journalists around the world from major sites, minor sites all recognize that, not only, if they recognize that personnel within the Afghan army were already working with the Taliban, not only officially, but, behind closed doors, already working alongside them, that, we kind of knew that Taliban would just waltz into this place and okay, it's yours. Okay, the president guy, I'm out of here. Right? They probably knew what's up. U.S. government, that is. But they were able to find within 24 hours the precise ISIS-K planner to kill. Okay. And that's what I was thinking. You're telling me you just found this guy? I thought the whole point of us being there was to take out extremist groups. Right? Now, granted, it gets a little murky when you just name anyone you don't, or you name anyone that you want to fight a terrorist group, kind of like what Trump did with Iranian army, Iranian military. Just name them terrorists. Who else do we want to fight? Antifa? Name them terrorists. Whoever you want to be the bad guy, you just deem them the bad guy, and you move on from there. But something like Daesh or ISIS or any extremist groups, it's a little weird, a little bit, when you claim to be in these areas to fight these guys, these type of guys, and then you wait for an event like this before you find some sort of hiding spot and just get rid of them. Right? What did Trump do pretty early on, right? Didn't he bomb a stronghold of Daesh, the mother of all bombs? Didn't he do that? It's you're telling me these guys,
Did it just miraculously happen that they figured this out? Like, here's where they are. We just found them. Or was he just willing to just drop a bomb? Like, fuck it, drop the bomb on them. And that shit now. Kind of like this. Because what is going to happen in regards to actions like this? I expect some sort of retaliation, sort of continued warfare in that area of the world, to where, you know, it will remain in a destabilized state. Now, why would I think the U.S. would want something like that? Well, many reasons. The one that sticks out to me is to keep countries like China or Russia from going in and, you know, kind of catering to Afghanistan, which is now be controlled by the Taliban, right? Catering to them, and that you can play good cop and get your hands on some of their resources, some of their, avenues that they have access to. Sorry, my nose is running badly. So yeah, that's the major thing that stands out to me. So when you know some group like ISIS is in the area, but you sit back and wait, sit back and watch until they do something horrible like that, like a suicide bombing. And then you miraculously find them the next day and fucking you don't get rid of them, you get rid of random guy A or random group B, which probably took out other like normal civilians. They're probably either hiding amongst them or US just doesn't give a shit, bombs the whole area. That's the way it seems to play out, like in the past. And we can add something like this. I mean, this. Here. Let me play the beginning of this. Here we go. Just
questions after new reports that U.S. forces gunned down civilians after Kabul blast. A new BBC report shows eyewitnesses at the scene of the deadly Kabul airport explosion on Thursday, saying that a significant number of the 170 Afghans killed in the attack actually died from gunfire by the U.S.-led alliance in the chaos following the blast. Many we spoke to, including eyewitnesses, said significant numbers of those killed were shot dead by U.S. forces in the panic after the blast, the BBC's Sekunder Kermani said on Twitter.
Now, there was reports of gunfire from the ISIS side after the blast, right? Just saying, not defending anything, just saying that was reported. I guess what the official narrative is saying is that it was so chaotic that U.S. soldiers and Turkish soldiers were just shooting down and just kind of just randomly, just like, oh fuck, and just randomly spraying and shit like that, and they end up killing all these civilians. Doesn't stand so far outside the realm of possibility, to be honest with you, based on like some of the documentaries I've seen in regards to how these guys behave, and some of them are just straight up like, let's be real, psychopathic. Let's be very real about that. Like straight up like thirst for blood type shit. I've seen guys like that knew they were on video camera, like U.S. soldiers that knew they were on video camera saying like, yeah, I basically came here to blow shit up, kill people. Like seriously, like I just want to go in there, find the bad guy, shoot him up, kill him, on and so forth. Like they're there for an action movie, as opposed to like anything righteous. That's all sides. Be real about this. That's from all sides. Definitely some psychos amongst it. Usually find their way towards leadership. They're there. Trust me. So yeah, the reason I'm showing you this is because of another possible narrative that I'm not going to co-sign at this moment because I don't know enough. But it is out there that
as far as like it shaping up. There are people considering like it's looking like a false flag type of thing, where, right, we say we're leaving, then all of a sudden something crazy happens to keep us there, and it's very weird. I think I'll put it this way: if it is a false flag, it's a lot more layered than I think people are making it out to be. Right? Instead of, if I had to guess, some are making it seem like they're taking advantage of ISIS doing something that they would do anyways, or the U.S. is just allowing ISIS to do whatever the fuck. And, you know, they'll take advantage of it by randomly shooting into a crowd, like to increase the death toll numbers in order to create the bigger headline, in order to keep it into some, keep it in some sort of like, oh, it's just a terrible region, blah, 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 blah. We should have never left like this. We should constantly keep an eye on this area. Blah, blah, blah. Yes, like we'll keep some personnel in the surrounding area, but mostly use drone strikes to handle these extremist groups, on and yada. But if it were a false flag, I think it'd go much deeper than that. I remember this documentary I saw. I think it was about a mall in Africa where this crazy terrorist thing happened. Terrorist attack happened, right? It wasn't bombs. It was just guys with AK-47s running through a mall, just shooting indiscriminately. Whoever they can kill, they kill them. And in this documentary that I saw, these guys actually get a phone call from the handler, and you get to hear it. And the guy is like, no, brother. We need you to stay in there. We need you to make it look as scary as possible. Now imagine that from your military handler, where it's not objective based. It's, you guys are going to die no matter what. You guys are dead. All right. But try to make it look as scary as. So, regardless of if Daesh or this ISIS group or whatever the fuck is connected to the U.S. like directly, regardless of that, their plan is 5,000% psyop. Whether it's for themselves or for a bigger power, it is 100% psyop. They will do this for the sake of an image, like taking headlines. Right? The beheading videos, whether you think of them as real or fake, it's still to send a message. It's to, they want the scary headline. Whoever it is. ISIS, or if something more intricate is happening. And yeah, that's spooky to say the least, but I mean, that would show how, like, even, once again, I'm going to say this again, even if this is ISIS acting on their own, doing this, it's like they are playing a psychological mind game with people. It's on paper blatant. They kill a bunch of random people. They kill 13 Marines and a bunch of random civilians in a suicide bomb attack. Is not some militarily strategic fucking, this is, we're winning the war now type shit. No. It's all message. The guy giving the phone call. Listen, brother. We need to scare them. Make it more scary. That is not a, flank them from the left maneuver. It's not. Not a flanking move. Not a pincer. You're saying Game of Thrones. Just straight up fucking, here's a psychological thing we're trying to play on you. That's like what should be 100% noticed by people. I mean, no doubt about it, like that should be heavily thought upon, meditated on. That they're playing, that it's a psychological game, regardless of who is truly behind what action. I guess the question would be why. I guess some of them say that it'll rile up Americans and force them to send more troops. Send more troops in, leave more weapons behind when you leave. We'll take care of that. That's ISIS's fucking economy at this point, is getting more conflict to happen, even if they end up on the shit end of it, getting their asses whipped militarily. Like, even if they get their asses whipped militarily, they're still winning in some sort of resource type. Because now, when you guys are fighting us, who's guarding this? We're taking advantage of it. And then the creepy governments surrounding the areas, they're taking advantage of it too. Fucking black market oil flooding like right through Turkey, like no one's noticing. Giant fucking oil tankers like that. How do you not catch someone moving oil around? Like they don't have them in like 1 gallon jugs tucked under their coat. Like no, they have them in trucks. Remember the scenery of them on the, like Ryan Dawson says, they're on the Toyota fucking trucks, just flags out, just driving down the fucking road. Weird. When I see U.S. soldiers driving through Afghanistan or any of these fucking areas, they're stopping every so often. They're checking for IEDs. They're looking out for mortar attacks. They are just cautious and careful. They got the trucks with the things in front of them that will hit the mine first before it hits the main truck. Like they got all these precautions, all that shit. ISIS, flags waving, fucking, they're out on the truck shooting AKs in the air. Like how the fuck? Like wait, I was like, hey, who's filming this? Who's uploading it? This reminds me of the shit when they caught someone else brought it up first actually, and I was like, holy shit. The Shia LaBeouf video where he put like a flag up in a random city. I forgot what the flag said. I don't know, something like peace and love or some shit like that, right? These trolls found it. They found them based on the wind trajectory, based on the time of day, buildings. They located that fucking flag. Now ISIS gets super HD cameras to show beheadings, middle of the desert, and some of these fucking like troll guys, they're like, we're gonna find where they're at too. Found where they were at too. By looking at wind trajectory, time of day, background scenery, all that shit. Once again, I have heard the theory that they're just in a green screen room, faking that shit. I don't know. But my God, you're telling me they can't come up with that? They don't have enough big brains around there to read wind trajectory, time of day. What does this location look like? Right? These fucking dudes were looking at the headband of one of the terrorist guys. Notice the direction the wind was blowing. And if you see where the sun is, you know if they're on the eastern or western side of the thing. And all that shit. What the fuck? They look at weather patterns. Big blue day. Was it cloudy? All that shit. Yeah. That's a little different. The thing I'm talking about is much more intricate. That's forensic. What you're talking about is more like, like breadcrumbs of tying a story together. oh, I seen this guy over here, but it's not really official. They're doing straight up digital forensics, fuckers. They have 1/1,000,000th of the technology the governments have. Yeah. And as I said, yeah, when logic slaps you in the face, that's in multiple directions. It's not just this tweet. It's many things surrounding this story. That logic, dumb guy logic, is like, what? I made this video way longer than it needed to be, but I enjoy rambling. Sorry if I went all over the place. It is what it is. Don't forget to subscribe if you feel like. Comment below if you feel like. Don't forget to share. This is what you have to do. Share, support, and hopefully donate to Devon's Journey to Recovery, helping victims of Africom, Cohen Daly, Stevie, aka Redneck Economics, Sleepy J, aka Sleepy Josh, and to Ali Alexandra, aka Now, Chicago, Mrs. Masvidal. Share and donate. All links are in the description box. And with all that said, give this video a thumbs down. Yay. Thank you, Jesse. Thank you for the thumbs down. I don't know. Like I said, just looking at it at face value, and this is why I've mentioned this before, to where it seems like news stories or, you know, like assholes at the Majority Report that want to tell you, listen, I took political science, so I understand this, and you don't. Like that type of shit, where they try to make things like this that stand right in front of your face, try to make them sound like they're the most complicated things in the world. Like, okay, even though I'm not some military expert, but you're telling me they found these guys within 24 hours? Meanwhile, they were hunting these guys for 20 years? Let's be real, like, ISIS, Al-Qaeda, like offshoots of each other. Come on, dude. I feel like I'm going to have more on this topic because more shit's going to happen. Okay, you see this? Can you guys see this? No, you can't. Drink this. See that? There we go. See that? Right here. Biden warns another attack at Kabul airport is highly likely. In the next 24 to 36 hours. I mean, and the names to try and confuse you. I think an attempt to ISIL, ISIS, Daesh, Al-Nusra. Tell Mrs. Masvidal I'm a basketball American. Training to beat his hubby or her hubby. Beware my power. ISIS is not Al Qaeda. Not technically, but you're telling me ISIS is not an offshoot of Al Qaeda? I'll tell you, you're fucking crazy, or you haven't been paying attention. I mean, look at what's the origins of ISIS on paper, right? Al-Baghdadi, right? Where'd he come from? He was already like an extremist type guy, already working within these. Yeah, he came from over there. Already working in these cells and shit like that, right? Then he gets locked up, and somehow they break out of prison in the middle of the desert. They form ISIS. Now, who's all in there? Who's all in that prison? ISIS already there? Come on, bro. Plenty of Al Qaeda, man. It's the same. I'm basically making the same statement that, like, all right, I understand the Taliban is not the Mujahideen, but if your original leaders of the Taliban are from the Mujahideen, then it's like, can't you call them like an offshoot? Maybe they have philosophical differences, but it's like, still call it like an offshoot. I don't get it. What don't you get? Unless you respond to someone. 20 years, 20 hours, what's the difference? A couple $1 trillion in a lost generation. Wrecked country. Havoc has. We funded ISIS. We supported the moderate rebels. Even PBS admitted they support Al Qaeda over Syrian governments. It's obvious we made ISIS K play fight with. They're probably just Daesh. They changed the name around. Daesh, same shit. Similar looking flags, black flag with the white writing and all that shit. Lining people up, putting blindfolds on them, putting them on these, and just ISIS-like behavior, bullying even. As they're walking to their deaths, there's like guys walking beside them, slapping them in the back of their head. Very creepy. ISIS is state and Al Qaeda is opposition. Okay. I figured, Dubster, I would have figured that you would have seen the quote unquote conspiracy notion of like Al Ciaeda. Right? That's like a running joke. Also, like documents released program or Al Qaeda. I thought you were like a 9/11 guy. Basically saying that Osama bin Laden was actually did what he did because actually against the U.S. like that, like a freedom fighter against the U.S. opposed to sort of like op or Nazi. I would think an op with bin Laden. Remember that lady? Like, bin Laden's been that shit. And he's sitting there watching Cartoon Network and military compound. He dumped him in the. Yeah, that's all in the fucking 9/11 conspiracy, right? That these guys escaped out the back door. Oh yeah, I'm saying it's a part of the. Bin Laden's out of the country as 9/11 was happening. Healthy. Ironically enough, the exit from Afghanistan was controlled chaos. Expect terror attacks on U.S. soil, possibly on the anniversary of 9/11. Not controlled chaos, but intentional chaos production. Leave people behind. Leave weapons behind. Lists of behind. Oh yeah, but I mean, it's hard not to notice. ICE is running around with Toyota trucks, bro. Or they get sponsored or something? They got more sponsor rights than UFC fighters or something? What the fuck? What did Dawson say? That they're like perfectly made and mount fucking perfectly. That fucking gun. A little bit suspicious. Oh, they have weapons now. How did the White House and Pentagon spokesman not get mouth cancer from all the lies? What is dead may never die. Game of Thrones. Mujahideen was just the people guarding their homes and accepted the help from America when fighting Russia. In 1996, they broke ties with America. America did not like that. I believe 96 is the beginning of the Taliban. I mean, it'd be hard for me to believe. Okay, I can consider they had some sort of silly but quote unquote pure intention behind their initial thing. And once you get co opted like that, how long does it take before your leaders are now basically wearing red, white, beneath their fucking turbans? Laden had my opinion, my far, far away opinion, yes. And was he not in the Mujahideen? Yeah. I believe he was a part of the fighting against Soviets. ISIS was created in 2014. Never mentioned any before then. It drives from ISIL, which began in 2009. That's the same thing, bro. Oh. He tapped. I thought he tapped. About to get it knocked out anyways. Yeah. Obama or Hillary created ISIL probably with other power, such as Israel. Hard to follow. That is from a 9/11 guy. Ford is ISIS tough. Ford can rough mountains. Get a Ford truck. Get ISIS stuff. Toyota, motherfucker. Where like, yeah, IED. A lot of contractors. Fucking video game. Get my take your money. Also keep it on theme. I mean, right? Why not? Here we go.
I'm just.
Alright, Jesse. This Jesse, not the other Jesse.
Ventura.
Not my Jesse. Not Jesse Ventura.
Welcome to my world. Come along for the ride. The world according to Jesse.
A little corny. Actually, a lot of corny.
Today we discuss American weapons in the hands of the Taliban. How the pandemic is reducing the intelligence of babies and vaccine approvals at the FDA. Sit tight. The show starts now. The world according to Jesse.
Hi, I'm Brigida Santos. For our top story today, the Taliban have announced that they are not allowing the evacuation of Afghans anymore and say that the U.S. must pull out all forces from Afghanistan by August 31st, which is the withdrawal deadline initially set by the Biden administration. Jesse, it's unclear right now whether Washington will be able to evacuate all its Afghan allies as promised by that date. And the Taliban say they will not grant a deadline extension. Now, the mainstream press has covered the withdrawal as if it's a complete disaster. They're also pushing for the U.S. to stay in longer. At least it seems that way, the way they're covering it. Jesse?
Well, first and foremost, let's go back to history of what
the only
happened
bad
there.
years, Jesse, are the Democrat years.
President Donald Trump and Secretary of State
Not the guys who kicked off the war, who planted the seeds for the war, all in tandem with the so-called Democrats.
They cut out the Afghan government. The Afghan government wasn't part of this. And that's when they did their deal with the Taliban. So essentially, Trump and Pompeo surrendered to the Taliban in 2020 because then they pulled out a bunch of our troops. So the Taliban knew we were leaving. We lost our bargaining chip. We have nothing to bargain with now. So let's face the fact that when the troops pulled out, the Taliban knew the waiting game would work. They didn't have to give up anything. They'd just wait. Now that day has arrived. We're pulling out. We have nothing to bargain with anymore. The Afghan government has crumbled and folded because they realized we were abandoning them back in 2020. They weren't going to last. And now we're left.
100,000 strong, Jesse, with all the American technology and an air force. We're not going to last, so let's just give up to the Taliban. Like ground fighters, mountainous fighters. Yeah, like these mountainous fighters took over your major city. Your major of major cities. That does not make sense. God, I'm pretty sure these guys are like linked up and.
With this mess, which I predicted would happen 20 years ago when I opposed these wars, stating they were identical to what happened in Vietnam. Well, get ready. This is the results of it.
The Taliban have also seized American weapons in Afghanistan following the departure of U.S. troops and personnel. Taliban fighters have been seen near abandoned American helicopters, carrying American sniper rifles, assault weapons, and other arms, as well as driving Humvees and other American-made military trucks. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan says the Biden administration does not know where all the military equipment has gone since it was delivered or how much of it the Taliban has taken. The U.S. has sent the Afghan military and police roughly 600,000 small arms, 208 airplanes, and 76,000 vehicles between 2003 and 2016.
Well, now Taliban has a fucking Air Force. Super tech, not super duper tech. Super technological weaponry and shit like that. Yeah, they have it.
The most recent quarterly report shows 174 Humvees, 3 million rounds of ammunition, and 100,000 rockets were also delivered. Now, over the past 2 decades, Washington has spent over $80 billion on Afghan forces. American taxpayers paid for this military equipment only to see it fall into the hands of the Taliban, who are now free to sell it on the black market or use it. But this isn't new. How many times have you and I covered all those audits from the Special Inspector General?
And who would it get sold to? Know where these guns fucking end. I mean, even look, here's something even like kind of related. You like something like a Spike Lee movie? They'll point out like, oh, these guys, fucking Queen somewhere, are holding guns with Israeli writing on them. How do they end up there? Black market to black market to black market to here. So what makes you think someone like ISIS who can get away with trucks and oil tankers and shit like that? What do you think they're gonna do? Like, you don't think they're gonna get their hands on this fucking weaponry? Like, they're doing like trickle down guns and shit. They're getting like fucking PS3s on retail and shit. On fucking discount because we got PS4s now and shit. Like, the US has PS5s, the Afghan army military has PS4s, but then it got taken by the Taliban. Taliban gets rid of the lesser weapons, so ISIS gets the PS3s. Oh, and yeah, like, oops. Oh no, that's Fast and Furious. That's with the Mexican cartel. Dude, we're gonna put these GPS chip guns and guns. We'll find out where they're at. They come for the guns. Won't you know where they're at? Don't they have to go somewhere like a specific location to? Yeah, whatever. But then it's like, well, the chips malfunctioned, and now they just have more guns. What? Oops. What? Up with that play. Shouldn't they be like tracking guns that like you could just remotely say don't work anymore? Okay, I press this button, all those guns are no longer functional. You have the location of them. Just in case, you know, GPS glitch. You're gonna see like Mexican drug cartels at like anti-5G rallies and shit. Get rid of 5G. They can't track them. Hey, all those U.S. weapons gonna need maintenance. Why? Good business. You guys ever see that movie Lord of War, man? That shit freaked me out. Nicolas Cage. Where like the ATF guy like chasing Nicolas Cage. They land their plane in Africa. They land the plane, they just like, fuck, we gotta get rid of this evidence. They just give the guns away. Everyone willingly takes them. Little kids to old women, they all take them. Sell them for money. Sell them and make. Oh, based on a real. Trump released from Gitmo, the current Taliban leader, and but that was kind of part of the deal, right? Release your guys, you lit on paper deal.
General for Afghanistan reconstruction, revealing that the U.S. needed to improve weapons accountability. That has been going on for years.
Absolutely, and you know this is what we're looking at here is blowback. This is blowback going back to Bush, Cheney, and Rumsfeld when they started the war in Afghanistan, and then just got into that and turned their attention and then invaded Iraq and literally forgot about Afghanistan pretty much. It's nation building. For some reason, these people lived in a dream world thinking that somehow they could go into Afghanistan and bring Western democracy to a country.
That is such a miss. He thought they were democracy. Really think, you don't think they got the picture? Took them 20 years to get the picture. Oh, well, it's working. Like, come on. No way I buy that. Taliban fought ISIS in Syria. Russia supported the Taliban. What does that have to do? What does it to do with anything? This is all just a ploy to make Trump look good. Trump was secretly trying to. So, okay. We're going to make the argument that Obama created ISIS by leaving weaponry and shit behind and all that stuff. You're making the case that Trump heavy-handed role in refunding and replenishing ISIS in Syria. Oh, well, just in general. Right? First of all, you work as their air force, essentially. When you bomb the country Syria. Right? He shot those Tomahawk missiles. That wasn't aimed at ISIS. That allows ISIS, or these rebel groups, are real strongly connected to ISIS, advance in certain areas. Too busy getting, because Syria's too busy getting bombed by the U.S. Also, known members of ISIS connected with rebel groups. And when you fund those, when you fund those rebels, telling me ISIS doesn't get their hands on that shit. You're telling me the U.S. doesn't. How about the $4.5 million given to the White Helmet Trump administration? There's too many logical, like the logic is not adding up for you. That's the direction you're trying to go in. Saudi Arabia, Israel. Come on, man. Like, U.S. troop at Arbador fighting ISIS in Syria. See, you're making this comparison, Dubster, like, someone like Al-Nusra Front fighting ISIS. But ISIS is bad. That's you falling for the advertising that, these other groups are somewhere like better. ISIS for some reason. Why? Al-Nusra or the Free Syrian Army, they lined people up, shot them in the back of the fucking head with blindfolds on. They did that. They beheaded people. Allegedly. They've gassed Syrians. Chemical gas from Libya. Allegedly. Why are those the good guys? You're making it seem like you're calling them the good guys because Trump supported them. Trump secretly to take out ISIS, even though these groups do. What? Yeah, but they're not ISIS. That's the way you're making it seem, Dubster. He told Opeth last week the U.S. would fund crazies to fight in Afghanistan. Took a week. What do you think Opeth will say about this? Those missiles took out ISIS locations. Yes, you did. I did not. There was no gas. That one's a stretched up. Let me backtrack. You're telling me the Tomahawk missiles we shot at Syria, at their bases, at their hangars, were really ISIS locations? Is that what you're arguing? It says the missiles. They drone strike. Tomahawk missile. Assume you mean that. And he did it twice. Doesn't explain the funding of the rebels. Funding of the White Helmets. Yes. You mean when 52 Tomahawk missiles, they were aimed at ISIS, but hit Syria by accident? Is that what you're saying? You're saying none of them hit Syrian government facilities. They all just ISIS. And it was what that would have to be. That would mean it would have to be some sort of secret plan that somehow you know about. No one else does. And that people who go to the don't know about. But it's possible. But there was no gas. That one's a major leap. Made Dubster Brown. You mean there was no? Not even the rebels used any gas. Just straight up, just wasn't there. Is that what you're saying? Iran been dealing with that.
Here's the next few minutes are a demonstration of drinking pharma Kool-Aid. Then he interviews Richard Wolff starting at 13. I'm just going to go with the Afghanistan. Right now, he's just giving me essentially amount to like latitude. That's even. I don't even think he said. He said. Chlorine gas both times, more than 2. Chlorine gas both times were false flags. Trump utilized the D when countering, took out ISIS. Gas attack. How would that work? Oh, pull our heads out of our caves. Oh, finally. Best bomb. Yeah, like what happened there? Why do you need to secretly bomb ISIS? I've seen the footage. The chlorine gas crisis. That logic's like glaring. This one can also be seen as like you're the no offense, you're the guy Dawson looks at. They're like, I have photos. That's kind of what you do when you crisis actors. More likely, murdered some people. This would be, even this could be considered somewhat of a stretch. Somewhat of a stretch. Is that they just murdered people with their body. Forehead models here. YellBRo net. I said I don't. Says the coalition should. Okay, add enough areas for. Because, well, beautiful. Alright, they are adorable. In the in the makeshift hospital, fake dead, and people pretending to not be able to breathe. He had something there to where it's like that would actually help you in regards to evidence-based argument. Like it would actually help you if you took like the witnesses were saying and all that at the hospital where they were claiming like no, treating us like that's the one with the little boy. But instead you flipped it and said they were all just acting, even though their acting favored
favored you. Your argument. Just said. Aha, I was going to ask you guys, where's my hat before I just throw it, but it's on my head. Wait, what? Okay, back in a flash. Damn you, Captain Up. And your captain hat. Alright, let's play this Jesse thing.
Country that has been led by tribal government for not just decades, but for centuries, literally thousands of years. And somehow these guys figured, oh, we're going to switch them to Western democracy. Well, it didn't happen, and it won't happen. And so that leads me to believe they weren't that stupid. There's another reason that we went into Afghanistan and Iraq, and that is to feed the industrial war machine. People making money. Take a look at what's happening today going on in Afghanistan.
Was it the white
you
helmets?
got the former head of Blackwater. He's making money flying people out of that, Prince, or whatever his name is. So we have to look at these two wars as such. There are people that made tremendous money, war profiteers off these two wars, as well as now you're seeing the results of the two wars. Literally $1 trillion spent, and who can look into a mirror and say that was money well spent and we should have gone there in the first place? I hate being the one week in and week out to say I told you so, but guess what? I told you so 20 years ago.
Indeed you did. In other news, the Food and Drug Administration has fully approved
Ravishing
Pfizer's
Rick
COVID-19
Road, I
vaccine.
told you.
This is the first vaccine approved by the agency to prevent the disease. The acting FDA commissioner.
That was the. I could have just. Tokenism versus tokenization. Explained from Young Ripper. Young, and he's. Oh.
Over the years, I've done many different videos talking about the concept of tokenization and tokenism in comic books. And though I've defined it many times, there are a lot of stupid, disingenuous people that attempt to strawman the position. So I figured I'd do a dedicated video explaining what exactly it is and the issues that stem from it. Instead of going back and forth with some brainlet in the comment section, just send them this video and call it a day. There wasn't even a Webster's dictionary entry for tokenism when I first started using it in videos. I do not care what you personally think that it is or that you think I should use a different term. Not important. So let me define tokenism first and foremost in this context. Tokenism is the gender, race, or sexuality change of a pre-established character. We call this tokenism because it's usually only done one direction and it's purposeful and with intent. Once that tokenism occurs, we call that manifestation a tokenization, and it doesn't matter if there's a supposed mantle at play. There is some sort of unoriginality with every tokenization, but not all unoriginal characters are tokenized. We'll also address that in a bit. I almost exclusively talk about tokenization in the comic book space. As mentioned, this happens in a couple of different ways. Most notably are female versions of classically male characters. Kar-Zor-El, aka Supergirl, would be considered a tokenized version of Superman because, as implied by the name, she was created to be a female version of the already established male character. So characters like Spider-Woman, Batgirl, Batwoman, Miss Marvel are all examples of tokenized characters, but please keep in mind that not all tokenizations require them to have female slants. It's just most of them do. Likewise, not all characters with similar names are tokenized, though this is a rare instance. For example, there was a character named Falcon before the black one for Marvel Comics. There's also Monica Rambeau, who first went by the name Captain Marvel. But neither of those characters are in any way connected to, nor are they based on the characters they share names with. The second way this happens, which is most prominent these days, would be the tokenism that takes place when the character is depicted outside of the original work, such as like animation and the live action depiction of comic books. As an example, Jimmy Olsen, who is white in the comics, is played by some bald black guy in the Supergirl show. Iris West, who is a white redhead in the comics, is played by a black woman in the Flash show. The upcoming depictions of Tim Drake and Cyclone for DC's live action movies and series is Miles Morales, a tokenized character. Yes, he's Puerto Rican and Black Spider-Man and was created to be exactly that. The creators are pretty open with their intention in his creation, and though he has a couple of power changes, he's largely based off Peter Parker. Is Black Panther a tokenized character? No, he's an original black character. What about Jason Todd being Robin? Is he tokenized? No. Dick Grayson, the first Robin, same race, gender, and sexuality. Now, when Stephanie Brown becomes Robin, you can make the argument that she's a tokenized Robin.
See, this is going to get to the point where they're just going to make so much money off of these. Just being real. What they're going to do is you're going to have a director that comes out and is like, no, I want the original work. Then he's going to get backlash in the media. These guys are like, he's a hero. You're going to go buy tickets for it. And praise it as like it's brilliant because it went against the far leftist narrative. I'm just saying, it's like a money grab. Either you got Team A watching it that will love it, or you got Team B watching it to hate it. Then you reverse the narrative, and you have Team A watching it to hate it, and Team B watching it to love it. Either way, you get all of them watching it. Like CNN. I even know their ratings. Probably has more hate watchers than watchers. You guys are keeping. We do for Temple. What? No crisis acting event did not happen. That's what the little boy was claiming. Or his dad, at least. Trump utilized a deep state false flag in state play. ISIS, while also funding ISIS. Doesn't. Acting means the event did not. Like, and little boy witness is saying that there was no event that happened. So you going against him is. Never mind. Anyways.
But when she was spoiler, she would be more original, non-tokenized character. What about Nick Fury in the Marvel Cinematic Universe? You like Sam Jackson so much, he can't be tokenized. Yes, he absolutely is, as the first and original Nick Fury was a white guy. Marvel even tried to...
Now that one I'm going to push back on. Is that tokenized, or is that, hey, it's Samuel L. Jackson. Give him a role. Give him a role of some guy that no one even knows about or cares about, other than like super duper into the comics guys. And then even then, does his character have anything to do with him skin color, or is it about an attitude or actual like archetype or something? What transpired is that everything is tokenized. The Hollywood studio begged for a famous person like Samuel L. Jackson to be in one of their fucking movies. Now you're gonna like that's like leaping everywhere now. That one's difficult to believe. You don't think these guys would want Samuel L. fucking Jackson, like that guy with that voice, like made to be like a mean something mean boss. Like made for it. Listen, motherfucker. We got the motherfucking snakes on the motherfucking plane. Shark ate me. Fucking shark ate me. Guy does constantly talk about how he is making his own comic Rippaverse. It'll be better than the current garbage. So you're 100% correct. That's cool. He wants to make his own thing, but if it's just a counterculture war or pro-culture war, but in his point of view, countercultural, and it's like nails down the art, right? Like, oh, someone makes a work of art of preppy white guys. Like, I'll counter this narrative by making artwork of underground punk hip hop black guys. Look, doing the opposite of Trump didn't fund ISIS. He just did not stop the funding of ISIS. He did follow the money. Oh, it was all for evidence. You're just gathering evidence, letting them behead people, blow people up, and execute people, all for evidence. And he did fund them. He did fund them too, indirectly, knowingly. All right, if he reads the WikiLeaks, claimed he did, said Hillary knew about that, and then you do the same thing, fund those countries that do the thing you're also aware of, right? In the emails, yeah, we know that Qatar and Saudi Arabia are funding terrorist groups. What does Trump do? Oh, weapons deal with Saudi. Cut off Qatar or something. Really did it for intel? Sure. No, it doesn't make sense. You need to gather intel on them. Follow the rules. Follow the money, bro. Actually, that's exactly what Fast and Furious was. Give them weapons, tips in them, all work. Same logic. For some reason, Obama bet. It was intentional. That's basically all his arguments about Trump. Even though he fucked up things consistently around Trump, means well. He means to save America. I know Trump wants to help America. Now you're just trolling. Make a whole cast of. Cool. If you're leaving cannabis, peace out, man. Don't forget to check out Cannabis Sativa's channel. Get our weed rights back. I support him making his own thing. I just hope him trying to leftist, as he constantly says. Alternatives are nice. That's why I read comics. They're good. Yeah. I mean, right? Doesn't that stale your art down?
it makes it kind of stale, especially when the topic itself is the thing you're trying to counter is already on such a shallow level. Now you're just implicit with the shallowness instead of bringing it back to art, which I think was supposed to be the original argument. You may just make something good, not to make something politically correct or whatever. Falling into that by strictly just trying to counter it. Seems kind of obvious when you step back from it.
To bring the black Nick Fury into the main comic universe, and they try to explain this by saying that he's the black son of the original Nick Fury. Yeah.
And that's probably for comic book fans. I think this was more of a character so popular in the movies because it's Samuel L. fucking Jackson, and he can do that role with his fucking eyes closed, or one eye closed. Case. That's why we're giving him the role. That's why we'll start basing comic book characters on a black Samuel Jackson looking Fury. It's kind of like Morgan Freeman. Yeah. You're not one of those characters. Could have made him a nice guy. Nice Nick. Hey, most people did not know who Nick Fury was, and the people that did know who Nick Fury was, there are a lot of them didn't. Not that important to them.
Go look it up. It doesn't make any sense. Now, Falcon. He was an original black character as Falcon, but Sam Wilson becomes a victim of tokenism when Marvel decided to give him Steve Sloppy Seconds and had him become Captain America. Is Barry Allen or Wally West tokenized? No, they're not the original Flash, meaning they can be considered some sort of knockoff, but they are white, male, and straight, just like Jay Garrick. Is the black Wally West tokenization? Yes, he's a black version of an.
So it's all about race. So if they just make another character with a different name to replace him, as long as he stays the same race, sexual orientation, it's okay. Huh? Yeah, or bi. Yeah, something like that. I'd be like, nah. Fucking, it's Robin. It's already like Batman. Let's be real about that. As far as in pop culture, like pop culture, like the masses, I don't even know what Robin's love life would be. Probably more for people who look deep in the character, right? Batman, they know about. Robin, no fucking. The fucking Batman side. Anyways. Support my comic book. Here. Check out Hidden Jihad. All jokes aside, I'm working on. Okay. I have plenty of room in my comment section. Or not comment, description box. Share and support. Never know. I will do a video on Debs and Alley's article. I thought it was very well done, in my opinion. It wasn't just information. More of kind of challenging the audience. It was also inputting. Other concepts. By 6 moves.
An originally white character. So you're catching my drift now as far as tokenization, what it actually is and its examples. It doesn't rest upon what you tolerate or like or the exceptions that you make. Tokenization is tokenization. Now you may ask, what is the actual problem with tokenization? Well, for starters, it's lazy. And for different reasons. Instead of coming up with a brand new character, you're opting to simply try to copy a previous one in hopes that it sticks. In this day and age, this is inexcusable considering how quickly the word can get around because of social media, and you got these modern marketing tools. And considering the vast amounts of work that had to be done, the decades upon decades of development when it comes to these certain characters for them to remain staples of American culture, just creating a swapped version of that character is especially lazy. It goes without saying that some of these changes that happen in live action are among the worst kinds and are always purposeful. No casting in Hollywood is done just by simply merit or this idiocy of the best person for the job. The fact that you even see that with animated characters tells you that. So black character development or new black characters are almost non-existent as the studios just continue to hash out tokenized versions of classically white ones. Not to mention most of this is done with blatant political or social agenda in mind. It was at least more understandable when this tokenization happened way back in the gap, like with the Supergirls of the world. But doing it today requires blatant laziness, as you're telling the audience that you'd simply rather not create something new and instead want to cash in on the nostalgia of something that already exists.
Even when they do the characters the way they're supposed to aesthetically look, and bad from a filmmaking perspective. Ben Affleck looks the part of a aesthetically. A lot of people like, but at least one I would want to care to see, or that would be like compelling to me. Also, guy who's kills him actually. I guess it's a more realistic take on Batman. He lives in this world. He would just mount machine guns to the Batmobile, getting guys. Make sure they never come back. I would love to. It would be a good test for me. Hey, what's your favorite movies? Huh? And why? Well, I'll just ask that first. I'd ask that first. That would be, for me, pretty telling. Then I'll go into if he is the way I might think. Anyways, here we go.
Self-proclaimed pro-black activists foam at the mouth and love to see black versions of white things. Tokenization stifles creativity. But not all tokenizations are equal. I've been on record saying that She-Hulk, for example, is the best handled tokenized character when it comes to the
Which is why Black Panther, an original black character, did so well. And no one gives a fuck about Falcon. They'll just support them because they're black. No, they have to actually care about the. Hey, who went out for what's his Robot Boy? Cyborg, yeah. Talk about it. Hey, no one gave a fuck about him. Weird. Jeff Bezos would be Batman, and people of Gotham would be fucked.
Big two, at least before up until recently. Batgirl is also far more preferable than most tokenized characters, but 9 times out of 10, it's a lousy, needless effort, and you end up with goofy stuff like Iceman being turned gay out of nowhere, or the criminal depiction of Marvel in the Captain Marvel movie. It's an unfavorable thing. A lot of people make excuses for tokenization. They say, well, they have to do this because nobody.
I mean, if you really go, like, wouldn't it all be tokenized then? Original creators of these things? Back when these guys were created? Yeah. Like, that would be token.
Will support new characters. This is generally a projection on their behalf because I've never heard a comic guy or gal say that in
Falcon
all of my years of being rooted in this culture. Many of us are fans of many original black characters or female characters, but tokenism continues to be the go-to tactic for things attached to the big two. And it's boring.
I think
multiverses are often used as these excuses for such changes, and people that refuse to understand that like to utilize it. Folks that go around saying Val Zod and Calvin Ellis aren't tokenized characters and then try to gaslight by acting like you the crazy one and saying things like not every Kryptonian or something has to be black. Fool, that wasn't even actually the position. Val Zod and Calvin Ellis are literally black supermen. Name, branding, all of that. If they were just some black alien from Valtho Island that went by a completely different name and power set, it wouldn't have been tokenization. But that ain't what happened. So now you know what tokenism actually is and its application. It's not the mere existence of a black female or gay character. And yes, there is a difference between mere unoriginality and tokenism. The people that are against tokenism are usually the ones that go to bat for these original characters. The ones that support tokenization are usually the ones that Google and become experts on that character overnight when, like, Jane Foster's Thor gets announced as appearing in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. To be fair, you're the weirdos that they're trying to appeal to. Now, shut up and stop strawmanning the position. Stop trying to shield these lousy creations by claiming misogyny or racism. It's low effort. And we don't.
This whole video is low hanging and doesn't require effort.
Really care how trivial you think that it is. Get a grip.
I have like a top movie list, or is it all?
Yo, my name is Eric.
Or is it strictly just comic book? Okay, that's your. Find this right next to his review of like Captain Marvel. Wow. Like, comic books, you might be the fucking crosses over into lost pup. I don't know if it's just the genre of storytelling. No top 10. He more talks about issues, comics, pseudo out of touch libertarian. If I speed him up. Laps, X-Legend. Already? Oh, Ed sent this. Now they're doing like hacking it. All the big stream. They do too. That's just me being real. Streamers. Oh, duty. There are little mechanics here and there. They mainly the lack of diversity with their maps and shit like that, and lack of ranked play, and obviously so many. I was telling Justin that. Pause. And every game guys' names. This one guy's name, call me, phone number, selling hacks. Call me 807-65. Like what? Hackers.
My name is Christian Granucci. I'm a captain with the Los Angeles City Fire Department. I'm a 31-year veteran with this agency. And I'm more than likely going to catch total grief from my administration from this. But I am done being silent on this matter, and so are many of our members. And this is regarding the vaccine mandate by the city of Los Angeles.
Beat them up a little.
For all city employees. We saw this tyranny coming. We saw it coming across the Pacific. And a week and a half ago, it landed in Honolulu with the Honolulu Fire Department. And we watched a passionate plea from Captain Pelikai, literally in tears, being forced to resign because he chose not to take the vaccine. Forced to leave the department after faithfully serving it for years. Then it landed on our coast. It hit San Francisco. It hit San Francisco fire. And we heard the stories up there. Our union representation stood by idly and played a wait and see. And sat on their hands.
Pissed.
Well, now it's here in Los Angeles. And the mandate has come down from the mayor and the city council that we, all city employees, including first responders, shall take the vaccine. If we do not take the vaccine, we have to be subjected to testing twice a week.
Telling you, with like, this is like a movie, bro. This would be called a MacGuffin. The whole vaccine thing has been a MacGuffin. It's like, well, we need some sort of conflict to happen here. All right, just say there's a vaccine and people are pissed at it. Here you go. It's just like bad writing. We'll call it. It's like in Black Widow where they have like a magic powder dust shit. They inhale it and they become good all of a sudden. It's this vaccine's like a life MacGuffin. We need to kick off some sort of revolution thing. How are we gonna do it? In here.
If we refuse that, termination. Again, I'm a 31-year veteran of this department. I have literally bled for this department.
They may be trying to exile those who don't get the jab from society, but
coming to work.
They're every 5 months.
I respected the administration of this department at one point. I even respected our union leadership.
Exile it,
and now they are lockstep with total tyranny.
In a way, but not directly.
I want you to be clear on this. I want everyone to be clear on this.
Yeah, in a way.
This is not about politics. This is not about left or right. This is not about red versus blue. This is not about Republican versus Democrat. This isn't even about vaccinated versus unvaccinated. This is tyranny. This is about freedom of choice.
Was that an issue before the vaccine? MacGuffin.
The department has said that we can seek medical exemptions if we so choose, if we can. That is a pie in the sky.
Now, all these issues.
We can even try and seek some kind of...
All these issues that people were already caring about are now being funneled into this discussion. And now it's like... and now it lives and dies with the MacGuffin. The life MacGuffin. MacGuffin.
Religious exemption, but they know that they have end runs around those.
You have to understand, firefighters are loved so much here.
The vaccinations will come
for all of us,
and then after that,
oh, I'm sure of it.
It will be a booster, and another booster, and another booster. And when will this end? When will this tyranny stop?
Remember when all those people attached revolution to the Vietnam War?
I'll tell you where it's going to stop.
And the war ended?
It's going to stop right here.
There went the...
Right now.
There went that era's MacGuffin.
And I'm putting my administration and my union on blast. You had the opportunity to get in front of this, and you didn't.
All we have to
We
do
want
is
to give
get
you the
Thanos
opportunity
collect
to
the
do the
5
right thing and
COVID
represent the
stones,
membership.
and we can start a revolution.
You'd think that the union that's there fighting for the little guy would jump in front of this, and this would have all kinds of handles on it for you to grab and run this in for a touchdown. But no, you decided to play politics with this. And you have half this department. You have a split right down the middle. And this is what tyrants want. They want to split down the middle. They want to divide and conquer.
Far away internet.
I am so hopping mad right now. You have no idea. My head could pop.
Not taking no shot.
Again, we want to give our union the opportunity to step in front of this.
You are. It's a
and
double
do
negative.
The right thing. But know this. There is a large group of us.
Where's the union?
In the hundreds.
Oh,
and
they
we
don't
have
give
an
a
attorney
fuck
on
about
retainer.
workers.
And he is a shark. We'll give you the opportunity to stand up and take the fiery arrows from the adversary of tyranny and step in front of this and fight for us. But if you don't, our plan B, a large group, and it is growing by the day. We have him on retainer, and we will seek legal counsel, and we will take the fight to you, the city of Los Angeles. Again, I'm going to catch so much grief for this, but I don't care. I wouldn't be able to look at my wife. She's going to kill me. I wouldn't be able to look at my wife, though, and my sons in the eye as they grew up.
Let that whole Skid Row thing happen. I would never do that. Oh,
under
I mean,
total
the vaccine.
tyrannical law and rule.
LA?
When I had a chance to stop this, I had a chance to fight.
It's weird. If he was,
but
if he was giving
nothing.
that speech, no one would give a fuck. John, stop complaining about the homeless already. Jesus.
This is bigger than me. This is bigger than the Los Angeles City Fire Department. This is bigger than my union.
Want access to our bodies.
I don't recognize this place anymore.
That's all they fucking want.
I don't recognize this country. I don't recognize this state. I don't recognize this
that?
department anymore. Again, I want you to be very clear. I want everyone to be very clear on this. This is not a political issue. This is not left-right. This is not Democrat, Republican. This is not vax, unvaxxed. This is a fight for freedom of choice, free will. This is a fight against tyranny. Make no bones about it, we have an uphill battle. A sizable financial commitment from several hundred of our members. I don't want to be doing this at the end of my career. I'd love to do a few more years on this department and just fade off into the sunset.
He said that.
But you know what?
Wait, what? That is not about them and.
Damn it! This landed in our lap.
Against
we got to do something.
Mandatory, but this
we can't sit back and let this happen.
Politics.
Let this happen to our country.
McMuffin.
I'll leave you with this.
I mean, yeah. Popular time.
And I saw this online a couple days ago. It was a gym owner in Oceanside, California. And like so many businesses here in California, they have just been knuckled under. And he was speaking in front of his city council. And he pointed at them. And he said, you told us, like the country's administration told us, and you, our city government, told us, just give us 2 weeks to flatten the curve.
What I'm seeing is a hardened type of guy. Pause.
To flatten the curve, to show me your papers.
Seemingly, seems like he's just realizing.
We all see what's happening here. I can't sit idle by anymore.
There's people who do creepy shit.
If things have moved that fast in the last 18
even though maybe
months,
he'd probably look up at these big celebrity politicians. Guys,
where
don't give a fuck about
the hell will we be?
He didn't
in the
consider
next
the
18
local
months?
people, local politicians. Don't give a fuck about it.
God bless all the first responders out there. You need to turn around and put your union on check and have them fight for you. And if they don't, you take the battle to them any way you can, and you assemble all the numbers that you can, as many people as you can, and you take the fight to them. We outnumber them. I'm out.
I'll be. Huh? I don't know. Huh? In I don't know. Like I get the concern, but it's like it's been a constant concern, taking different forms. But it's for some reason on a mass level become fucking black hole. Sucks everyone in. The narrative's already taken. People that are really studying this, narrative's already gone. It's already like Jesse's right. Like he was saying, it's not about left or right. Like, yeah, but you're speaking, framing. Because like I could easily see that guy fall right into. Trying to sneak a Vax Pass bill into a transportation bill. Maybe the vaccine is the alien. Take us over. All band together, throw away our biases. Sake of stopping them running the planet. Fight the MacGuffin. All you're fighting several weight classes away from each other. Jab them. No way I get away with it. Huh? Make it into Yeah, that's it.
They're only as good as the world allows them to be. I'll show you. When the chips are down, these civilized people, they'll eat each other.
Let me start this video with something seemingly small but interesting and actually of great importance, which is the voice Heath Ledger goes for in his portrayal of the character the Joker. When you think of typical impressions people might do of the Joker, or even like insane people or that sort of thing, the voice Heath Ledger goes for in his small... Let me start this video with something seemingly small but interesting and actually of great importance, which is the voice Heath Ledger goes for in his portrayal of the character the Joker. When you think of typical impressions people might do of the Joker, or even like insane people or that sort of thing, you tend to get voices that move erratically between high and low pitches, often lots of high-pitched talking or the laughing, as though their voice has flown off high above the world of grounded reality. And we do naturally get some of that with Heath Ledger, more in moments of actual laughing and moments of great excitement, but the vast majority of the time, the Joker speaks very calmly and quietly and fairly monotone in this film. There's a sort of low rumble to his voice.
See, Batman has shown Gotham your true colors, unfortunately. Dent, he's just the beginning.
You could even say he sounds quite bored most of the time, except moments where he's with Batman and talking to him, which are fittingly moments where he does come to life. The larger point though, apart from this lower calmness actually making him feel more sinister, is that it alludes to a side of the Joker he seems to be trying to keep hidden. There's interestingly a lot of symbolism relating the Joker to dogs, how he has 3 of them in his final showdown, how he sticks his head out of the window like a dog, how Batman starts this film getting wounded by a dog and wanting his armor adapted to help there.
How will it hold up against dogs?
As though kind of foreshadowing the Joker, and then obviously the Joker describing himself.
I'm a dog chasing
I thought that was a good point.
I wouldn't know what to do with one if I caught it.
You know, we get this idea of the Joker as this crazed, one-minded wild dog that can't be bought, bullied, reasoned or negotiated with, because his thinking is more primal than that. He hunts with excitement
bruises
and without care of achievement or consequence, except is that Joker? Outside of those very specific moments of great adrenaline, he does have this very calm voice, and as much as he might say,
do I really look like a guy with a plan? You know, I just do things.
He's bending the truth there, because this is a man who planned a heist to such intricate detail that the bus driver could crash through a wall and run down the perfectly positioned robber just as Joker checks his watch. This is a man who planted a car bomb ready for Judge Cirillo to be escorted to a safe house, who...
Bastard motherfuckers told us they knew so they could make endless profits. Part of it, I would say. Are you saying the vax is the thing we just often we can beat the bad guys? Well, I think it should be all out righteousness wherever you see a problem at. That's so you don't get sucked into the vortex, MacGuffin. That when the MacGuffin goes away, focus on another MacGuffin. You thought I didn't see empathy. Oh no, I care. Interesting perspective to throw out there. My opinion. Same bastard motherfuckers that killed already my mother and my youngest sister. The what did? Pharmaceutical companies. I'm sure they've given us
well, I don't say like particular people with particular illnesses or anything like that. Storage. Even the things that might be considered established or even experimental at that point. Knowingly, given that, okay, some will not make it. The doxing, if you just I didn't know that, and I don't think that's doxing. I care less about doxing, more about what would.
Poisoned the commissioner's whiskey, who stitched explosives into a prisoner's stomach, ready for when he was captured, and organised Harvey and Rachel to be taken hostage while he was in his cell. Yes, this is a man with a plan. A man who's been one step ahead of Batman pretty much the entire film. The Joker describes himself as, "I'm an agent of chaos." Chaos is his aim, certainly. He becomes excitable and manic when he sees it, but in himself he's very calm and a calculated planner, which I think is a side of the Joker we're not meant to think about in this portrayal. We don't get really any moments where characters talk about how calculated he is or emphasise that side of him, and sure, whilst everything the Joker tells Harvey is designed to manipulate him, it also kind of manipulates us, because we don't get any other explanations or arguments to oppose it. And I think of the Joker telling different stories about how he got his scars. Perhaps intentionally meant to confuse, perhaps the Joker just enjoys scaring people with different stories, perhaps he himself gets confused about his past. Either way though, the result is it blurs our understanding of the character. All his lies throughout this film make it hard to understand anything other than a very simple explanation, that he's an agent of chaos, that he isn't so much human as this half inhuman embodiment of madness with no history, no fingerprints or anything. A man we as an audience are not supposed to or even try to understand.
There, you clear up that issue. Okay, well, there's still a health insurance.
Alfred says, and offers a brilliant monologue that itself can only conclude,
drug industry, just illegal drug industry.
No idea why they want to, just that this is how some people are. We just have to accept it. It can't be understood. And in that sense, the Joker himself becomes a symbol just as much as Batman is a symbol projected beyond the real man Bruce Wayne behind it. The idea that this is a villain beyond all understanding makes him so much more terrifying, but is it actually true? Welcome back to my series analysing the Batman trilogy. I've talked about the first film, Batman Begins, in a video you can find here. We're now onto the iconic sequel, The Dark Knight, where I'll discuss not just the Joker, but Bruce and his development, the consequences of this film, and then a look at the film in a more general sense too. Seeing as the introduction I meant to do sort of overran there and kind of started off the video already, let's just jump back in with a separate point that I think has to be made before we come back to the Joker. I talked a lot about the psychology of Bruce Wayne in my first video, and I'll just recap a very quick point in saying that Bruce heavily idealised his father, not just as a perfect man, but as this saviour of Gotham type figure. And then, when Thomas Wayne died, Bruce was crippled with guilt, feeling it was his vulnerability, his fear for bats that was the whole reason they left the theatre when they did, his weakness that meant Thomas Wayne had to rescue him from bats in the first place, essentially his weakness that caused the most perfect of men to die. Even interpreting his father's final comforting words, "Don't be afraid," less as a comfort than as a painful lesson to master. Don't ever be afraid. And so he went off on all these years of training to become stronger, and then, still not feeling he could live up to this idealised father, created this symbol to project outwards, this incorruptible, everlasting mask that could stand for the sort of perfection he
like
saw
Batman
in his
too.
father.
Batman has no limits.
There's nothing I
And in the
feel
conclusion
towards
of
the
that
health
first film, he
insurance
has
death
lived up
mill,
to his
but
father,
raw
not
murderous
just
rage.
through this projected illusory mask, but in reality, as Rachel tells him.
This is your mask. Your real face is the one that criminals now fear.
You know, this isn't just some illusory mask you should feel imposter syndrome over. You really did achieve these things.
This is going to sound stupid because I'm not.
The point of me
outside
outlining
your
this is to highlight that the
personal
conclusion
situation,
of
but
everything there, Rachel
there's
even
a way
saying
to turn
that,
that into
even the
righteous
symbolic
anger,
image of boarding up the well,
where
does
not
it mean
only
Bruce
are
feels
you
differently now?
taking down the
Does he feel
assholes,
less weak and vulnerable deep down
but
and
you're
more
also
like an equal to his
building up
father?
the good ones,
Enter
the good
Harvey
people.
Dent,
Quote-unquote good
described as
Gotham's White Knight.
very much a symbol of hope in a way that, despite
That's a
inspiring
full-scale
people,
W.
Batman is still much more a symbol of fear for criminals than hope for the public. You know, not to say he doesn't bring hope, but Batman is a masked figure at a distance to them all that's meant for dealing with criminals. I love how this film starts with Crane, who was such a dangerous, threatening villain in the last film, now
Didn't like
reduced
Batman the
to
third
simple dealings
was
with criminals
the
in
issue
car
with that
parks
one.
and being
Didn't say I didn't
caught
like it.
so easily you'd think
Not as good
Crane
as the
was a
first
nobody
two,
had you
that's
not
all.
seen the previous film. I just really like that, but then logically is a fairer, more transparent, democratic force against crime that doesn't raise all the moral ambiguities of a masked man taking the law into his own
Basically
hands.
saying
Though
part
they
of the movie
laud
is that you
Batman, the
can't throw,
public can never entirely trust
throw
him,
away
where they can trust Dent because
those other
Dent
faculties.
has a face.
Look at this
like
face.
fear.
This is the face of Gotham's bright future.
Are you
Which,
too?
of course, Bruce is right at the start of this film to be thinking about stepping down, to have that hope that Harvey Dent can carry on the fight against crime in a more transparent way. However, you'd also have to wonder about a sense of rivalry. I mean, from a purely selfish standpoint, Bruce has never gotten any credit for anything. He's paved the way forwards. Then Harvey's come in and got with the one person Bruce loves, Rachel, become Gotham's White Knight and hero in a way Batman isn't, and left Bruce in a position where he needs to think about graciously stepping aside. I mean, there is some rivalry, sure, as seen in comments like,
Ballerina for the Moscow Ballet.
Wow. Harvey's taking me next week.
Really? So, you're into ballet?
Then when he needs a billionaire alibi for disappearing to Hong Kong, he cuts off with the entire ballet.
I don't want to
meaning
hear this,
Harvey and
Captain
Rachel
Obvious,
can't see
but
the performance together. However, beyond that level of half
I feel that's
joking
the way to
pettiness,
go.
Bruce is incredibly selfless and fair, which is just interesting
End
to
up
think about
recreating
psychologically,
the
because it
problem
means
you wanna
in all
get
these
rid of.
years Bruce spent training,
Reinvigorating
brawling
it,
in the gutters to
making it
understand
stronger.
criminality, perfecting his skills in mountains, waging war on Falcone, Crane, Ra's al Ghul. In spite of all of that, he doesn't really seem to believe he's the one to change Gotham. And we know he's wrong there, because Harvey Dent proves to be nothing like Bruce hoped. This face of Gotham actually has a second face, and we know also Bruce is wrong to doubt himself, because come the end of the trilogy, he will have been the one to change Gotham, not just the impetus for someone else to change it, but the hero in his own right, who will have a statue erected in Batman's honour. But that's another film away. Right now, it doesn't seem like he thinks he's capable. He staunchly insists of Harvey that
You were the best of us.
when he isn't. Bruce is. Batman is the one Joker calls
incorruptible.
Yes, that selflessness and the sacrifice it comes to mean later in this film is part of what does make him heroic, but still, the point isn't just that Bruce still feels so little about himself, but also to wonder what he thinks about Harvey Dent, this shining figure of all that's good, here to save Gotham in all the sorts of ways Thomas Wayne was once seen like that.
Streams.
There is a certain similarity between Harvey Dent and Thomas Wayne, and so I suspect, though small and entirely unconscious, there is a side of Bruce that sees Harvey like a true successor to Thomas Wayne, not Bruce, because Bruce feels weak and full of fear. Even Batman is just an instrument, but Harvey Dent, that's the face, that's the leader, that's Thomas Wayne come again. And so Bruce has a deeply fervent, unwavering faith in Harvey being the one to take over, despite the fact there is a lot about Harvey that suggests something unsettling, even in the early moments. Aaron Eckhart plays the character wonderfully in that sense, just subtly something off about him. And Bruce even sees him interrogating this man, Thomas Sheaf, with a gun to his head, and it doesn't change his faith in Harvey at all. Bruce believes so readily in Harvey that he was quite prepared to throw down his mask and turn himself in if it gave Harvey a better chance of success, you know? The man who stopped Ra's al Ghul would literally put Harvey first. Whilst there is logic to it, certainly, it's also a glaring indicator of how little Bruce continues to think of himself. And with that in mind, when Harvey's second face reveals itself and he commits murders, it's unsurprising Batman opts to take the blame for them. We can understand exactly why he would do, definitely. Harvey was the White Knight and the symbol of hope. Batman and Gordon both fear that the public learning the truth about Harvey would break their spirits, and since Batman is capable of evading police quite easily, why doesn't he take the rap? That is true, but also from an emotional standpoint, with everything in mind about how little Bruce thinks of himself, how readily he upholds Harvey like a successor to his idealised father, how relentlessly he's tortured and punished himself in guilt over his parents' deaths. All of that, emotionally, makes it entirely unsurprising that he chooses to take the blame and the condemnation for the murders. Perhaps, though a stretch to say this, he even wants it. We know he's totally resistant to any form of credit and praise, perhaps not just because he fears gratification will lead him astray as it often does vigilantes, but also because he never allows his heart to feel good about itself. Perhaps condemnation and blame and punishment are feelings he's more familiar with and more easily fit his sense of self. Bruce Wayne is a deeply troubled character, and though Batman gives him an outlet for some of his trauma and pain, he doesn't exactly process it. Not yet, anyway. Let's think a bit more concretely about the ending, though. Is Batman right to hide the truth about Harvey Dent from the public? Either the truth is revealed and the figure Gotham's people believed in is proven to have a dark side, the damage there being a battle for Gotham's soul, as the Joker suggests it. Alternatively, they can hide that fact and lose all belief in Batman instead, which also means Batman won't have such an easy teen-like relationship with the police force, and that Gotham's recovery will be built on a lie. So arguably the Joker gets his wish either way, because one of Gotham's two heroes becomes a fallen knight, although technically both, because Harvey murdered people and is now dead, so it's only his memory that can inspire, none of his leadership qualities, and also Batman did just technically break his one rule, the rule the Joker's been spending this entire film trying to get him to break, because he does technically kill Harvey Dent, and I think it's made deliberately ambiguous as to whether he intended that or not, which is a nice touch. So was he right to hide the truth? I haven't yet rewatched the third film since I saw it whenever it first came out, so I might be wrong in terms of how this action goes on to affect things, but I will say I personally think Batman got this decision wrong. I think it's kind of foolish to just assume Harvey's corruption would break an entire city's sense of hope when you can explain he'd just lost the person he cared about most in an incredibly traumatic way. He was then psychologically manipulated while most vulnerable by an incredibly intelligent and charismatic villain, and that he was specifically killing people he blamed for his partner's death. That doesn't make it at all excusable, obviously, but it does become a little more understandable. It's the Joker, ultimately, who suggests seeing the darker side of Harvey will damage Gotham irreparably.
This city just showed you that it's full of people ready to believe in good. Until their spirit breaks completely.
You know, learning about Harvey would definitely be damaging, but who's to say the public can't handle the truth? This lie that Batman committed those murders somewhat echoes the lie that Rachel would have left Harvey for Bruce. Bruce is wrongly led to believe that she'd go to him, but she writes a letter to say she's going to marry Harvey, and after her death, Alfred spares Bruce the pain of that letter by hiding it. But long term, does that spare Bruce the pain, or does it prolong his grief? And we can also come to the question about being a vigilante, and is it Batman's right to stand up and make these decisions that affect so many others? We see him use software to effectively spy on every mobile phone across the entire city or so, to which Fox even exclaims, "This is wrong," and threatens to resign unless Bruce destroys the technology. It's again a morally ambiguous point, because maybe Batman does have the right to make these decisions for Gotham if he is a wholly good, incorruptible person that we can trust will never fall from virtue, but can we trust that when he did just kill Harvey and technically killed Ra's al Ghul in the first film? I think we can trust him because we know the character behind the mask, but the general public don't. And I also think of the early dinner scene in this film when, playing devil's advocate, Bruce asks,
"Who appointed the Batman?" "We did. All of us who stood by and let scum take control of our city."
Which is arguably true, but let's take a moment early into the film when other vigilantes dress up as Batman and use shotguns to fight villains. When Batman stops them, they cry,
What's the difference between you and me?
"I'm not wearing hockey pads." In other words, I'm a billionaire and you're not. Is that what gives Bruce the right? Or is it because they use guns and he doesn't? Because guns or not, he has still killed people at moments. Who's to say none of the many explosions or crashes or any of the general destruction he causes might not have inadvertently killed people at points? You know, the whole thing does naturally have questionable sides to it. I don't think there's a way Batman could do what he does without encountering a ton of moral ambiguities, and I suppose I do love, like in the moments with Fox, that this film doesn't shy away from those ambiguities, but opens the door to them and leaves us to wonder about it. Ultimately, Batman does make the call though, and because he's human, he makes a decision that fits emotionally to who he is. Right or wrong, it's still a heroic sacrifice, and whilst I think the film does end forcing that heroism a little too strongly, with Batman explaining the decision, then Gordon explaining it again to his son, and Gordon giving a speech, I still understand they have to end the film on a strong note, so I think that's fair enough.
He's a silent guardian, a watchful protector, a dark knight.
Let's not dwell on this point any longer though, because I want to talk about the Joker again.
So he thinks he's seeing the guys in the hockey pads, I guess. He interprets that they're not Batman. I would have figured it was more like go through the rites of passage. Guy's angry about corruption. They want to do something about it. Batman, I think, an archetypal character, not supposed to represent or an actual human documentary. This is this is an actual person. I think it's more archetypal. You haven't walked through the rites of passage. Probably gonna fuck what they're walking. Only ones that seem to know that. Part of the Batman. Psychoanalyze Braveheart. That seems up your lane. Pause. I'm interested in your take. Right? No, there's plenty, and have to take the right. Let's finish this one out, and then I'll speed it up.
I find it interesting how insistent the Joker is that he and Batman are the same, regularly talking to him as though they are.
I took Gotham's White Knight, and I brought him down to our level.
Don't talk like one of them. You're not. Even if you'd like to be. To them, you're just a freak. Like me.
You're peanut butter chill forever. Maybe we could share one. See, madness, as you know, is like gravity. All it takes is a little push.
Which does make sense. They are both symbolically two sides of the same coin, but also from the Joker's point of view,
you complete me.
He depends on Batman to have first given him his rise to power. I love that about this film also, that the Joker sort of gets desperately elected by the criminals in response to Batman. So not only does Batman make room for the Joker's rise to power, but he also gives him purpose, which, as I said, is made clearer by how much more alive the Joker appears in scenes with Batman.
I don't want to kill you. What would I do without you?
What's more, there's a subtle frustration on the Joker's face in this film.
Kind of like Angel and Angelus. Angelus can't. Same thing. Well, Angel would sacrifice, but still feels. But into darker side. Darker path. Huh? Well, it's not a. Yes, it's M to. Dallas isn't. Take aim. Why you be? Developed.
Every time he gets called a freak or crazy.
You see, a guy like me.
Freak.
A guy like me. Look, listen.
It won't work for a freak.
Why don't we cut you up into little pieces and feed you to your pooches?
And I know the difference between punks who need a little lesson in manners and the freaks like you who would just enjoy it.
And so, as much as his appearance as a clown serves to make a triumph out of his difference and to flaunt it, to turn this idea of being a freak into a term he can own, it does still also frustrate him and insult him deep down. Perhaps because he's just bored of hearing it, sure, but I suspect it's because he doesn't think he is at all crazy. He resents that claim.
You're crazy. I'm not. No, I'm not.
Instead, the Joker believes he sees the real truth of things. He's fueled by an unwavering fanaticism that he's right, the way so many word that begins with terror that YouTube doesn't like people to say are fueled. As the Joker sees it,
we're just ahead of the curve.
From the little we are shown of the Joker, we can tell that he essentially believes simply that people have ugly hearts. The morality and rules of the world are all a very thin sheet of ice that breaks when put under any stress or panic. Something he sets out to prove by panicking Gotham City.
Dropped at the first sign of trouble.
It's only half relevant, but there was a philosopher in the 1600s called Thomas Hobbes who argued that strict laws and authority were essential to keep humanity in check. He argued that in an imagined world without them, which he called a state of nature, humanity would be in a constant state of turmoil and war and mad panic over everything, which is ultimately what the Joker believes. Probably actually Batman too, to an extent, hence why the Joker sees such a kindred spirit in him. They do share a certain cynicism about humanity, the difference being Batman wants to uphold those laws and punish criminals as a way to stop their turmoil breaking free, whereas the Joker...
Now this I disagree with, because in the first movie, he takes his time to motives behind why people. I think he does it in that people are ready to be good or fine, like so. Kind of saying that, or I think what's being said, that Bruce, and that without the particular factors, people would want to be good more often than. The Joker are those factors. He's the factors. Symbolically, he's the factors that could nudge someone to do something bad. The first movie, right? Bruce with the little kid. You know, Bruce steals like a fruit or something and then shares it with the kid, and saying like, "Oh, I understand why people would do, why they would steal. They're in a position like this, like, oh, they need food, fucking steal it, survive." And then Joker, in this movie, in The Dark Knight, you'll see him crack a pool stick in half, throw it in the middle of 3 guys, and say, "Tryouts. Here you go. That thing, survival, I'm going to play off of it. Fuck each other." To prove some sort of point. I will use your lower instincts against you, essentially. The Joker, going with the Joker is like Batman's cynicism, and Batman is combating that cynicism with trying to be more of a nuance or an understanding. Hey, I was in this position where like something tragic happens. I can either go for the. I've been where I abandoned all my belongings and now I have to try and survive. So I felt the need to like, oh, I've placed myself in these scenarios. But there's something that can be maintained even though you're in those scenarios. There we go. But yeah. Batman is making the argument that something can be maintained regardless of environment around you, or even the psychological environment within you. At trauma, at like something horrible happening to you, I can still maintain moral stat. Joker's like, nope, I can break you. Watch. It was right. It's essentially like saying like some sort of celebrity that's like, we need to feed the world, feed everybody, make sure everyone's. And Joker, or what I think is a symbol for like some sort of force of nature, just waltz in. Oh, okay, let me take your money away. Now what? Now you're homeless and broke. Now what are you gonna do? Still gonna be preaching this? Fuck it. Man.
Joker wants to let it free so that everyone can see how weak and absurd humanity really is.
They're only as good as the world allows them to be. I'll show you.
Why does he want to prove this? He talks to Harvey about rules and fairness as a motivation, but that feels more like something said because it would appeal to Harvey. I think it is hard to say about the Joker, and all I can do is speculate because we are...
This is what happens when you try to read the Joker as just some guy buying into the context of the guy who's trying to prove a point about love. No. He, of course, will play the antagonist. Preconceived notions of so that I think the whole point of the Joker strengthen your inner Batman.
Deliberately not shown much. I think the Joker feels at home in the eye of a storm. For those who can feel out of control within themselves, creating an environment where everything and everybody else around you feels out of control affords you a sense of delight and possibly even contentment. It's getting to project all that mayhem outwards so that you can just be an observer instead. Suddenly,
as a force of how he's not, well, obviously smart, but like it's different type of intelligence where I understand your nature. I understand that if I do this, you will do that. Thus, all his plans are like how the fuck did you know that this guy would do this at the moment, or whatever the fuck? Well, it's because I ought to do it. We'll behave this way. And boom. Perfect plan. The guy I can't do that. Even that moment causes not just some guy. That moment when the boats don't blow each other up. Moment of, huh? But he's not some guy to where it's like ego dissolving. More of, okay, how about this? Must constantly the force, be that force. You can find deepness in Monkey, Braveheart. Oh, I will.
not wrapped up in it, personally free to watch it all explode around you like it's just a movie. Present in the chaos, but free, disconnected from any of the emotions. It becomes a simple game. Thrill takes the place of fear. Naturally, someone like the Joker wouldn't be in touch with any guilt about this. That's part of what makes this chaos feel so freeing and delightful, but also he can rationalise it with the idea he didn't cause any of this, just as he claims not to have kidnapped Harvey or killed Rachel. He didn't change anything. The general public were already mad and twisted deep down. All he did is reveal it. And he naturally has a great deal of anger towards the world for whatever reasons we don't know, and has found a justification for that anger and sense of revenge now. I think you can hear his resentment at people in lines like,
schemers trying to control their little worlds. I try to show the schemers how pathetic their attempts to control things really are.
Which of course shows...
I don't think that's a character reveal. I think that's play on Harvey. Play on Harvey. I think he represents that antagonistic aspect to whoever he's talking to. For Harvey, it's that, whatever, the broken side of it. That's where Joker's idea. He's with Batman, he doesn't talk like that. Off of representing this eternal antagonist where he converts. Thus, he had two different tailored For whoever he was talking to. What could get Gambit? Is that his name? Gambit? Whatever his name is. Yeah, whatever. Like, I know exactly what I. Off the cloud. Blown out of proportion. Gamble. Whatever the fuck he's.
Shows inconsistency in his thinking also, because he's a bigger schemer than anyone in this film. Let me put all that together though. The Joker hates being called a freak and strange and seen like a monster. Whilst he delights in scaring and confusing people, it also frustrates him. He wants Batman, someone who has certain similarities, to be the same as him, insists they are the same, and then in a wider sense goes about trying to prove humanity at large is.
No, he doesn't want Batman to be the same as him. If Batman said, okay, I give up. I will join your team, Joker. He'd probably put a bullet right in his head. Okay, you're useless. And move on to the next. Yep.
That's then a means to A, vent his anger onto the world, B, do it in a way he can rationalise that he's doing nothing wrong, C, create himself into a kind of hero with a totally unwavering belief in what he's doing and absolute denial of anything else, D, create this Eye of the Storm scenario that he can delight in, and E, on whatever path it took him to
Bruce
become
Wayne
the
or
Joker,
Batman never stole.
whatever countless scenarios
It
where he
was his
felt
own
like people
company in the
dismissed his
first
emotions,
movie.
said he was crazy,
Yes,
treated him
became
like
one
a
of
horrible
them
monster.
without becoming
I'm
one
willing
of
to bet he's
them.
heard that
That
stuff
was
his entire
what he
life.
said
I think
in the
even in the
movie.
course of this film, how often his monologues get interrupted to his annoyance suggests he's someone who's had that kind of thing a lot. But the point is, this is his means to turn all of that on his head and say that everyone else is the crazy one, or they're just behind the curve, or whatever argument he wants to make. It's a bad method of doing that, but
If everyone was, I look at it like this: if all those gangster guys in the fucking that kitchen or whatever the fuck were all like him, the way he portrayed his character throughout the movie, he would be like, "Yeah, that's right." Use that to move them. He's just a constant attempt to move. That, I think he just symbolizes that eternal force.
Method nonetheless, and I think that is what he wanted to prove in his social experiment with the boats. Give each boat a detonator, tell them they have to blow up the other boat before a minute or he'll blow them both up. When midnight comes, however, neither boat has done it, and you see a flicker of sadness and doubt on his face. Because the Joker's entire philosophy is proved wrong in this experiment. Does that stop him? Of course not. He feels he has to push people even harder in order to reveal their darkness, and probably to vent even more anger onto them for making him feel like he got it wrong. But ultimately, the Joker's philosophy is proved a lie in this example. People don't eat each other when there's chaos. It can happen, sure, but also out of that chaos, leadership emerges, like a prisoner throwing the detonator overboard, or social conscience, sometimes when under the scrutiny of people you know and care about surrounding you, does prevail. Not for everybody, sure, not for the Joker, but not everybody is the Joker. If
they're only as good as the world allows them to be,
then what if we can allow them to be good? As to how he got those scars also, again I can only speculate, but I'm pretty sure he would have done them to himself. I think the clown is a symbol he picked because he related to the symbol, not that somebody picked it for him. Alfred pointed out early that this wasn't a criminal Bruce understood. The Joker is an entirely different beast, not someone Bruce can look upon as a thug with some sense of righteousness, and I think there's a development to be noted in how Batman mostly goes from his usual half-brutish interrogation technique of "Where is he? Where are they? Where were the other drugs going?" to actually kind of conversing with the Joker in a way he doesn't tend to do with criminals. All of which leads him to the realization,
what were you trying to prove? That deep down, everyone's as ugly as you. You're alone.
You know, he doesn't understand the Joker entirely by the end. We don't know much about him at all, but unlike Alfred's story of the bandit in Burma who cannot be understood but just accepted as an enigma, who could only be defeated by burning the entire forest down, Bruce does not kill the Joker, nor brand him simply a freak, but he actually does come to understand him in part.
I have my own little bias because Batman.
Though small, I think there is some sense of progression there.
I have my own little bias because I like Batman, but 100%. Go and do a trilogy Superman universe thingy. See the yin yang expressions of righteousness next to each other. Brilliant. 100% they could do it. Dark Knight quality Superman. Now, by quality I don't mean cinematography. It'll be much brighter, daytime, type of hero as opposed to type of hero. Right? There's as much as you can make Joker that internal force of agonizing the hero character to it essentially like reinforces the hero character just because like, well, we know he's the hero. Right? Wasn't the hero, he wouldn't be Batman in the first fucking place, which means he would have been moved. He wouldn't be the fucking Batman character that I know and love from these movies. But you can almost relate the Superman character would also be playing a role than Batman within Superman. Right? Superman would be more of a, meek type of personality, wholesome type of person. And he would journey into the dark in order to have more of an understanding of it, as opposed to Batman, who's more from the dark and see the light. Other characters in like a Superman. Right? There's so many reflections you can do with these characters that'd be absolutely brilliant. Right? Like I would have did, like if I could edit these things and then add a Superman movie to it, I'd be making him a lot better of a technical fighter, Batman. Like right, Nolan didn't really focus on him being a super duper martial artist. No, it's like it's implied, but it's not like you don't get to actually like see it. So, like 1-on-3 and that is something like in a like realistic martial arts type of way. Superman's supposed to be not technical at all. Da-da-da-da. I'm stronger than you. Do this, you can't do shit. Like that type of shit. Right? And Batman, since he's supposed to be able to handle the darkest of the darkest shit in the world, he has to maintain moral fiber in the middle of all that shit. In the middle of all that darkness, he has to maintain. Superman, I believe, is supposed to deal with the things that you can't save people from. You're the guy who could do everything. But mom is sick, dad is ain't quite fucking Superman. Lied. Dad from a heart attack. Imagine that. That would be brilliant writing. Brilliant fucking writing. I want it fleshed out a little more. Superman's gonna plead the bad guys. Make this good together. Love and shit everywhere. Batman's like, no, this guy's an asshole. Yeah, I'm gonna beat him. Agree with me. Why this is bad? Bad because I had to beat. Superman's like, bad because it's bad. Doesn't make them cry, so they understand. Perfect yin yang, man. Rocking that shit. What kind of psychology message could be made in Dark Knight quality Superman? What aspect could be focused on? It's clearly the sun archetype. Batman's the moon archetype. 100% he is. Batman is, they're yin yangs of each other, right? I would say. And Batman is the moon, Superman's the sun. Although the moon has a dark side to it, it's still like the sun at nighttime. All the lights go down, brightest thing in the fucking sky is the fucking moon. That's Batman. Your ray of sunlight in the fucking nighttime. Right? When things are hard to see, a little more spooky, a little more ambiguous, like I was saying. Morals and attitudes. Like, you ever see Last Action Hero with Arnold Schwarzenegger? Like Arnold going from his world of get up the bad guys and throw them in prison. Gets thrown into the real world and teeth get a little more sharpened when you're stuck in that world. Batman's the guy who walks in. Superman's like, I'll just show him the right. I'll show him too. Face down. Harvey Two Faces. Oh yeah, I mean, well, yin yang is supposed to be everywhere. So wherever you see a masculine, there's a feminine. Where there's a feminine, there's a. Oh. Yeah, playing with some of these major archetypes. Imagine, like, my God, what you could do. That's probably that might be only reason Superman would be a little more difficult is because as far as writing it, making it coherent, Batman's is a lot more grounded to Superman as far as a character, the archetype, that's easiest thing ever. But trying to compensate for his powers. Well, that's the thing. I wouldn't want it to be. Obviously, Batman. Any more notes? You challenging me?
Flash would resemble. I bet if you took like the Justice League, all represent like archetypes within one being. Have to flesh them out, really represent archetype. If Flash's whole thing is speed, ability to manipulate, clearly he'd be an aspect of, say, the ego, for sure. Change paces. I do like a Whiplash type. First, he's like aloof and doesn't understand how to use power, and sometimes he's moving too fast and enough. Breaking sort of epiphany point to where Master actually at this. Oh, the imagination. The imagination. Power is linked to the imagination. That'd be kind of easy. That'd be easy. Superman needs more flaws. Kryptonite weakness is internally more internal flaws to relate to. Agreed. I mean, my ultimate villain for Superman would be something that applies or that appeals psychologically to, right? Or it's like that Dr. Manhattan scenario. Manipulate you into doing. I'm thinking Superman would be more of like trying to portray good, almost like advertise that as the way to go. And Batman would be more of the beat the shit out of the bad. Out of the bad. One's trying to prop up good, the other one's trying to knock down bad. So a villain for someone trying to prop up good would, yeah, like a Lex Luthor. In the fake portrayal of the, like, Superman's like, I'm the actual thing, like I'm actually the guy. Lex Luthor's like, I spend all his money on campaign, PR, and all this shit to portray myself as the guy. Superman should trust him. Yeah. Yeah. This stuff comes good data. Seriously. How I look at movies. Or how come you don't view the Dr. Manhattan eyes? Watchmen? Watchmen? They went a lot more human, dove into the right. Oh, if there were actual superheroes, they'd be serving the U.S. blowing people fucking right. That's the conspiracy angle. But the social part is like Dr. Manhattan walking around on the fucking powder, like with, yeah, it's over. You guys lost. Don't even fight. Could turn you into dust, recreate you, be back into dust again. Reagan, or is to bring the human. We'll sacrifice a few lives, but at the very least, stop bickering race and religion, whatever the fuck. I should get paid for this. Hollywood, all their ideas. I stole it from Hollywood, for real. There's some brilliant fucking people. Yeah, I get called a bootlicker for pointing out how brilliant they are. All right, peace out, Captain Obvious. Have a good night. Superman's best villain would be a supervillain level Obama. Not bad. Someone who's brittle, breakable, all the physical features, lesser Superman. All those like physical attributes by a lot. A lot. But Superman maintains a form of naivete. Lex Luthor doesn't. Now Superman's like, all you do is show him the right way. Yes. Well, he needs the lesson. Imagine like Lex Luthor staring out from his house, floating, breaks the glass or something. What was you? Whatever the fuck. Lying to the people. Shit. Luthor. Luthor gives him the speech. Oh, Metropolis. It'd probably look very similar. Sound very similar. Like a speech that Joker would Batman, Dark Knight. Clark, wasn't me. Kind of showing him the breaking super. Or like
Fortress of lesson. Oh, you're leaving too? All right. Have a good night, Amy. But yeah, I would say Lex Luthor would be ultimate. Not someone who power scale with him. See, there's certain things about ideas. Talking about Batman versus Superman. Superman's third movie, 100%. When Superman wouldn't be getting killed, and it wouldn't be a fight to the. Superman would be like, "What the fuck was all this?" Like, test. As there, whatever, you know, getting into whatever scuffle. There's also a dialogue happening, lessons. Thus, Superman learns some form of like the movie. You'll see it as Superman learning how to like physically combat, fight, and shit instead of just punching people 50 fucking miles away, right? Instead of just hitting them and they fly across the earth, it's more of like, hey, this guy's as strong as me, so I have to actually technique. That's the fighting technique based on interactions with Bruce. Their sort of scuffle thing they get into, talking to, kind of like fighting it. Now he doesn't do the I assume you're bad because you're powerful. You're powerful and alien, you must be bad. That's stupid. X Knight. Testing his character. Batman. Petty explaining like automatically almost like Batman has the backing of righteousness that Lex Luthor doesn't have. Not all flowers and rain. Da, 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 da. Not all that shit. All these actions, questions. What a part one, part two. Obama and values vision of good, pure behind extremely sinister mind. Too. Daly finds Hollywood like to admit the beauty and genius in both Hollywood and anime. Sometimes it's really good. Can't lie. What's up, Maddie? Always dabbing. What's wrong with you? But you're dabbing. I mean, definitely get what she's saying and what a lot of people say. But I said, like, Oh, we're watching the Teal Swan. She's a grifter. Yeah, that she's. A lot of these guys, even like satanic rings in the fucking Hollywood. A lot of these guys believe. I don't know. This is why I said this earlier, where it's like it seems like everyone has some form of respect for the character. Even the guys that are burying Satanists, they'll look at him as a prophetic character. They're good guys, extra. You guys miss half the devil and half Christ, right? They always have to that Christ part. And but yeah, why? If they are whatever Satanists or whatever the fuck, love them some Jesus and a lot of like a lot. I thought it'd be damn yeah, Carnation Revolution. Is what it is. I thought it'd be more interesting if he flipped the meaning of good, like Obama does, have Superman fight the side of good. Look at that idea. Yeah, that's kind of like what that. But he can't just punch Lex Luthor across the universe because then great as the like. It's kind of the audience can't recognize them. Not the audience in the theater, but the audience of the people of Metropolis can't tell who's good. That's Superman's whole thing, portraying the good. And Gotham's what? Who's the bad guy? Or like who's not the bad guy? Who's not the bad guy? Batman's like, I'll just beat the shit out of all of them till I'm the only one left. And you'll know I was the good. I'll just beat them into submission, and you'll know I was the good. That's not true, buddy. He's more of like, I don't give a shit. I give a shit, but I'm not the good. I'm only making room for the good. Why they win it? Not it in the movie. Another long ass day. Yep. Hey, we chilling. We're talking movies now, so I'm fine. But if I'm half asleep, I could. All right, let me read this, and then I'll say some Braveheart shit. Then we're out of here. There's nothing suspect. You don't think it would be better to have Super challenge a corrupted version of what is perceived as his pure justice? Well, there you go right there. Like, what do I talk about a lot here? Intention. Talk about intention quite a bit. You can have someone similar message as Superman, but his intention is different. Now, where is that intention part? Look. Soul, right? Soul, the sun, Christ figure, the Superman. What? Word. But yeah. So yeah, that could work. I mean, As kind of explained with the Lex Luthor, spending all his money on like 2 different routes. I guess they would. I guess you could do it in a way to make it obvious to the audience, something like advertisement versus, oh, this is who I am. This is actually me. I really am. Like save the kitten out of the tree guy. Really who I am. As opposed to Lex Luthor waiting for a photo op, pull a cat out of a fucking tree. He doesn't even do any of the work. Stands on a platform and just goes, pulls the cat, taking pictures, holding the cat, and like, all right, gets in his sanitizer. Industrial hand sanitizer, germaphobe. But yeah, I guess something like that is like a character contrast for sure. All of which to show you like Superman's there to show you what the right thing to do. Batman showing you the wrong thing to do is. That makes sense. Right, it's like almost like a difference between being anti-war and pro-peace. Superman's pro-peace, Batman's anti-war. Gonna go in the trenches. Fuck wars. I'll wait to the end, but if you're leaving, good night. Oh, I'm not leaving now. I'm gonna just say my little Braveheart piece, and I'm out of here. All right. So things that are in meanings that are in. Oh yeah. Well, William Wallace is definitely supposed to represent ultimate, and almost like they symbolize him. A real hero's journey through this idea. One feminine to starts with the initial childlike girl, right? Initial love interest in the movie, right? But I think it symbolizes like a aspect of his feminine, and then innocent childlike girl just gets fucking murdered, right? Where like his feminine broken, or at least his perception of that, and faithfulness worked right. Right, even the way he kills the guy doesn't. I hate you. Like no, he just moves on, like coldly, very coldly. Does no expression. I mean, like just press, pins him against the wall, walks away. And he like hands the knife. But that's like that initial separation there led to journey onto the next feminine. So you can almost look at it like a way, like a coming stage type of thing, symbolically. Trying to remember. Watched it in a while. Oh yeah. Okay, but that's always a is in films like that. Always pay attention to the female characters that are wrapped up male protagonist character. Right, that's been a symbolic trope in a way. So yeah, it's like you could see like William Wallace's journey, chaos and rebellion without giving zero fucks. You know, no sense of caution because you lost the most important. Huh? Maybe. But yeah, it's like oh, my fucking like almost you could seem like the thing that he probably felt like he was alive for it was taken away. Recklessness, almost like a teenager leaving adolescent type of thing, years to adulthood. The maturity is like, no offense, but it's like your feminine was like a girl in rags, simple and basic, that shit. And you go to this fucking complex queen type of character who's filthy rich and all decked out and shit. Something to. I don't think that's by accident. I don't think that's by accident. Yeah, of course. It's like almost like he's mature, almost like he's realizing. You see him on his way through his journey that almost like he not just some pissed off world lost heard about. Fuck, I'm starting to realize that I'm like I'm more than what I was. And ultimate feminine recognize the prime mass, stand out from the not driven by power, fame, that shit. Driven by righteous passion. Yeah, he's driven by this righteous passion. And that will stand out like a sore thumb. Universe will recognize that. Here for sorry. Start out with that initial thing. Yeah. That or his initial start. It wasn't Star Revel. It was straight up impressive, Allison. The 1-0 next to it. The 1. You killed my other me. Right? Happy-go-lucky kid, go lucky girl. Happy-go-lucky. Now William Wallace has to carry all that baggage to the new feminine, even though it's not really feminine he chooses. Symbolically speaking. But I'm sure I'd have to rewatch it. Appreciate the notes, the creative, green, psychological, super-esque movies. Better script material now. I want residuals, bruh. Pay me. Oh, yeah. Indy nail it. All right. Time to head out. Ed, thank you for sorry. Once again, thank you, Ed, for $7. Shadowed for the 666. Cannabis for the 5. And Stevie. Sure, it's Stevie this time for the $3. For the last time, I will not up as Alfred and Spin. Please get some help. For sure, it's Stevie. Thank you guys for all donating. What's this? I'll pay you in fufu and jollof rice from my grandma's house. Good night and freedom. In case someone makes it to the end of the stream, don't forget to share, support, hopefully donate to Devon's Journey to Recovery, to helping victims of Africom, to helping out Cohen Daly, helping out Stevie, aka Redneck Economics, Sleepy J, aka Sleepy Josh, Ali Alexandra, aka Chicago. And with all with all that said, give this video a thumbs down.
Say you wanna get in, and then you wanna get out. When you get the money to buy yourself a castle, how will you wear your leisure? You zipper back and front on the fence together. Weekends and